It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Wednesday, January 25th, 2023. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. It is great to be here on a Wednesday. We love Wednesdays around these parts. It's always very exciting. We get to answer some questions. We get to take you home for the weekend. We get to set the weekend. We get to talk to some big names. And let me tell you, there are some big names on today's show. I am very excited about today's show. I love this lineup. I can't wait to get into it. And this is my final stop before my big trip to San Antonio. Yes. In fact, a lot of people from San Antonio reached out to me over the past couple of days and said that, they said that Frank misrepresented their great city. That there's a lot of things to do, a lot of things to see, a lot of things to eat.
There are, if you go to the Riverwalk.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's where I'll be hanging out, per your suggestion. Looking forward to going to the Alamo, per your suggestion. The Alamo Dome. Not per your suggestion, but I mean, I feel like you got to go to the Alamo Dome if you're going to the Alamo. And of course, Royal Rumble is happening at the Alamo Dome. So exciting times. And speaking of the Royal Rumble, how about this? Our first ever Royal Rumble lottery is taking place later today. I mean, just listen to this sound.
Such a great sound. So small.
Yeah, I think it's perfect. I know you guys were lamenting the fact that it is small, but I think this is perfect. You know, are you into, I feel like you are because you're an audio guy. Are you into ASMR?
I'm not like into it, but
That's sort of your thing.
I mean, I understand it.
Does this qualify?
No, I mean, I hear it, I close my eyes, and all I hear is like, man, that must be the world's smallest like bingo dispenser. Is this a bingo dispenser for ants?
It's not very nice. I mean, I feel like, you know, GC spent a lot of time finding the perfect lottery dispenser.
Did they not
Perfect
have?
to me. It seems perfect to me.
They didn't take a picture of it next to like a quarter, so you understood exactly what size it was.
Listen, Frank, I didn't see you lamenting over this decision for hours on end on Amazon. You know, you were just like, yeah, order the biggest one. You know, no finances coming to play, no nothing.
It's going to be great. I'm going to pull out all the numbers, myself, GC, Frank, New York Rick, Joe getting in the mix, Sloppy Joe in the mix, Crypto Joe. We're still not sure what we're going with, but he's getting in the mix. A lot of exciting things to get. I'm so excited about the intro. Can we play the intro off the bat, or does that screw you guys up? I love the intro.
It's an intro for a segment that we have.
I know, but the intro is great. It's a good teaser. Can we just play it, please? I beg of you. Do we have the intro?
She's working on it.
San Antonio, deep in the heart of Texas. I mean, what's better than this?
It is probably the coolest intro I've seen.
It's fantastic. Shout out to GC. You did that by yourself, GC?
Yep.
Wow. A lot of new wrinkles on the show. We even have a control room camera set up. Can we go live to the control room right now? I mean, look at this. Wow. This show, man. Yeah, you see Crypto Joe working hard there. You see Andy. We don't have a nickname for Andy.
Or is it Sloppy?
Yeah, I'm not sure. What are we going with?
Decide by Royal Rumble.
Is it Sloppy or is it Crypto?
I think it's a sloppy crypto.
No, he doesn't like Sloppy. He doesn't like Crypto. What? I kind of like Sloppy, if I'm being honest.
I don't think you want to be sloppy and crypto at the same. You don't want to be sloppy with your crypto.
Oh, he doesn't like either. Okay, so we're going with Crypto Joe?
That's the one.
BJG, he's suggesting.
You can't make your own nickname.
Yeah, you can't make your own nickname. Sorry.
It's one that we
Fan
give
vote on
you.
crypto sloppy?
Them's the rules. And Frank, is that going on the air or
No,
not?
it's
Still not
not.
on the air. Okay, perfect. So it's just dead
They're
air.
efforting it.
All right, so as you can see, a lot going on, and we'll answer questions. As always, we are presented by our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. They are the official sports betting partner of the UFC, and more importantly, the MMA Hour. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app, put in that code, the MMA Hour. That lets them know we sent you, and it goes a long way. So we appreciate it very, very much. Before I get into anything, I do want to say you may have seen over the past few days difficult times in the world of media, difficult times in the world, period. There's a lot going on. Difficult times here at Vox Media. Unfortunately, late last week, it was announced that there will be some layoffs, and there were some layoffs. And this affected us here at MMA Hour HQ. One of our dearest friends and colleagues, the great Srinivas, unfortunately no longer with the company, but will remain a friend of the show and a friend of ours for years to come. In fact, one of the few people who worked on the original iteration of the show, and just an absolute mensch of a human being, would do anything at any time, under any circumstance to help us out. Worked behind the scenes, tech, production, etc., troubleshooting, everything. A jack of all trades, a big Man United fan, and I miss him in particular on this particular Wednesday because, of course, later on today we've got Forest Man United Part 1, Carabao Cup. Can't wait for that. Very prestigious cup match. And we talk about Forest and United these days a lot. So we miss him. We appreciate him. We wish him the best. Again, always will have friends here, and I know he's going to do incredible things, but I wanted to mention that he is not working here anymore, and it's a huge bummer for not only myself, but the entire team, because he was just an incredible... Everyone needs a Srinivas in their life. Everyone needs a colleague and a friend like him, and we will miss working with him. So Srinivas, if you're out there, all the best, my friend. All right, let's get into today's lineup. Back into the show, we'll do the Royal Rumble lottery. Can't wait for that. Stay tuned for that. Again, we each pick 5 numbers, and we'll see who wins the big pot of gold. $100, right? Because it's 20 times 5. Am I right? $100 at stake.
100 each.
100 each. I'm in. 100 each. Okay, so $500 at stake. Apparently, who knows? It keeps changing. And that's for the Rumble this weekend. Prior to that, we'll be joined by the brand new UFC light heavyweight champion, Jamahal Sweet Dreams Hill. Can't wait to talk to him. He's back home in Michigan. Massive win for him. Where does he go from here? Of course, we had Yuri Prochaska on the program on Monday. We'll talk to Jamahal Hill, who is now the champion of the UFC. He won that vacant title, something Jan Blachowicz and Magomed Ankalaev couldn't do after the Yuri injury. Prior to that, we'll be joined by Sage Northcutt. Super Sage Northcutt. I lied. We won't be joined by Sage Northcutt. We'll be joined by Todd Duffee. Both of them kind of fit in the same sort of compartment in my brain because both have not fought in a very long time. Todd Duffee is going to be on to share some news. Old friend Todd Duffee. Is he fighting John Vellante? Is he doing something else? Tune in at around 3:25 for Todd Duffee, the Duff Man, back on the program. Been a while. Prior to that, Super Sage Northcutt, 3 o'clock. Can't wait for that. Prior to that, 2:35, Brandon Moreno, the Assassin Baby, the brand new UFC flyweight champion. Once again, we had Saif Saud, his coach, on the program. Brandon Moreno will join us. He's back home. And prior to that, Oscar De La Hoya, the golden boy. What are we going to talk to him about? Can't wait to get him on the program again. He's got a big show this weekend, and it's going down at the YouTube Theater in Inglewood, up to no good, California. Stay tuned for the golden boy, Oscar De La Hoya, later on today. But first, everyone's favorite segment of the week. It is time. Yes.
It's time for a good old-fashioned Q&A, MMA fans.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment has arrived to hear from the man himself, Ariel Helwani. Live from the Box Studios in beautiful New York City, it's On the Nose. And now,
yes.
to answer your questions,
got my questions.
Get out of your seats and on your feet.
On my feet.
Here he is, Ariel Helwani.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mike Heck. Moderator Lewis, working oh so hard as always. Appreciate him doing the intro for all of us. Love it. And love this segment. Everyone's favorite segment of the week. Everyone tunes in to hear us shoot on the world of mixed martial arts as always. Oh, this is good. Okay, first time this year. Question 1 is question 1. How about that? Moderator Lewis going old school on us. All right, let's get into it. Cheeto pancakes up first. Has anyone tried Cheeto pancakes? Any chance? Could you imagine if they actually did Cheeto pancakes? That would be amazing. Frank's a big F It Friday guy, right?
No.
You excited for Slap tonight, Frank?
Not at all.
What is up, Ariel? So with Jamahal Hill winning this Saturday, it has lots of us questioning who gets the next crack at the title at 205. Here's how I would match up the division. It's a little bit of a curveball, but just stay with me. Starting off by booking Alex Pereira versus Robert Whittaker for the middleweight belt. Then how about we do Jamahal Hill versus Israel Adesanya? It's the perfect style matchup for Izzy. And with a win, it gives him the option for a champ-champ fight with either Rob or Alex or another 205 fireworks matchup with Yuri. You also do Jan versus Smith, Magomed versus Rakic to determine the next title contender after that fight. Is this too much for me to wish for? Also, really want to try some of Mysterious Frank's balls. That's verbatim. In fact, how about this? We have it right here.
Whoa.
This is not an ad. You went out to the bodega. By the way, it's really cold.
Yeah.
You went out to the bodega and you got some balls for us.
I did, and man, did I get some looks from the guys at the bodega.
I thought they love you. They said they.
Oh, they do. But they think I have a problem because I
There was a lot.
I loaded up 6 of them.
Wow.
And they just kind of looked at me, and I was like, "Oh, I have some coworkers. They want to try that," and they were like, "Oh, okay."
They want.
Like they didn't believe me.
Yeah, they want your balls.
I mean, the bottle is absolutely beautiful. I'm looking at one here as well. Like,
and it is Guarana soda.
Such a deep blue.
Or Guarana, as I would call it.
It's Guarana. 100% it's Guarana. That I am confident in.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not going to stop calling it Guarana.
Can I try it?
I want you to try it.
There's a problem.
It's a twist off, so what's the problem?
Is it a twist off?
Oh, no, of course it's a twist off.
Okay, all right. It looked like a flipper. Are we all doing this together?
I'm so excited for this. I can't lie. Oh, Corporate Alex jumped the gun. He already tried his.
Typical. All right, here we go. Oh,
ready. That sounds great.
Who else is having some back there? We're all having Frank's balls right now.
Drank his. Yeah, so me, you, Corporate
You drank
Alex.
your balls.
Oh, yeah.
Frank?
Cheers up.
Why didn't you wait for us?
Oh, I can't wait.
Oh, look at that.
Crypto Joe?
There it is. I got a
Frank?
Cheers.
Joe and I have already had ours.
Yeah, Joe already had his.
Andy can't be bothered.
Can't be bothered. I don't blame her.
I can't wait. They were describing it earlier, and it was a lot of flavors that really sound enticing.
It does smell
You should
like
put
Brazil.
the logo out.
Why? They didn't pay us for this.
It's just,
I did reach
common
out to
courtesy.
them. If anybody from Balls is watching, I hit you guys up on Twitter. Maybe we can get something going here.
Yeah, we'd love to get some more balls here. All right,
It does
here we
smell
go.
a little bit like cream soda.
Yeah, all right. You ready?
Let's do it.
Breaking news. First time drinking Frank's balls.
Oh, wow. I love it.
Very good. Very easy to hold, by the way. Easy to just cup it in your hand.
The ribbed bottle.
Yeah.
Yeah, the ribbed bottle is quite interesting. I mean, it really does. Frank said it tastes like lemon lime combined with cream soda.
It does taste like cream soda.
Ariel, are you going to finish that? Or
You want some?
This man Frank is like, I need another.
I have a big problem with it, though.
it's carbonated.
Frank, no. Your balls here have high fructose corn syrup.
HFC,
I don't like that. I don't like that.
If you don't want to drink
I'm
it, it's
a big
fine.
corn syrup
I'll
hater.
I mean, this.
I thought your
is
balls were
fantastic.
healthier.
And this is great.
All right. Well, enjoy it back there. Try not to burp too much.
Yeah.
Back to the actual question. I love you, Cheeto. I hate your idea. I'm just going to be honest. Hate your idea. First of all, Pereira versus Whittaker. Pereira versus Izzy is the fight to make. That's the biggest fight of all these options. You got to make Pereira versus Izzy. Off the bat, it's the rematch. It's the quadrilogy, right? This is the quadrilogy. It's another
Quadrilogy.
By the way, someone on the show on Monday said quadrilogy in passing. Was it Saif Saud?
I thought Brandon called it that.
Well,
I
Brandon
did
was
also.
on the show on Monday.
I watched UFC Countdown, and every single time they referred to it, they said quadrilogy. So
Yeah.
looks like we were on the right side of the history.
Hate to say we told you so. So you got to do Alex versus Izzy. You do Alex versus Whittaker. Now all of a sudden you're potentially ruining the Pereira versus Izzy fight. Izzy going up to 205? Why would he do that? He needs to get his belt back. First time up at 205 wasn't great. I know it's a different style matchup. Don't love that. The fights to make it's very easy. Alex versus Izzy, Jamahal versus Yuri. Now, here's the big question. If Yuri isn't ready, now you have a question. Either Jamahal waits, which, he just fought. It's not like he has to fight in March or April. He could, if it's truly July, August, if that's truly the comeback, here comes the burping, Frank. It's a problem.
Oh, man.
It's either Anthony Smith, Magomed, or Rakic, right? And we debated this on Monday. I'm down with Anthony Smith. I'm down. I guess you'd have to rank him Smith, Magomed, Jan, or Magomed, Smith, Jan. And there's no perfect answer. Smith's coming off a loss. He missed weight on Friday when he was the backup fighter. Magomed got his opportunity, fought to a draw. Jan got his opportunity, fought. There's no right answer. The biggest fight probably of the bunch is Smith versus Jamahal. Oh, by the way, they just trained together. Oh, by the way, they were supposed to fight in March. So, love you, Cheeto, but don't love the idea. Big money. Hi, Ariel. Still processing the Bills' loss and coming to the realization that our season is over. I'll never get used to the painful feeling of defeat, especially when it seemed so promising that we'd get a fairy tale ending to the chaos/drama of this past year. That being said, I hope we can all look forward to better times and Frank jumping through a table one day. I agree. Amen, big money. I'm still very sad. I was talking to my members of my family, my brothers, cousins yesterday. They're all big Cowboys fans, and they were also upset about the Cowboys and to their season. And I told them, like, you guys were playing with house money. Like, no one thought you were winning. Sure, maybe you had a chance to make it to the conference championship. You were not real contenders. I'm sorry. You were never contenders. We were the Super Bowl favorites from the preseason up until now. We're at home. We're in the snow. Mahomes is injured. You know, everything is working in our favor. They're banged up. Their O-line is depleted, and they didn't show up. It was probably the worst game that I've seen them play in 2 years. All three of their losses in the regular season were all very close. I mean, within a point or two, right? The Jets game, the Dolphins game in September, and then the Vikings one was just the craziest one in overtime. They did not show up. To not even show up and get punched in the mouth off the bat is inexcusable. And that's why I feel like something has to happen. I know everyone loves Leslie Frazier, but I mean, this is 2 years in a row now where the defense crumbles. That's an issue. What happens to Ken Dorsey? He probably gets another shot. I mean, I could talk about this for 3 hours. I'm not going to bore you, but to go back to your point, yeah, it sucks. I just want to see one. We all just want to see one. We all just want to know what it feels like to see one, and I believe that fan base really deserves it. Can I just say one more thing? I don't know. Like I've told you guys, I could tell you about the Bills roster all day long. I don't really, I know the big dogs. I know the big names. Who is this jabron, Eli Apple? I mean, who is this guy with his tweets? How, like, if you're a Bengals fan and you like this guy, I question you. You can't seriously like this guy. Like, I know you're supposed to like your guys. I know you're supposed to support your team. This guy is a clown. What an absolute clown on Twitter. He's not even that good. Didn't he get cooked in the Super Bowl last year after talking all this shit and making fun of DeMar Hamlin and the Diggs? I mean, Stephon Diggs is 1,000 times better at his position than Eli Apple will ever be. Like, what did he do? What a clown, this guy. I mean, you can't truly like him. Are you a fan of his, GC? You like Eli Apple?
I mean, I'm not going to like list him in my top 50 favorite players. No.
He's a loser. I mean, what is this guy?
Kind of nothing to me. Like, are you just now learning about Eli Apple? Do you not remember him on the Giants? The whole, deal there. Like, this is what he's always been like.
Oh, I no. I guess I mean
Eli Apple.
Who the fuck is Eli Apple? And
I can't believe you're just now hearing about him.
I mean, he's talking all this shit on Twitter, retweeting all this shit.
Yes, this is Eli Apple.
What a loser. Is he even a Pro Bowler? Like, is he even good? Who is this guy?
I mean, he's all right.
Was he on the boat?
All right. I mean, he got cut. I don't know if he was on the boat.
Yeah. Anyway, let me just say this, and I'm not that type. Bengals better pray that they win this Super Bowl. All that shit talking, all that whining. Oh, they booked it in Atlanta. Oh, we'll see you in Atlanta. Blah, blah. Y'all better fucking hope that you win this Super Bowl because it's been a lot of shit talking. I mean, I never thought I would root for the Chiefs, but here I am rooting for the Chiefs. By the way, did you know, GC, that they like to chant "Who Dey" because they win so much and so they can't find someone who actually beats them? So they're asking everyone, "Who Dey, who Dey, who's going to beat us?" Meanwhile, they've never won any big games. Did you know that? It's a weird thing. Anyway.
All I do have to say about that is the Bills have never won a Super Bowl either.
Of course, but we don't go around chanting "Who Dey."
Yeah.
We're fucking humble and hungry. I mean, we're as humble as it gets. We go and donate to your charity when we feel bad. Like, Tua, you get hurt, let's go donate to your charity. You're not seriously comparing the two, right? I'm not saying that we're better because we've never won and they've never won, but we don't have our identity isn't based off of no one can beat us. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like the Chiefs can
I don't
say
think
that
the Bengals' whole identity is based off.
Their whole identity is "Who Dey." That is their whole identity. Like,
it's just like something they say,
"Who Dey Nation." You sitting back there with your fucking "Who Dey Nation." Oh, "Who Dey Nation." What does that even mean?
I mean, no one circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, we fight, we come back, we get punched, and we come back. And guess what? We'll be back next year. Mark my words.
I feel like some people circle the wagons better.
Like who?
I mean,
Who?
Chiefs.
What
I
is
guess
it?
the Bengals too.
Do they? How many Super Bowls have they been to?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
1, 2.
Yeah. How many have we been to? 4 straight, baby.
We're not counting how many Super Bowls we've been to. It's how many we've won.
Nah, I mean, if we're gonna do a battle
I've got
of the loser,
0. You've got 0. Bengals got 0.
I'm not going to
We're
be
all
like other
losers.
people in this company laughing at you for being a Falcons fan. But if you're coming at, 28-3, let's
Which is worse? 28-3 or 4 straight Super Bowl losses?
4 straight Super Bowl losses is an incredible feat. Like anyone mocking the Bills for losing 4 straight, like yes, there is something to that. You also have to make it to 4 straight. Like you don't just get a free pass to the Super Bowl.
I'm talking about heartbreaking ranking in terms of heartbreak. Like going to 4 straight Super Bowls and not winning a single one is heartbreaking.
Is heartbreaking,
Being
but
up 28-3 and losing
is an epic choke
heartbreaking.
job.
Yeah, it was heartbreaking.
That, like,
Actually heartbroken.
Here-
I've never had a feeling like that in my life for like 2 weeks afterward. It was like disbelief.
I mean, the closest that I felt to that recently is the 13 seconds where you think you have something and it gets taken away.
Yes.
This on a much bigger scale and obviously a much bigger, margin, right, in between winning and losing. But I will go to my grave and say, yes, it sucks to lose those 4 straight, but I will also say they made it to 4 straight. Like that has never happened.
I mean, you were like conscious. Like you were like 10, 12 years old when that was happening, no?
yes, of course. I cried.
You remember it, yeah.
Yeah.
You know how heartbreaking it was.
I know how heartbreaking it was, 100%, but I also know how good those teams were, and I know how hard it is to make it to 4, let alone 3, let alone 2, let alone 1, right? So I find it funny when people use that as like, okay. And by the way, what does this year's team have anything to do with the 4 straight? Those dudes.
I'm really just talking about in terms of
Houday?
heartbreakingness. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Houday.
Mahude. Anyway, we went too far on this. My question to you and the gang is, how do each of you deal with huge disappointment in sports? And is it more difficult when a favorite team, NFL, NBA, MLB, or individual MMA, boxing, comes up short? Thanks and go Bills. Well, I can answer this first. Obviously, I have a different connection to the sports teams than I do the fighters, right? Because the fighters, I'm covering them. I mean, I have connections to them, but it's different. The sports teams, I was actually trying to explain this to my wife because even though I've known her since I was 12 and she has, been friends with me or, we've been together for a lot of these moments, she still doesn't quite understand why I care so much or, over time she's like, this is just so crazy that you care so much. Like I get it when you were 14. Why do you care so much now? And I tried to explain, and I don't even know if I could do a good job of explaining it. It's a community. It's something you believe in. It's an escape. It's something that like you have your day-to-day life, you have your ups, your downs, your worries, your stresses, all that stuff. The sports team is that escape, right? And so you love them and your heart is attached to them in a different way than almost anything else. And it's like this obsession that you have to seeing them prevail and to saying like, we're number one. We have come out on top. And as the years go by and they don't come out on top, I believe that desire becomes greater and greater. Now, when I was a kid, when I was in high school, I used to get very emotional when the Knicks or Bills would lose. Bills were, I was younger, right? So it was like 90 to 94. And then like the Bills took the baton. Well, 93 was heartbreaking. 92 was the first time I cried when the Bulls beat them in 7 games in the second round. 93 was tough because we were up 2-0. 94 was tough. It was game 7, NBA finals. And I don't know what it was, but I had this intense passion and I'd go to school and there was one time, not proud to say this, Knicks, Pacers, 10th grade, they lose to the Pacers. So this is 98. And I was at school the next day and someone was like, how about them Knicks? And I took the kid's head and I smashed it into the locker. I was like, don't you talk about my Knicks. I mean, I was a crazy kid. And that's why, like when the Sean Stricklands of the world. Yes, is that bad?
It's not bad. I mean, let it all out, man.
Yeah, so when the Sean Strickland's like, oh, you've never been in a fight. Trust me, I've been in some fights over stupid things. Point is, I've always taken it harder. I was talking to my nephew who's a big Cowboys fan, and he was distraught over their loss, and I felt like I was talking to myself 30 years ago. So, we just care. I don't know. But I have a connection with those teams, in particular the Knicks and Bills, because they remind me of my youth, and I've been cheering for them for so long. The fighters are different because they're individuals and we cover them, so it's a little bit different. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I could answer for Connor.
Go ahead.
So on Saturday when we were here for the watch party, I took a little break before the main card to go to the kitchenette
Yes.
And I'm reflecting because Vox had just made some tough decisions the day before, and I'm like, man, this place is kind of empty. And then all of a sudden I hear some slamming and some yelling from a part of the office that I never ventured to. And I literally was like, what's going on here? And I wanted to say, like, hello, I'm worried that there's an employee. I don't know. I go, and it's Connor, very upset that the Parlay Pals just lost, but didn't know anyone was around. So he just kind of let it all out. And
what was he saying?
It wasn't what he was saying.
What was I saying? Fuck.
Probably
Damn
over and
it.
over again.
Shit.
The
That's what
abruptness.
I will also say this isn't about a fighter losing. It's about me losing.
Yeah, it's
like
different.
4 bets at one time. This is easy. It's team sport. It's everything you just said. It's like the community around it. Like you've been there since day one with them. Like it's no doubt team sports.
100%. It's a different connection, right?
Yeah, 1,000%. I will. No fighter, my fandom for a fighter could never even compare to my fandom for Georgia football.
Right.
Ever.
I mean, it's like it's your youth, it's your parents, it's your friend. It's just a different connection. It's just a totally different connection. I just want one. Just give me one.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Hello,
I
Eric.
feel like hi everybody. I was about to say I feel like this is because your franchises have been so tortured. I feel like if you were able to get over the hump, it might mellow that out a little bit. Maybe no smashing heads into lockers and things like that.
Was that a weird thing to admit?
Yeah, probably.
I mean,
we're all letting it out here.
I mean,
Once you get one,
I was
I'm not
like
gonna lie.
14.
It
Yes.
feels like the fandom decreases a little bit.
It's not even that. It's just that it's like house money. Like
No, I think
the
it is
Cavs-
that. Like I care so much less now that Georgia
Oh,
went
okay.
back to back. Like I'm not
Fair
looking
enough.
at recruiting pages anymore. Like I'm just like, just got to trust them. They'll do what they do. They've paid their debts to me.
I couldn't agree more. If like when the Cavs won, you can't say that it still means as much. You got it.
Oh, it means just as much, in my opinion. But
Oh, come on.
it's,
you got it.
No,
Year
it means,
after,
it means
you
just
think the
as
year
much.
after it did?
100%. I wanted to win that second title the year after too, but when you lose, it doesn't hurt as bad. That's all. It's not that it doesn't mean as much to want to win. It just doesn't hurt as bad. That title, I can coast on that forever now. Like I'm good.
Forever.
I'm good.
Forever. We did
Feels
the back
great.
to back for Georgia football. I'm done.
I just
Yeah, I
want
think
one.
I think if you can get out of the doghouse, you'll be good. You just need one. You just need
want
one.
I just want one. Why am I having trouble with this? What's going
Show
on?
me your left hand.
You're all right. You still recovering
Here we
from Frank's balls, or you?
I don't know.
What's going on?
I mean, we've touched a lot of nerves here right off the top when we're talking about my teams. I'm sad, this and that, lockers, all kinds of stuff.
Big Knicks win over the Cavs last night, though.
Listen, I didn't want to bring it up. I'm not that kind of guy. See, I'm not that kind. I don't rub it in. All the people that were talking shit to me about like the Dolphins in week 3, you know what I did? I texted all of them, said, respect, see you next year. You guys are great. I'm not that guy. I'm not a schadenfreude kind of guy. What is the word?
I'll do it for you. It was a nice win in the Garden.
I'm just not that. It's
Big game from Julius Randle. I loved it.
class. Sunny Chung. Yo, Ariel, with the announcement of John Jones returning, can we get a promo? See, now I'm on. What's going on? Can we get a promo for newer fans as to his claim for GOAT status? In my opinion, he should be number 1 on the pound for pound list. And newer fans may not even understand why. Maybe New York Rick can tag in for this too. Thanks for all that you do. To be honest, I feel like New York Rick is the one who should deliver this message. He shouldn't be. By the way, I don't think Sonny is saying that John Jones should be number 1 right now. I think he's saying all time, right? Is that what he's saying?
I think are we talking GOAT or pound for pound? Because
That's the thing. He said GOAT and then he said pound for pound. He can't be pound for pound number 1 right now. You agree with that, right?
He cannot. We haven't seen it. We need to see him fight for that.
My rule, by the way, with the rankings, any rankings, pound for pound or not, you have to have fought for, like, if you didn't fight for a year or have a fight booked within that year, you're out of the rankings. For example, as of like a day or so ago, 2 days or so ago, Francis Ngannou is out of the rankings because he didn't fight within a year, right? His last fight was like the 23rd of last year or something, 24th, something like that. And he didn't have a fight booked. If Francis Ngannou had a fight booked in December to come back in March or even in January, he's still in my rankings. That's my fictitious, rule that I made up in my mind. So for John Jones, his last fight was February of 2020. He's he's ineligible. Now, when he comes back, even though he has a fight booked because it's been that long, he comes back like the moment he fights, March 4th, he wins that fight, he's back in there, baby. Like, and I mean, especially if he wins. I have always said this. I wonder if New York Rick agrees with me. I have two lists. The lists are as such. There's the pound for pound list with no restrictions, and then there's the pound for pound list that excludes those that have had a PED, infraction or 2 or 3, right? So if that list doesn't, like, if we're not doing that, if there are no restrictions, there's no asterisks, whatever, he's number one. I don't know how anyone could argue that. The resume is unmatched. The winning streak is unmatched. The quality of opponents is unmatched, right? Especially early on. The Murderers Row, the legends that he beat, who are still all very much in their prime, unmatched. If we're going with, all right, anyone who has tested positive or failed, whatever, not included, then he obviously can't be in because he had a couple of infractions there. Do you agree with that?
I do not have two lists, but I do not begrudge anybody who would. It just comes from the foundation that I assume everybody is always cheating in all sports, and do not give anybody grief for cheating, nor assume anybody is innocent. I assume everybody is guilty. And so therefore I have one list, and Jon Jones is at the very top of that list because of all the reasons you mentioned.
Yeah. I mean, I don't, and look, it's a big freaking deal. Not only is it a big deal that he's coming back, if he was coming back to fight any light heavyweight, it would be a big deal. He's coming back to fight at heavyweight, which is something that we have been saying for a long time that we wanted to see him do, right? We felt like he accomplished everything that he could accomplish at 205. It felt like he was lacking motivation, felt like he was maybe fighting down a little bit to the competition, felt like he wasn't putting out the best version of himself. And by the way, that could just be, father time, right? You get older, you slow down. But I think we all wanted to see him just once at least test himself. GSP did it. That was cool. Anderson did it. That was cool. We've seen DJ fight. Most, at 35, most of the best have at least tested the waters. I know there's some exceptions to those rules, like, the Khabibs of the world never went up, but he obviously didn't have the longevity. He had the winning streak. He had the incredible record, but not the longevity. At this point, I think we had all seen the 205 story. We wanted to see a new story, and that's what makes this so exciting. He's fighting a young, hungry, incredibly talented fighter, someone who is very much in his prime. So let's see. This is a big deal and a big shot in the arm, I think, to the UFC, especially if he finds success, right? If he wins that belt and goes on another run amazingly, it's going to be tough at heavyweight. This is not going to be easy. I mean, that's a gigantic story. Ryan follows up with, hello, Ariel, longtime follower, first time with a question to ask. I'm curious where you think Jon Jones lands on the pound-for-pound list if he wins his heavyweight debut. As a kicker, how will the result of the Islam Volkanovski fight affect Jon Jones's pound-for-pound ranking? Thanks, and keep up the great work. Yeah, I mean, if Volk wins, I have him number one now. If he wins, it's like a no-brainer. If Islam wins, yeah, there's a strong case to be made. Right now, I have it Volk, Leon, Islam, because I think Leon has obviously fought some tougher guys as of late, and then you beat Kamaru, who was number one. That should put you in prime position. It's all very debatable. If Islam wins, you can make an even stronger case for him being 2 or 1. And if Jon wins, yeah, I think, New York Rick, if Jon wins, where do you put him? You put him back at 1?
No, I don't think you put him at 1, but I think you rank him. I think you should you slide him in there. I think the thing with pound for pound is there needs to be some combination of resume and who you think will win in a fight. If, like, again, we've talked about this before. It's like an MVP debate, right? Everybody has their own criteria. Is it the best resume? Is it the quote unquote best fighter award? Is it who, if all things were equal, if size were no factor, who would win, which is the original kind of conception of pound for pound, right? If weight was equal, who would be the most skilled and who would win? I think ultimately most people arrive at some kind of combination of those things. But yes, I think you'd have to have him in there. Would he jump to number 1? I think it'd be hard. I think because of the lack of activity. But I will say, I think this is all high risk, high reward for Jon Jones in terms of legacy. If he loses, he's only damaging his legacy as somebody who was on this streak. I think this streak means a lot to his legacy. I think there are a lot of holes you can kind of poke in his resume based on recent fights and positive tests, as you pointed to, where the upside here, though, is if he wins, if he all of a sudden becomes a legitimate top-ranked heavyweight, maybe even the champion, it's going to be, he's just distancing himself from everybody even further. In my opinion, he's already the GOAT. but he's distancing himself even further. So the legacy conversation, I think, is the one that has more effect. Will he get ranked pound for pound? I don't think there's a doubt, but I don't know if he'll be number one. I think most people will need to see more.
Yeah, maybe a win over Stipe afterwards. But hard to argue with top 5. You know, I would like to see it. So let's see what happens. March 4th. Dominic. Hello, Ariel. I really want to hear your thoughts on Monday Night Raw's 30-year celebration episode. I thought it was awesome from start to finish. When Undertaker came out, the inner child in me came out too. I was so excited. Can't wait to hear your thoughts. Yes, Undertaker came out to the American Badass, or as the American Badass, I should say, with the American Badass song. Is that song called American Badass? I am American. Yeah, I guess it is. That was cool. Even cooler was the little interaction between him and Bray Wyatt, where he whispered something, kind of felt like the passing of the torch, so to speak. It was good. You know, my main issue with Raw is I just find it too long. 3 hours is just too long. 3 hours every week is too long, in my opinion. I wish they would go back to 2 hours. Number one. Number two, Sami Zayn is the best thing in pro wrestling right now, and it's not even close. He is number one, pound for pound. Sami Zayn, MJF is up there as 1B or 2. But the stuff with Sami Zayn, and can't wait to see how it plays out with the Rumble, and then leading into Montreal, Elimination Chamber, and then, of course, WrestleMania. So the trial of Sami Zayn was great. He is just such an incredible performer. It's really amazing to watch him do his thing, and everyone with the blood. Paul Heyman, incredible. Roman, incredible. Usos, incredible. Solo was great. So that was all great. Cool seeing some of the legends. I wish that, I was listening to Cheap Heat, podcast that I enjoy very much, The Ringers wrestling show, one of their wrestling shows. And they were talking about how, like, having a Hulk Hogan there is great, but wouldn't it have been better if he could rub elbows with a Roman, something, backstage, something. And I agree with that. Maybe using those guys in a bit of a better way. But, they did that with DX and Imperium. I thought it was fine. It was fun. It was fun. It was different. It felt big. It felt special. 3 hours every week, 52 weeks. Hard to feel special all the time. And I thought it felt big and special. So, yeah, I was down, and Rumble's my favorite pay-per-view of the year by far. So, no real complaints. I know everyone loves to bellyache all the time. Do I think the product is as hot as I thought back when I did that promo of, like, you're kidding yourself, blah, blah, blah? No, I don't think so. I think it's cooled off a little bit. The Bray Wyatt thing, I want to see how it plays out. I'm very curious to see what they do with Mania, because I think it's very much up in the air. There's no real clear path. The Brock... How many times are we going to see Brock show up and mess with Bobby Lashley? I feel like I've seen this now 1,000 times. So, solid. Am I going nuts? No. Is it in a good spot for Rumble? Yeah. Hopefully we'll get to some prizes. Cody comes back. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yaron. Ariel, hi. Watching you 10-7 Sean Strickland last week regarding your MMA credentials straight off the cuff and in real time was, as usual, just fantastic content and absolutely bloody chef's kiss perfect. But one thing old skid mark Sean, his words, not mine, got me thinking. He alludes to the boys at the bar watching people get knocked out, like they are the only people watching MMA, or who can be the only true MMA fans. Obviously not true. And I'm wondering how close he actually is or isn't to the mark in terms of his assessment of MMA fans as a homogeneous group. So my question is this: how much do we need to reassess our ideas of who the typical MMA fan is? I'm sure the overall fan base is more diverse, mainly as a function of MMA being such a global sport. But how much more so do you think? Are there any reported figures or studies of MMA fandom that may confirm or deny that theory? For the most part, that we are just a bunch of skid mark Seans. Really hope we aren't. All the best to you and yours, Yaron. Look, you go online, it's a vocal minority. I have met all kinds of people from all walks of life who are MMA fans. I'm not even a sports bar sports watcher. Like, if the Knicks or Bills are in a big game, I'm not going to a sports bar to watch that. I've just never been that guy. So, yeah, he's right to a degree. I'm not sitting at the bar with the boys watching people get knocked out. But I am watching MMA a lot, and I have been watching it since he was in his father's nutsack. All right? I'm sorry for the visual, but it's just the truth. And so, like, this idea that just because I don't, sit around, playing with guns and calling people's names and calling them betas and this and that and waxing poetic. Here's the thing about the Sean Strickland interview. I just want to say, I was approached to have Sean Strickland on. Last time he was on, I thought it was a interesting conversation, but let's be honest, bit of a wild card and likes to go off on these tangents that it's like, yo, man, we're not asking for your take on life. We're not asking for your take on society. Great fighter, but I don't need your take on everything going on. They approached me. I said yes, but I explicitly said I'm not interested in his take on politics, life, this, that. Like, let's keep it to, I'm always happy to go off, off script and whatnot to a degree, but let's, keep it somewhere close to the fairway, right? Isn't that the term? So obviously that didn't happen off the bat. My theory on that is I think he actually gets uncomfortable in interviews and in media settings. And so he tries to hit you with the jab first before you can hit him with the jab, which is just a question. So he tries to quickly start talking about you or ask you questions to avoid having to answer questions. I think that's a classic move. And I think that is what he's doing. And he tries to be outlandish so that we focus on the outlandish comments and not ask him. In reality, I wasn't on to, I didn't have him on to ask him anything controversial or outlandish. He just came off a win, which was impressive, short notice against a really good fighter. But, some people might say, like, how can you let him talk about this or that? I mean, it's just gross and unnecessary. It would affect me more if I respected the source. I don't really care what Sean Strickland thinks about me or my life or my choice or anything like that. So it's like I laugh it off like it's nothing, like it's a fart in the wind. But he was going on and on and on. And then you're here on my show after we just did 3 straight days and like 12 hours or so of content. You're going to say that I don't like MMA or that I'm a fake. Like, get the fuck out of here. Get out of here, man. I mean, really, get out of here. So that was that. But it is important to note, especially in like Dylan 1-2, like I'm not reaching out to these guys. Like, I think some of you think that I'm there on my knees begging these guys to come on. Like, people are asking us, and I'm down for a fun time. Like, you want to get weird, kooky, crazy, cool, but there has to be some sort of line. And I think he crossed it big time. Not that I cared, but it was a nice little 10-7 on the way out, and God bless and good luck. Cooper, hey, Ariel, has there ever been an update on Khamzat Chimaev? A few months ago, it seemed that the Colby Covington fight was trending towards happening, and it feels like all of that has died down. He seems to be bulking up. Is he trending towards 85? It's been a while since he fought, and I'm sure both him and the UFC would like to have a fight scheduled. So what's the holdup? I don't know, to be honest. I'd personally like to see him give 70 one more crack. One more crack. He missed weight big time, but, one more crack. Let's see what happens. Have him get that one fight and have him fight the winner of Usman Edwards. So my perfect world, he fights either Bilal or Colby one more time. And if he has trouble with 70 going into that fight, okay, then we have to reassess. But I would like to see him one more crack. Right now, one more crack. Right now, no real update on what he's doing or when he might be booked. There was some talk of London, not hearing that anymore. So let's see. Excuse me. Thomas. Hello, Ariel. Quick football comment and then an MMA question. As someone who goes to school only an hour from Cincinnati and is a Colts fan, I couldn't agree more. Wow, Thomas, with your take on the Bengals to open up the show on Monday. Wow, how about this timing, guys? I have noticed many so-called Bengals fans pop up in the last 2 years. Oh, yeah. I mean, let's not get started on the 1-15 Marvin Lewis era. I don't understand the Who Dey chant when before last year they hadn't won a playoff game since 1990. Could you imagine? I can't even believe you push back on this, GC. They hadn't won a playoff game since 1990 and they're walking around saying Who Dey. I mean, you'd think that they are undefeated, undisputed. I also don't understand the narrative that they are being discounted. I mean, it's fake and they're trying to create a chip on their shoulder. Listen, whatever works. And by the way, I love Joe Burrow. He's great. I mean, how do you hate that guy? That one clip of him throwing the ball and twirling, but he's not doing this nonsense. It's all the other guys. On to my MMA question.
I do think he started the refund thing.
No, he didn't start it. He said it in the walk-off interview. Yeah. After weeks of them crying about this. I mean, come on. But and it was like I was watching that interview with those
refunds, baby.
Okay, yeah. After weeks of them being like, "Oh, they booked it, neutral site, blah 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 blah." ridiculous, ignoring the fact that we lost out on a chance to be the number 1 seed. We could have been playing the Sad Sack Jaguars at home. You don't think we win that game? Come on. On to my MMA question with Khabib announcing he won't be in Islam's corner in Perth. By the way, big announcement, right? And Islam confirmed it. That's a pretty big deal. Didn't we debate this, whether or not he would be in his corner?
Yeah, I was laughed at and mocked and called a crazy person for even suggesting that.
Wait, by who? Not by us.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Get out of here.
Didn't mock you.
We weren't mocking you. What are you talking about?
I suggested this and it was
this is crazy.
I suggested this and it was like, what? How?
No, dude.
How?
The question was literally posed: will he even be in the arena? I'm the only one that said he'd be in the arena, and I was wrong. Y'all both said no.
Yeah. So aren't I right? I didn't think he was coming. Didn't I say that?
Yeah, after I convinced you.
I thought he'd be there. Honestly.
Yeah, after I convinced both of you. Then you switched your tune.
No, I never switched mine. I thought he would be there, honestly.
No, I'm talking about Hawani. Hawani switched his tune.
This is crazy. Smartly. No,
you stayed in.
Khabib's a man of his word. He's a man of his word, all right? Anyway.
I did say that, you're right.
He's not going to be in the corner. How big of an impact do you think this will have on the fight, as well as the fight line? Has the line moved since that was revealed?
Nah.
Who is the favorite, by the way?
Islam, big time.
Big?
Big, like
How
minus
big?
350.
Thank you for everything you do.
For like plus 280.
Wow. You are an inspiration, Viva Hilwani. I don't think it'll be that big of an impact, right? By the way, he's on his corner. I'm sure he's still coaching him to some degree. And by the way, like Islam, I'm not saying Islam is a finished product, but he's damn near close to a finished product. Like he is who he is. And he's pretty damn amazing and pretty damn dominant. At this point, the ones who are suffering more are the younger guys, right? Like an Usman Nurmagomedov will suffer more, if suffer is even the word. Will miss out on him being there. An Umar or some guy that we don't even know, right? So that's you guys agree with that? Like a guy like Islam is already at the top of the mountain. It's not great, but it's not as bad.
Completely agree. I think also just, Abdulmanap, Khabib, they've created a culture that, they just continue to pass down. So I don't think it's necessarily a thing where like all of a sudden we're going to be looking at a different Islam because of this. I just think, yeah, to your point, it's gonna affect the ones who are less finished, more raw products than Islam. I wouldn't expect it to affect them much, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree. But it's an interesting story. He's still got Javier there and the rest of the crew, so it's an interesting story and a nice little wrinkle. But I don't think it hurts him tremendously, and I don't think it affects the line or anything like that. Colton, hey, Ariel, do you think the winner of Volk Islam determines who's the number 1 contender? Volk Poirier, wait, what do you mean number 1 contender? Volk Poirier might be too good to pass up, and Islam Dariush would be incredible too. I think, like many, that Dariush should be the guy no matter what, but we know that's not how it always works out. What are your thoughts? I mean, there's just so much that needs to happen, right? If Volk wins, does he go back to 45? Does he relinquish that belt? If he does go back to 45, that's going to be more time for the weight class to sort itself out. Dariush is obviously in the mix. Poirier is obviously back in the mix. Gaethje, Fiziev in the mix. So there's a lot of questions. If Islam wins, again, Dariush might even get the shot at this point. The fight's in like 3 weeks. Might as well wait, right? So I think there's a lot that needs to be figured out. And by the way, if Volk wins, maybe they do a rematch. If it's a grave, who knows? But if Volk wins, I think we go in a different direction. Like there's a bunch of different permutations. And then if Islam wins, it's also in a bit of a different direction. Can't wait for it though. King Tyler, hello, REL and crew. He spelled it letter R, letter E, letter L. Pretty cool. I feel the push for double champs, Poatan at light heavyweight, Volk at lightweight, Valentina at bantamweight, Zhang at flyweight may indirectly create more title vacancies. By the way, very strong chance that, except for Volk, obviously, none of those happen. So let's not get too crazy. I digress. Simultaneous double champs have all unceremoniously vacated, forfeited, or lost their lower weight belts. Historically, by the way, I've never really been in favor of it because I like dominant champs and I like to see divisions moving and evolving as opposed to being held up. DC vacated light heavy to focus on heavy. Conor was stripped. Cejudo vacated. On and on it goes. Nunes is the only one to have fought in the lower weight class after winning the second concurrent belt, but she also lost it after gassing out in the first round after fighting up for the previous 2 years. Props to her for definitively earning it back. Do you and the crew think it is just too difficult to manage two weights and compete actively at a world championship level? P.S. I can't believe how much we felt Dana's absence from 283, but it really hurt the fighters and the company more than him. It really feels like the show can't go on without him. I'm not sure, but I feel like our old friend King Tyler is being sarcastic here. Thank you for standing up for what's right. You notice that they have someone else now being trotted out to talk about the slap stuff? That's pretty interesting. Do you guys remember that picture of Dana holding up the tombstone with all the promotions that, you know, they beat? I think it was Affliction, Elite XC, was Strikeforce there, IFL?
Yeah, I seem to recall.
I wonder, do you think he'll hold it up like with like Slap,
Ultimate Surfer,
the Fighters, Zuffa Boxing, perhaps? I don't know. Do you think? I don't know. I wonder. It is tough to go up and down. It is. Not only in MMA, but in boxing too. It is tough. So that's one of the many reasons why. But also, they need title fights, and they need to keep the train rolling along. And so I think that's why they try to avoid it as much as possible. But yes, I do think it is tough, and that's probably one of the many reasons why they only do it when it really, really, really makes sense. At least these days, it feels like. And I wouldn't suggest Poatan go up yet. Obviously, I'd love to see Valentina. It helps when there's not a lot going on in the respective weight classes. Spencer. Not my good friend Spencer. This is Spencer Curtis Inami. Ariel, there's no doubt you're the GOAT of MMA journalism. Thanks. However, I think there is a title that should be yours, which may even be more prestigious. How about this, guys? Often when I watch you orate, I get dazzled by your hands and the enhancement they give to your words. What can the GOAT of hand gesturing share with us about the superior way of speaking? And when did you pick up this talent? How does it play out in your personal conversations? And how can one learn to use their hands as efficiently and effectively as you? Spencer from Japan. Hello, Spencer. So early on in my career, I was actually told to stop using my hands. I use it too much. I was actually told to put my hands in my pocket. Could you believe that? I was also told to change my last name, guys. They told me to go with a different last name. We brainstormed. For a cup of coffee, I was Ariel Jacobs.
Shut up. You're serious.
This is a real story. I never actually did it. We settled because my middle name is Jacob, and I was like, all right, what about Ariel Jacobs? We settled on it. It lasted 10 minutes. But
how much consideration did you put into this to becoming Ariel?
It was
Jacobs?
Like a lunch conversation.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm saying
like
in your brain where you like,
just didn't
Ariel
feel
Jacobs, not bad. Like I kind of
hated it. Didn't feel right.
All right. I was,
but that's the name we settled on. One of the great what ifs. I've used my hands a lot. Always have. Personal life, professional, kid, adult. Some people say it's like an ethnic thing. I don't know. I'm very expressive. I feel like it helps. It helps. Comes across different as it helps, right? This feels big. It feels grandiose. You are connected to it. You are inspired by it. So I don't know. It's just one of those things. But yes, I have been told that I do it. And there was a period where I was told I would do it too much and I should stop doing it. Guess what? Not happening. Sam, hi, Ariel. Last week you said you would want to see Sage Northcutt on the One Denver card, and a few days later it was announced. Coincidence? Let's test it out. Please say the following. I, Ariel Helwani, want to see Rotang versus Suparlik for the belt. They are arguably the two best Muay Thai fighters on the planet right now. Cheers to you and the crew. Here's the thing, Sam, that you need to know. Very few things said on this show are a coincidence when they come to fruition, right? Maybe we hear things. Maybe it's with some knowledge. Maybe it's an educated guess. But it's very, very rarely a coincidence. You catch my drift? I did this recently with something else. What did I do? I wanted to see something, and then it came to fruition. I don't remember. But yes, good to see Sage back. We're going to have him on the show today. No soup for you. Hi, lads. You say ask anything, so here's one. As always, I keep it 100. Hope moderator Lewis doesn't skip this one because it's not a softball. Ooh, baby. What do you make of DC promoting the Slap League? How is he not embarrassed? Oh, this is a good one. So there was a video of DC, I think it came out last Wednesday when they were going really hard with all the famous people trying to, promote it, if you want to call it that. What I had heard was, Dana was reaching out to a lot of people to get the word out, famous friends and whatnot. And I saw DC getting a lot of shit for it. And guess what? I even gave him shit for it. Here's the thing. As you could tell, he was already in Brazil when that video came out. And clearly in the video, he's not in Brazil. So he was at the taping. The stuff that you're seeing now was taped several months ago. He was there. I think it was around the fight week when they did it. So he was there and he watched it and they filmed him. He didn't know that this would come out after a Dana White incident. Like I saw some people saying, how dare you, this and that. Like this was taped months ago. So I do think it is important to say that and to, to say that on his behalf. It was way before any of the Dana stuff came out. Is DC a company guy? Yeah, of course. He's always been a company guy, and that's why the company loves him. But, they talked about the Dana thing on his show and all that stuff. He was there. They asked him for 20 seconds. I didn't really think that much of it, if I'm being honest. It's the ones who were doing it after the fact that are worse. But if you look at the clip, he clearly states, I think he says, I just watched it or something like that. So it's well before. Now, does that completely defend him? No, it's not, it's not great theater. It's not sport. It's bottom of the, of the barrel stuff. It's really low rent. I mean, I can't say enough about how bad it is. He's there. He works for the UFC. Hey, DC gives a couple words. Most people, I think, in his position would do that. So now if it was after the fact, if this is being taped after the incident, way worse, but it wasn't. So important to note that. I still maintain, by the way, I don't think this is a poor reflection on Dana, the UFC, whatever. I still maintain the ones who look the worst in all of this are the commissions, and in particular in Nevada, the officials, both the ones working for Nevada and the UFC, who are attaching themselves to this. Because to me, you're losing a lot of credibility, if not all of it, if you are saying that this is something that is worthy of your time, that you want to be a part of, anything like that. Because again, if the UFC, if Zuffa wasn't involved, there's no chance Nevada is sanctioning it. And I don't care. You're going to sit here and tell me, oh, it's because they're involved. We feel better about it. It's safer. Hogwash. You don't sanction BKFC. You sanction this. Explain yourself. You can't. Using MMA referees and MMA officials, ridiculous. The whole thing is ridiculous. They don't look like athletes. They don't behave like athletes. They don't get paid like athletes. I mean, what are we talking about here? And the rating was abysmal. The rating will most likely go down. You see that it's not being promoted as much on AEW. You see Dana's name not being attached to it as much. I don't know who sits there. Here's the thing. Slap is something you open your phone, you see it for 10 seconds, you swipe, you go to the next thing. It's not a show. It's not a league. It comes across as a bunch of older, out-of-touch guys saw this on an Instagram reel or TikTok and were like, oh, let's make this into the thing. And they're using the same playbook that they used 15 years ago with The Ultimate Fighter, and they're trying to do it all over again. It ain't going to work. There's no appetite for it. It should have just been an online thing, to be honest, and leave it at that. But hey, they've got resources and money, and it's worth taking a stab, I guess, to try to own another sport, but this will not last. Everyone could calm down. It's not going to last. Does it last the season? Great. Does it come back? I mean, maybe they'll convince someone to bring it back, but this is not a thing. So I don't think everyone has to be worried about it. What we should be worried about are the repercussions to these human beings that are being slapped with no defense involved. Explain that to me, Nevada. How could you be okay with this? There's no defense involved. The whole point of this whole fight game is to hit and not get hit. That's the whole point. You're standing there. And save oh, we're catching them, stop it. It's a human car crash. That's what we're watching. Low rent. And yeah, I agree with Luke Rockhold. It being associated with the UFC in any way, the cream of the crop, the number one MMA promotion on the planet, on the social feeds, on the broad, all that is indefensible. Lloyd, good day, Ariel. What do you make of Eric Spicely's claim? Oh, how about this? He was, by the way, I don't read the questions before, so I apologize if sometimes I'm overlapping. He was offered the chance to take part in the power slap, and him claiming the pay was $2K and $2K. How about that? $2K and $2K to get slapped. I mean, 2K for that? I don't even know how you win the damn thing. The power slap thing is such a bin fire, and it's really only quote unquote good now for 10 to 15 second clips of people giving each other brain damage. Big love from Sleepy Suffolk, England. Lloyd. Suffolk. I think Real Sports did a story on slap, and I think that was fascinating. I think it was Real Sports that did it. Because, like, who are these people, right? Why would you sign up for this? And why is it so popular in Eastern Europe? And so that to me is interesting. Like a news story on this, an investigation on this, interesting. But to try to make this into a league or anything like that is ridiculous. And 2K is even crazier. Quick fire ones. Jack Attack. Ariel, hope you're well. Any update on Eddie Alvarez? Yes, I think we'll get one soon. He's out there. He's talking some potential deals. I think we'll get one in the next month or two. Stay tuned. Raiden, hello and good day, Ariel. What are your thoughts on Juliana Pena and her logic on a trilogy fight with Amanda? Don't hate it. Same way I never hated the idea of Matt Serra fighting GSP for a third time. Don't hate it. They probably go with Aldana, someone fresh, get a win. You're right back in there. There aren't a lot of options at 35. Patrick, favorite segment of the week. 2 quick questions. Ariel, who can we expect as the next guest for Ariel Meets for BT Sport? Oh, baby. 2 big ones scheduled for this week in San Antonio. Stay tuned. 2 gigantic ones. One even mentioned earlier today on the program. Stay tuned. Actually, both. GC, how about some picks for the NFC/AFC championship game? Hit us.
Let's go Chiefs, and we'll go with Niners upsetting the Eagles.
Thank you. I would like to think the Chiefs pick was a show of solidarity.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
It all really depends on Patrick Mahomes.
Niners, huh? Wow. That is a bold one. Brock Purdy. I'm going to go with the Eagles Chiefs. Now, that's with my heart. I think there's a very good chance the Bengals beat the Chiefs. I feel Eagles are a shoe-in.
Shoe-in, really?
Yeah, I mean, Niners could hardly beat the Cowboys. Talk about a sad sack franchise. Did you, by the way, see that tweet?
That's pretty good.
Did we? Oh, I sent it to you guys. The tweet, the Cowboys Twitter account completely crapping all over Dak Prescott. What was up with that?
Yeah, it was like I guess it was like an article that a writer wrote.
Yeah, no, but geez Louise, like they highlighted this really mean sentence about him. Never seen that happen. Jake, big fan. Quick hitter for Mysterious Frank. Can we please get the video included with the audio on Spotify? Keep up the great work. What do you say, Frank?
I mean, not really my call, but if that's what we want to do, sure.
I mean, this young man seems to think it is your call.
Unfortunately, it's not. The deliverable I produce is audio only.
All right. Not a bad idea, though. I don't hate it. We used to have it on iTunes before it was Apple Podcast. We used to have the video with the beat, MAR. Andrew from Alaska. Hi, Ariel. During the post-pay-per-view press conference, the reported attendance was only 13,000, while the venue has a capacity of 18,000. There was no mention of their sellout streak. Is the sellout streak over for the UFC? I thought it was over the summer when we heard that there were empty seats in San Diego, but I don't know. I don't watch it that closely. I never really thought. To me, it was sort of like the 93,000 at the Pontiac Silverdome. Like it's a little bit of kayfabe involved there, you know? But yeah, disappointing crowd in Brazil. Was expecting a little more oomph. Manji, hi Ariel. Out of GC, Eric, and you, who do you think has the most down the middle view of the sport? In my opinion, it's New York Rick. I feel like his opinions are void from what he feels about a certain fight or a situation. Not saying you and GC are not, but if we're talking about most down the middle, quote unquote, I would give it to New York Rick. Love the 3 of you bickering over parlays like old men. Keep up the great work. Can I say something, by the way? Is New York Rick there?
Naturally.
There's something going on here. I don't know if you probably do notice this because I think early on, like there was a bit of a chip. There's a massive babyface turn happening right now involving you. Have you noticed this?
I have not.
Oh yeah,
I still get the same hate all the time.
There's been
so you're breaking news to me.
I've seen a lot of people be like, essentially what Manji is saying here. The takes are on point. They're down the middle. They're void of any emotion or bias or anything like that. I feel and have seen a lot less criticism, hate, whatever you want to call it, of you. I feel like not to say like GC's still top baby face. People love him. I think Frank, people love to hate him. I mean, it's a perfect thing.
People love to hate Frank?
Okay.
People love Frank.
They love Frank
People
as
love
well.
Frank the most of anyone, man.
Yeah.
But I feel like
I have not noticed, I will say.
All right.
I mean, I appreciate this person's comment. I agree with them, obviously. My level-headed take on their level-headed take about my level-headed takes is that they're correct. But I get just as many trolls telling me I'm the worst piece of human garbage that's ever lived. So
really,
I see it all.
Wow,
yeah, happens all the time. I've got very specific trolls. They really love to put me in my place. It's sweet actually that they think about me so much. I like it.
No. See, don't even lean into this because it's a real thing happening here. And for the record, I mean, here's Manji backing it up.
I think so too.
Thank you, Manji.
Especially the no emotion thing.
Yeah. Oh, it's fair. My favorite is when like we get a big guest, like a real big exclusive, and we say like, let's go to New York Creek first take, and he shits all over him. I mean, that's perfect.
We have to address this because you've been pushing this narrative.
It's twice.
Manji, this one's for you. Manji, this one's for you. To say Francis Ngannou has one title defense is an objective fact.
I mean,
that's not shitting on anybody. You were making the case that he had the momentum of Conor McGregor, who was a double champion. Unfortunately, that is not the case. That is not true. He does not have the momentum. He is not a long tenured champion. He has one title defense. Is he the best heavyweight on the planet? In my opinion, I think he is. Does he have the world at his fingertips right now? In my opinion, he does. But we are not going to pretend that he is in the same position that Conor McGregor was in. Now,
I mean, I don't think
to the
anyone
next
said that,
one,
but fair. All right.
Luke Rockhold.
Oh yeah, it was Rockhold.
Many years of losses and many years of saying that he was moments away from winning those fights and not taking accountability for them. I think Luke Rockhold has a lot of interesting fights left in his career. I think there's a lot of opportunities out there that are outside the UFC for him, but there needs to be an accountability for like just understanding where he is in his career.
I will say that you're
not shitting on anybody.
Your Francis take propelled a heel turn of one Troy Farkas.
Yes,
I mean, that was legendary stuff by Troy.
Well, Troy Farkas, super producer Troy, goes out to say Francis Ngannou is not that good, which was not anything I had ever said.
I would ever say.
Mad hate. Like I was scrolling through the replies. I was like, wow, this is pretty ruthless.
Hey guys, by the way, Frank, some breaking news.
Hit us.
I see here Alex Pereira writing to Jamahal Hill, I heard Prochaska is injured. What about knocking me out? Someone just sent me that in his comments.
I'm in.
And I'll just say this. A member of his team just sent me a text saying, hey, can you ask Jamahal if he would fight Pereira?
Let's go.
Something's going on.
You'd
rather see Pereira? You'd rather see Pereira versus Jamahal Hill than Pereira Izzy 2 or 4?
I wouldn't. But there's something that's making me think. I mean, just yesterday we had an article from the Brazilian Beast at MMA Fighting where Alex was essentially saying it's going to be Izzy or it's going to be Robert Whittaker. But something seems to be pulling him in the direction of light heavyweight. So I ain't mad at it. I'd be all in.
There's a great story.
Probably not.
There is a great story. You know, him avenging Glover's loss, right?
Yeah, and being a double champion after 5 UFC fights.
Legendary.
I'm doubtful the UFC gets on board with this, though. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Me too.
I just don't feel. I don't feel like you pull the champion who just captured the belt, no title defenses, and go put him up against the champion who just captured the belt with no title defenses. It just doesn't feel like the right time.
There was a period where it was like, you know, champions were moving up and down all over.
You want a double champ? Yeah. You want a double champ? It was.
And now, and I think they tried to be like, all right, enough of this crap. Let's hold everyone's horses here. All right, so let's see. Just a couple more left, and then we'll be joined by the great Oscar De La Hoya. Christian, hey, Ariel, does it ever truly bother you when fighters, managers, or promoters complain about MMA journalism? Just seeing tweets from people like Ali and Josh Thompson. Wow, what a duo. And it cracks me up that you somehow find a way to ruffle everyone's feathers by simply interviewing fighters and covering important issues. Why? Josh Thompson talking shit? He talking shit lately? Anyone see that?
Is he ever not? I don't know. I haven't seen anything specific.
I have not, but I think I muted him a long time ago, so it's kind of like into the void. Anyway, I'm sure athletes from other sports have their issues with journalists who cover them, but I can't help but feel that MMA is filled with very sensitive individuals. You don't say. Thanks for always putting out the best MMA show out there. Tough people, sensitive people. I saw Ali's tweet about, you know, I wish that fighters would go on shows hosted by fellow fighters and whatnot. I saw people saying that was a shot at me. Maybe in his mind it was a shot at me. It's not like I'm out there saying no one can talk to anyone else. I mean, that would be kind of silly. I would like to talk to people. If they don't want to talk, all good. I don't want them to just talk to us. They can talk to whomever they want. So there's a different connection when you're talking to a fellow athlete, a fellow fighter, than you're talking to me. I would also argue that maybe I know how to do an interview a little bit different than, like, there's different avenues, different lanes, different strokes, different folks. So I don't care. They can, by the way, they can in turn say, oh, you tell us, how to run our career or how to manage. Like, I'm sitting here talking about promoting fights. I'm not a quote unquote promoter. Whatever. It's all good. I don't get riled up over these things. Truly. I think by now we've proven that we could do a show with guests and without guests. So it's, that's just this particular show. But, it don't bother me. They may think it does, but it don't. It only bothers me when they lie, as we've already established. Connor. Hi, Ariel. Connor from Canada. As someone with aspirations to move to another country, who also faces some anxiety when it comes to meeting/talking to new people, what was it like moving to a new country when you first started out working? Could you tell us some of the struggles you had moving to a new country for work and also advice you may have? Well, Connor, when I first moved to America, it wasn't to work. It was to go to school. And I was always a nervous kid. I was always an anxious kid. But when I moved to Syracuse, to go to Syracuse University in 2001, so I was 19, just turned 19 in July, moved in September, August. So it was like really fresh 19-year-old. My anxiety and my like it all amplified times 100. I had never felt anything like that before. I've told the story of waiting till 2 a.m., 3 a.m. just to go brush my teeth in the freshman dorm. I went to the same place just because it was the closest and the easiest to get to eat dinner for 7 straight days. The first week that I was there, I went to Sbarro. I remember eating in the cafeteria. I would eat like super fast. I'd have a slice of pizza or two. I remember watching on TV that Aaliyah had died in a plane crash. I'll always remember that. I used to eat Blue Diamond almonds for dinner because I didn't want to go down to the cafeteria to get food, or I would get the food and run upstairs. It just, for some reason, I was very socially anxious. I was very nervous. I put a lot of pressure on myself. I was very homesick. I missed my friends. I missed my family. And so it exasperated a lot of my anxiety, and it's really like the toughest 3 years of my life so far. I felt depressed. I felt alone. I felt anxious, all these things. And I felt relieved when it was over. And I'm thankful for the experience, but I felt relieved. So what I would say is, like, sometimes these things happen and sometimes you have to battle through it. And it's okay to be alone, and it's okay to, not want to interact with people. Like, you don't necessarily have to fight that. You can embrace it and find things that make you happy that you could do on your own. I would, watch TV, obviously watch sports. I would watch a lot of pro wrestling. I would watch a lot of UFC. I would order all the pay-per-views. Like, that was my thing, and that was my escape. And that's why I love sports so much, because it gave me that escape. Knicks, etc. So find your thing. Find the thing that makes you happy. Find the escape. And over time, you will find people who you have a connection with, and maybe you have to get over that hump, get over that chapter, and then you move on to the next. And once I moved to New York to start working, I was fine. And even in class, and I was in broadcasting, so I would have to speak in front of people and I would have to go out in the field. The anxiety never got to me there. It was only in social settings that it really, it really deterred me from going out there and talking and interacting to people. And I had situations, I had opportunities, and I just kind of effed them all up, to be honest, because of my nervousness, my anxiety, whatever you want to call it. But it's okay. Everything worked out. And so recognize that everything will work out. Recognize that there are moments and periods in your life where it might be tough, but then you'll get over it. And there'll always be better days ahead. The clouds will open up. Don't let it affect you too much. Don't feel sorry for yourself. Don't lick your wounds. Find the things that make you happy. Try your best to put yourself out there. Try your best to go to a group, like let's say you're into like some sort of club or something like that. Like, try your best. And then in time, you'll meet people. But better days are ahead. Mama told me there'd be days like this. I always remind myself of that. So the storm will pass. The storm will pass. The clouds will pass. You just have to believe in that. And trust me, in the moment, it feels like they'll never pass, but they will. If you do your best, if you work out, if you go for a walk, if you go for a run, if you lift some weights, if you do some push-ups, if you do something to free your mind, it will work out. Worst thing to do is sit at home, scroll on your phone all day, feel bad for yourself. You can't do that. That will just make it all worse. Getting a lot of text activity here.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, a lot going on. All right. Do we have time for one more here, or is there? Okay. They gave you no. All right. Okay, so we had 3 more to get to. Almost got to the finish line. I will get to the last 3 in due time. For now, though, let us get to our first guest of the day. Very excited to talk to this man. He is a legendary boxer. He is one of the greatest of all time, and one of the greatest of all time in terms of promotion as well. Big show this weekend at the YouTube Theater, the brand new YouTube Theater in Inglewood, California. He's our good pal, the golden boy himself, the one and only Oscar De La Hoya. Hello, Oscar. How are you, my friend?
Hey, all good, brother. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. I like this backdrop that you got here. The lighting and everything. This is primo stuff.
It hooked me up.
I like it.
You look good.
Well, you always look good, my friend. And speaking of which, let's get into it off the bat. Everyone wants to know the answer to this. Everyone's talking about it. Hottest topic, debating, speculation, pictures, all that stuff. And so let's address it off the top if we can. Are your abs real? What is going on, Oscar? I mean, what is happening here? Because I see the pictures. What's going on with the abs situation? I need to know the answer to this.
Well, yeah, they are real.
Okay.
They are my abs. What I did was I got a little help from a doctor, it's called, what is it called? It's called lipo sculpting.
Wow.
Something. I don't know. They actually go in with a little tiny needle, right? And it sucks up your fat in between your abs.
Wow.
So what happens is that they just pop, right? So I've always had abs. I mean, I work out every day. And so, my body fat level's low, but when you do that sculpting of the abs, I mean, they pop out like there's no tomorrow. So everybody thinks they're fake and this and that. It's not possible, first of all, to have fake abs.
Yes.
But if you etch them, they just pop like there's no tomorrow, man.
Okay, because you're leaning into this on Instagram. I see you saying I paid a lot of money for these. I'm going to show it off. I'm going to be with that. I mean, it's great. It's great. I didn't even know that was a thing. Yes. Is it painful to do the procedure?
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, it is.
You're out. You're out for about, I would say, a good 2 weeks. I did this about 5 weeks ago. You're out about a good 2 weeks. So I feel good now. It feels great. Like, I can gain 200 pounds and I'll still have my abs.
What a life.
Because once fat is moved, then it's like it cannot grow back in that particular area. So it's gonna grow somewhere else, behind my fucking shoulder or on top of my head or
Expensive?
Yeah, it's pretty expensive.
Okay, all right. So like if you take a body punch now, does it kill?
I mean, fuck, I'm hard as a fucking rock.
Okay.
The thing is that I've had abs all my life. I've always had abs for some reason, like just boom. But they just make them, it's crazy. They just pop. It's freaking crazy, man.
Amazing. All right. Well, live your best life. Do your thing. I love it. All right. We have a lot to talk about. I want to first talk about this show, YouTube Theater, this Saturday. No MMA, no real, big event. So if you're a fight fan looking for something to do, Saturday on DAZN at the YouTube Theater, a couple of youngsters that you're really high on, a couple of up-and-comers. Tell the MMA fans out there why they should watch this show. Who are we watching?
Yeah, so main event is Alexis Rocha. He's a kid from LA, from Santa Ana. He's knocking on everybody's door now, fighting for a world title in his next fight. If he wins Saturday night, he's fighting this kid from Ghana. Those kids from Ghana, they're freaking tough as nails, man. So it should be a really, really good fight. but Alexis Rocha winning this Saturday night, he's knocking on Crawford's door. He's knocking on Spence's door. He might fight Virgil Ortiz. So he's right there. He's right there. So, but I'm really excited about the co-main event. I discovered this kid on YouTube. I think it was YouTube or Instagram. His name's Floyd Schofield. He's early 20s. He's like 21 years old. He's 12-0, 10 knockouts. This kid at 135 pounds will be a threat to anybody at 135, 140, and 147. He's a kid that his story is incredible because he was homeless with his father when he was 2 years old, 2, 3, 4, 5 years old. He was homeless.
Wow.
Literally on the streets. And so his father introduced him to boxing. He has this tremendous discipline, but he has the talent to become a special fighter.
Okay. And so that's all this weekend on DAZN. Brand new YouTube theater. That's on the campus of the SoFi Stadium. Have you been to it? Is it nice?
Yeah, it's really nice. It's right. It's literally inside SoFi Stadium, connected to SoFi Stadium. Not a bad seat in the house. I believe it fits about 6,000 people, but literally the furthest seat from the ring feels like you're on top of the action. It's pretty cool.
Okay. By the way, how's business? Because I remember last time we spoke, you were joking about being for sale, what the price tag would be and whatnot. Are you still feeling the same way? Anything change?
Yeah, we're working. We're putting everything together right now as we speak. I mean,
for what? For a sale?
Huh?
For a sale?
A possible sale, a possible transaction.
Wow.
I'm still going to be in the business. I'm still going to stay involved. But look, if the money's right, if the timing is right, why not?
Who's a prospective buyer? Can you let us know a couple of candidates?
That's all under covers.
Okay.
That's all under covers. I don't know anybody's secrets out. But yeah, there's a handful of people who wanna buy Golden Boy.
What do you think this year? You think it happens? You think it's sold?
I don't know. I mean, the way our schedule is for the next 5 months, it's like it's kind of like sucking me back in, where it's like I want to fucking promote even more. We have good fights coming up, especially the one with Ryan Garcia and Tank Davis.
Yes.
So it just keeps sucking me back in, man. I can't get away from the sport.
So I love Ryan Garcia. He was on the show around a week or so ago, and we talked about this fight. I think it would be, if it happens April 15th, what we're hearing, I think it will be the highest selling fight in North America in boxing this year. Bigger than Crawford Spence, bigger than Fury Usyk. North America, with their fan base, with their records, with their backgrounds, with everything, it's just tremendous. And I saw the picture of you two holding the contract. How real is this, Oscar? Because as you know, we have been programmed not to believe that these things are going to happen in boxing. How real is this fight?
Yeah, it's real. It's I can assure you it's going to happen April 15th.
Wow. You believe that 100%, guaranteed.
100%. It's a matter of details. It's a matter of just crossing the T's, dotting the I's. We have the contract in our hands. It's a very complex, very complicated contract. These big fights, it takes a big deal of patience and negotiations. But it's actually been a pleasure to work with the other side, with PBC. So making this fight, they understand that this is the biggest fight in boxing to make. So, this is a fight where, you have two undefeated fighters. You have two fighters who are in their prime. You have two fighters who are the best at what they do. So, yeah, this is the biggest fight that boxing can have. So I'm excited about it.
And T-Mobile, Las Vegas?
It's definitely going to be Las Vegas. I'm not sure exactly what arena, but most likely T-Mobile. I would love to see it at the MGM. Where boxing was literally born at the MGM. Back in the days with when I was fighting and Mike Tyson was fighting, the good old days with Kirk Kerkorian. I would love to see it there, but most likely because the T-Mobile Arena does hold more people, it might be at the T-Mobile.
I'm happy you say that. I've said this a lot. I think MGM is infinitely better than T-Mobile to watch fighting, UFC, boxing, anything. I don't like T-Mobile. It feels too big, cavernous, sterile. So it seems like you agree. There's just something special about MGM, right?
Yeah, there is something special. I mean, not just because I fought there like 20 some odd times, but it does feel intimate.
Yeah.
For some reason. Yeah, the energy there is just unlike any other venue. People have to walk over from the MGM or any hotel in Vegas to the T-Mobile, and you lose your little buzz or whatever.
Yeah.
People are getting happy, drinking, whatever. At the MGM, it's like you can go straight from your room straight to the arena and just feel the fucking energy. It's amazing.
And by the way, would this air on DAZN and Showtime, this fight?
Yeah, we're all working together to blow this one out of the water. We want to make sure that this event here, because it's such a special fight, we want to make sure that this fight does 2.5, 3 million homes. This is that type of event.
What do you think it does? What's your guess?
Realistically, close to 2.5.
Wow, that high.
Yeah.
And what was the toughest part in making this happen? Was it the broadcasters, the promoters? What do you think was the toughest part?
Yeah, it's all the territories across the globe. You have DAZN, you have Showtime. Showtime always does a great job in putting these types of events together. But when you're collaborating with a DAZN, for this instance, you have to share territories. You have to, the split of revenues. It's very complex, but we were able to put it together.
When will we get an official announcement, a press conference, a release, something to make us feel like, okay, this is real?
Yeah, like I said, the contract's in my hands, and I'm looking over it as we speak. It's very tedious work.
Okay.
That we focus on here and finish. But I would say in the next week or so.
It'd be a great moment. You pull out the contract now, you sign it live on this show. Think about the attention that we would get if you signed the contract live on the show.
Shirt on.
With no shirt on? Even better. Jesus. I love a true promoter, Oscar. A true promoter. Speaking of promoters, I'd be remiss if I didn't ask about your longtime friend, Dana White. You were outspoken about what he's been going through. Are you surprised, Oscar, that apparently it seems at this point nothing is going to happen as a result of the incident that we saw on camera back on New Year's Eve?
Yeah, I'm very surprised. I'm actually very surprised. But look, I mean, there's a lot of powerful people behind UFC, and there's a lot of money behind the organization. I can look. What he did was obviously wrong. You don't hit women. I mean, come on. You just don't. It's a douche move. It really is. You don't do that. But look, the powers to be kept it under the rug, swept it under the rug. I'm not going to get involved or say anything about it. I mean, everybody knows that he's a douche.
So you don't think anything happens?
I don't know. I mean, maybe criminal charges, maybe, I don't know. Who knows?
Okay.
Who knows? I mean, something happens one day and then the news for retaliation takes place months from the incident. So who knows? Maybe something might happen down the line.
Okay. By the way, have you seen any of his new promotion, the slap fighting? Have you seen any of this? Do you have any thoughts on this? Have you seen this?
I've seen one promotion on Instagram, and I think it's terrible. I really do think it's terrible. I mean, you have two guys that are just slapping each other. Like, there's no way of pulling the punch. There's no way of dodging it. There's no way of defending yourself. It's just, I don't know. It's not a sport, first of all. And secondly, it's I mean, until one person becomes brain dead, is when people are going to speak out.
Mm-hmm. Not your cup of tea.
No, not my cup of tea. It's nonsense. It's bullshit.
Want to ask you about two more guys, and then we'll let you go. I know your time is limited. Appreciate you always coming on. We have two MMA guys who are very much interested in the world of boxing. I don't know how much you've been following this, but Francis Ngannou, who is the UFC heavyweight champion, now wants to go over. He's talking big names. Given your insight, your experience, your history, your legendary career, do you think he can hang with those guys, or do you think that would be a huge mistake if he tries to get a fight with a Joshua or a Fury?
Well, fighters like him, I think he can hang in there for a few rounds. If it's a boxing ring, he obviously can hang in there for a few rounds. But I mean, Tyson Fury is a guy who he grew up boxing. That was his thing. You know, and that's his sport. Huge advantage for Fury. Obviously, if it was in a cage, it would be a whole different story. I mean, he would tap him out or you know, whatever, kick him and knock him out in 30 seconds. Totally different sports, but I think it'll be great. I think it'll be great for both sports. I think it'll be great for boxing because you know, it'll be a huge fight. It'll be like it'll be a mega event, like let's say you know, when Tyson was fighting, you know, you had all that hype behind these big events and fights. It would be that big.
He's a free agent. Any interest in speaking to him?
I would love to speak to him. I would love to speak to him. Any fighter who is an MMA fighter, I'm here. I would love to speak to anybody. I would love to pick their brain. I would love to maybe sit down and discuss some business. I'm all for it. I think that these fighters who are MMA fighters who have been with the UFC or who are with the UFC, I would love to just talk and from fighter to fighter and just, you know, pick each other's brains and just, you know, see what happens.
The other one who I think would be a great fit, given his background, is Nathan Diaz. I feel like that would be a perfect fit with you and you know, Latino. I mean, you would be. I mean, I think it would be a match made in heaven. Have you reached out to him? Any talks? Any interest? What do you think about Diaz?
We are good with each other. I respect him like there's no tomorrow. He's real. He's authentic. He's as real as they get, man. And he's a fighter. He can fight. I would love to talk to him. Okay. I would love to talk with him. And you know, there's a lot of interesting possibilities with Nate Diaz. You know, a possible Jake Paul fight, for instance,
right?
Which would be massive, which would be huge. You know, there's other fights that you can you know, build up and promote. But I would love to talk to him, you know, one day.
Have you been watching more of this YouTube stuff? Like, do you think you'll promote any of it? KSI, the guys like that. Like, is this something that Golden Boy wants to be involved in?
I don't know. I don't know if I will be involved with it. Maybe, who knows, down the line, if it makes sense. I actually, look, I respect these kids. Anybody who gets inside the ring, I respect. But I'm a boxing purist, and I sometimes get a little frustrated with these big mega fights not taking place and not happening. And you're seeing these YouTubers, and you're seeing like KSI and Jake Paul doing their thing, and it's like it's blowing up, and it's like, you know, it's huge. Yeah, I wouldn't mind being part of it. I wouldn't mind, you know, just getting back to real boxing and promoting these fucking mega fights, just like Ryan Garcia and
yes.
Davis. You know, those are the types of fights that I really get all amped up for, you know. That's what boxing is all about. So we need more of those. And I love working with promoters. I love working with Bob Arum. Now that we worked with Al Heyman, look, I would love to work with any promoter out there, including a Dana White.
Oh, I'd love to hear you say that. I was just going to say on the back end of that, historically, Tank Davis versus Ryan Garcia doesn't happen in boxing, right? Given their age, given their records, we have to wait years, and that's why it feels so big and so special. So can't wait to see that all unfold. I hope to be there, to be honest, because Ryan said to me, I don't know if you saw this, he said he wants me in the front row when he knocks out Tank Davis, because I've had his back for so many years, even during his downtime. He says he wants to point at me and say, you believed me when no one else did. I'm the Adrian to his Rocky. That's essentially what he said. So I have to be there. I can't let him down.
Well, you're sitting right next to me, brother.
Let's go, Oscar. Let's fucking go. Good luck this Saturday, January 28th, YouTube Theater, first ever boxing show at the brand new YouTube Theater on DAZN. Big time prospects, big names that you're excited about. Thank you for coming on and talk to us about it. Appreciate it, Oscar. Good luck with the show.
Hi, brother. Thank you.
All right, there he is, the golden boy, Oscar De La Hoya. Wow, how about that? I'm going to be Oscar's date to the fight.
Awesome.
I mean, this keeps getting bigger and bigger, guys. I'm going to be Oscar De La Hoya's date. I mean, could you believe this?
Yeah, hopefully we see you on TV.
Well, you don't think I'd be on TV if I'm his date?
No, I said hopefully we'll see you on TV.
Oh, like a part of the show? Like as a broadcaster, you're saying?
No, because you'll be sitting there.
Like, hopefully we just see you on TV, just like we're watching the fight, and it's like, oh, there's Ariel.
All right. It's going to be me, Oscar, and his girlfriend sitting in the front.
Yeah.
A real power trio.
Yeah, there it is.
All shirtless. Well, Oscar and I. Hey, by the way, Oscar, pretty open about the ab situation. He could have just said, I've been working out.
I don't think he'd be any more open. He gave a detailed breakdown of the procedure.
Yes,
amazing.
It was incredible.
It makes sense now. Like, I understand it now. Like, it is his abs, but it's just been, like, enhanced.
By the way, did you know that was a thing?
Yes.
You did?
I didn't, but supposedly it's been a thing for a while in, like, bodybuilding expos.
I mean, they look fantastic. Could we just, right? I mean, who wouldn't want abs like that? How old is Oscar, by the way? Let's see. Oscar De La Hoya is 49. Wow, he's not that much older than me.
Your words.
Well, he's 9 years older. I guess that's something, but I mean, look, big fight, April 15th. He says he would be shocked. I believe that was the word that he used, right? He said he would be shocked, and I am looking forward to seeing that come to fruition. They've got that show January 28th. That's this Saturday, so... we got Royal Rumble. No real big MMA, unless I'm forgetting something. Definitely not
UFC. We got
UFC.
LFA and PFL Challenger Series.
On Saturday? Is it on Saturday?
Might be Friday, but this weekend.
Yeah, because Challengers last year was Friday. I'm talking about January 28th specific, YouTube Theater on the SoFi campus. Big deal. First show, first boxing event there. And it's on DAZN. As he said, Alexis Rocha, he's very high on him, and tickets are still available right now. So if you're in the area, in Inglewood, in LA, go check out the YouTube Theater. Let us know how it looks. Always great to have more venues available for big fights. 6,000 or so, he said. That's pretty cool. I look forward to checking out SoFi, hopefully later this year. That's where WrestleMania will be taking place. I don't know who will be competing, but I look forward to it. Now, in a matter of moments, seconds, any sign of him?
Yeah, let's bring him on.
Oh, he's there?
Yep.
I didn't get a message from Joe.
He's typing it.
All right. I don't see Joe Greenstein is typing. I don't see it popping up. No? Waiting for it. Oh, there it is. Okay. He wrote Brandon ready. This is very exciting, my friends. Massive weekend for our next guest. He is now, no debate, undisputed, the reigning, defending, undisputed UFC flyweight champion. As Saif Saud said on Monday, he won it all now. This one was for all the marbles. He won it all. He is the king of the flyweights. He is the king of Mexico. He is on top of the world. He's kind enough to give us some time on a very, very busy Wednesday for him. He's the one and only, the assassin baby, Brandon Moreno. There he is. Yes, Brandon. Viva la raza. Congratulations, my friend.
Thank you so much, man. We did it.
We did it.
We did it, and that's it.
Me and you, we did it, Brandon. We did it, baby. So happy for you. Congratulations. Are you, I mean, you've won the belt before. You've won the interim belt before. How do you compare winning this one, the fourth one, the final one, to those other two victories?
Oh, man. Nice question. I mean, feels very cool, man. Feels awesome. Just how to be out of all the stress, all the pressure, win this rivalry, make history. I think, I mean, to be honest, very honest with you, the first time I won the title was like more special just because it was the first time, and that's it. It's very simple. And this one, man, I felt I can beat this guy, so I knew it. Even before the fight, I knew I can beat him. I just went to the octagon, finished the job, and nothing, man. In this one, I just feel very happy to show to the world I'm real.
So, when we spoke before the fight, you were in Brazil, and we talked about the coaching change and all that, and you were very calm. You're always very calm, but hey, it happens. I'm happy. We'll move on. Now that it's over, did you feel more pressure, more stress? Like, can you be? Is the answer different about everything, all the lead up, all the stuff that you had to deal with?
Maybe, man. I don't know. I mean, right now I'm just trying to enjoy my family. I said this before. I passed for a lot of hard moments for this training camp, a lot of issues, a lot of pressure again. The stress, whatever. So right now I'm just trying to don't be focused in other things than just my family, my daughters, and my wife. So right now I'm here spending time with them because, for example, in this training camp, I'll be all the time here in Las Vegas at the end. But I mean, you're not really there, man. You're always tired. You're always like focused on the fight, thinking about the other guy trying to kill you. So I don't know. Right now, I'm just trying to put my mind in my family and rest a little bit. That part, right? Like my mental health, like this rivalry, all this history, all these 2 years trying to fight with the same guy. I mean, fighting with the same guy was a lot of stress, and my mind feels a little bit tired too. So right now, I'm just trying to enjoy the moment.
Sure. No, I can understand that. A bit of a relief. You can think about other things, escape. You don't want to think about it all the time. By the way, have your daughters ever gone to your fights? Have they ever been to any of your fights?
Before, but I think I talked with you last time about it. Like, I don't remember. I talked about this before, like after the fights, the Kamaru Usman's fight and Tuivasa's fight. I saw like all the tears, their daughters crying because Kamaru and Tai Tuivasa got knocked out. So I don't know. Right now it's just my wife and I.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's tough on little kids, especially seeing their father in there. You never know what's going to happen. You talk about obviously the buildup. There was a lot going on. We found out afterwards. I saw this documentary that a young man made. I think it's on the Rubet YouTube page called The Last Dance, and it was great. I spoke to Saif Saud about it on Monday. But I'm watching this thing, and I was like, oh, this is great. We get to see your relationship building with Saif, the bond being formed. But then all of a sudden, I see you injured your knee very badly, it seemed like. You seem to be in a lot of pain. How bad was that knee injury leading up to the fight? A couple of weeks out?
Man, what's weird because in the moment when I start to warm up, for example, my knee, I don't know, if I start to do my warm up and then my drills, I start to feel kind of comfortable, like a little pain, but nothing really dangerous. The problem was when I start to cool down, for example, damn, I start to feel a lot of pain in my knee. And in the video, you can see I was doing a sparring with one of my training partners, and I was like exchanging weird positions with him, like a lot of scrambles. And we finished. We start to get up, and I start to feel again the pain in my right knee. I don't know, man. Was weird. I got stem cells there, so that helps a lot. I hate the stem cells. Hurts too much.
Really?
But in that moment, I don't have like time to lose. So like, okay. So just put the stem cells in my knee, and that works a lot. But then in the first round against Figgy, he went for a heel hook, exactly in the same knee. Like, oh damn, man, it wasn't comfortable, to be honest.
Wow. And so how does it feel now?
Feels weird with pain. I got an MRI yesterday, but hopefully it's nothing serious. I can like walk on whatever. So hopefully it's nothing serious, but I'm waiting for the result. I think will be today or tomorrow.
Any fear that you might need surgery?
So I never got surgery before.
Wow.
Never about nothing. So I don't know.
Oh my gosh. Were you close at all in your mind to withdrawing from the fight because of the knee? Was it ever that bad?
Nah. I mean, obviously, in some point, a lot of bad things start to happen.
Yeah.
Like the knee, the sickness, and everything. But no, I was ready. I just was ready to fight. Like, I don't care, man. Like, I just want to fight that because I don't want to lose this opportunity. If I let this fight pass, like, I don't know what can happen in the future. So what's the moment? What's the right moment to make history? And I did it.
How bad was the flu that you had?
Man, everything, man, Ariel. Everything was weird. The knee, the flu. Because, I don't know, so I got the flu, and then after 2-3 days, I start to feel fine. Like, okay. But then I start to feel very bad again. like, oh my goodness. So it was like, yeah, like 2.5 weeks, kind of. And in some point, I needed like to rest like 2-3 days because I feel very bad. But again, I never had the thoughts to try to pull the fight out.
Overall, I thought it was a great performance. I personally thought you won all 3 rounds. Obviously, there were
Thank
moments
you.
here or there. As far as those moments are concerned, like the guillotine, all that, was it ever tight? Was it ever close? Or it didn't look like you were phased, but how did it feel?
No, I mean, I think the heel hook was the most uncomfortable
Okay.
moment in all the fight. But after that, I mean, the guillotine, I don't know why, because my neck is not short at all, but I'm really good defending guillotine. So I never had like I never been in trouble in guillotines before in the middle of the fight, and this one was like fine. You know, I just tried to be like just very patient, and I did it. And I knew when he jumped for the guillotine was like perfect, because I tried. It was an amazing transition moment,
Oh,
because
yeah.
I went for the takedown. Then he do the how you say he reversed the position,
Yeah.
and then I went for the trip, and then he was amazing. That is a nice highlight.
Oh my gosh, you two are magic together. I mean, every time you fight, it's just such high level MMA. And then, of course, the punch leads to the doctor stoppage. Could you feel that it was your knuckle that hit? Nothing illegal. I mean, it's a punch, but could you feel that
Man,
that's where it connected?
Man, I wore that punch every single day with my coaches, with my boxing coach, especially with Jorge Capetillo. So the guy start. So I understand the point. So after the hook, I throw the right hand, but my right hand was in this position here, and I punched the other eyes. And I don't know, was weird, and maybe that's why the people start to got really mad when the doctor stopped the fight, because maybe they thought I poked his eye. But no, man, the answer is that, like, I never felt nothing illegal. Like, I punched the guy very hard with this part of my
Yeah.
this thing, my fist.
Were you surprised that it got stopped?
Maybe, it's the first time I got a doctor stoppage. A win by doctor stoppage. I was ready to fight. I was kind of excited, and I started to get a little bit mad because he was getting a more rest time. So when I was in my corner, I was like, "Hey, well, what happened? I want to fight. Why you are letting this guy rest a little bit more time?" So that's why I was a little bit. I started to get a little bit pissed. But no, then the doctor stopped the fight. Was like, "Oh, okay, that was clean."
I was watching that and didn't think much of it. But then I watched the documentary, and you said something in the documentary that afterwards I was like, oh, I wonder if he was thinking about this. Because there's one moment in the documentary that you say you think there's something in him that when push comes to shove, he quits, that he has like a quitter gene in him. And I was wondering if you thought that, like, I'm not, I wasn't in there. The eye looked bad. It looked very bad. But you did say that, right? You think that there's something in him that leads to him to quit when the going gets tough. Did you connect the two in that moment?
You know what? I think the base of this game plan at the end was exactly what are you doing, man? Like, he don't like the pressure. He doesn't like to be walking back or start to be in a lot of transitions, because he start to get tired and he start to get frustrated. And yes, man, it's in some little point of his mind, of his hair, he likes to quit. I can see it, and I saw him before, especially in the second fight against him. So the game plan wasn't like, wrestle with him or do this with him. Nothing very specific. Just push the pace, like put a lot of pressure on him, make him feel tired, and then he will want to finish the fight. In some point. I mean, I saw the replay with the doctor. I don't want to say he quick, but man, in his face, his body language looks like, man, that's it. I don't have nothing more against him. Man, that was the plan.
Did you guys say anything to each other afterwards to bury the hatchet? Any words exchanged in private?
I mean, in backstage, for example, nothing. Just in the octagon after before the interview with Joe Rogan. I went with him. I tried to shake his hand. He came with me, and he did it. And he just told me like, "Hey, man, I'm sorry for all the words before. I'm just trying to, I'm just trying to sell the fight. Just trying to get something for my family too. And if he say that, I can feel it because I always say the same, right? Like I'm doing this for my family. I'm doing this for my family, and I will do whatever I need to do for my family. And if he thought that was the way, that I completely understand. So again, I don't have like any bad blood with him. Even before, less right now.
Right. I don't know. You may have been locked in the moment, but when you saw him take off his gloves, did you think he was retiring?
Man, I don't even knew that. I don't even watch that moment.
Okay.
I was like,
yeah,
because obviously I walking to the backstage, all the bodyguards, all the things they show me. That moment was very funny. So I was with the doctor, whatever, all the protocols. So I don't saw that.
Okay. Do you think he will find success at 135?
Ooh, good question, man. Good question. Because I train with a lot of 35ers. Man, it's a really tough division. I think the number one is the lightweight. Talking about the most competitive division.
Yeah.
And right now, man, I think the second one is the bantamweight division. So I don't know. The guy is huge, very huge for 125, but I don't know if for 135. Let's see. Let's see what happens because the guy has a lot of power in the right hand for sure, and maybe with less weight cut, he can get more energy and like get more power. I don't know. I want to see.
Okay. You mentioned people throwing things at you as you were walking out, and you called it funny. You really just think it was funny? You weren't bothered by that at all? I mean, that could be dangerous too, right? They could hit you in the face, hit you in the eye. Who knows what's being thrown? It was a pretty ugly scene, and you didn't do anything to deserve that. It wasn't controversial. You didn't say anything bad about the Brazilian people. You just think that's funny?
You know what? It's because you live all your life in the United States, bro. I don't know, but for me, like as a Mexican, it's kind of normal. I'm not saying it's correct. I think it's a horrible thing. But I can see it in soccer. I can see it in lucha libre.
Yeah.
Again, I'm not saying it's correct. Just I live a little bit more with that, so that's why for me it was funny. And yeah, I know that can be dangerous, but I love all the staff of the GFC because they take care of me in every single moment, and all the bodyguard were there like taking care of me. So I love those guys.
Anyone hit you? Did you feel anything?
No, actually, my main bodyguard Rachel got the beer in his bag. I think so.
That is. Do you feel like? Is it even because you didn't say anything, right? Even I think you spoke in Spanish. I don't speak Spanish, but like to warrant that, right? Like you weren't disrespectful to them, were you? Did you say anything that might have upset them?
No. I was trying to think about it. So first of all, maybe because they thought I poked the Figueiredo's eye. Starting from that, there, man, I don't know. I was just happy, laughing. I dance a little bit after the fight.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why they start to get mad. I don't know, man. I don't care. I just won. I did everything right. Like you say, like I was very respectful in every single moment and tried to do my best to make all the Brazilian fans comfortable with me. But hey, I can't do more, right? So I'm perfect right now with that.
You mentioned in the post-fight press conference that there was like a bit of a, I don't know, altercation or something, confrontation with Alexandre Pantoja, who you fought twice. Do you want to correct any of that? Because he has actually spoken about it since. I wanted to read you what he said about it. He did a podcast interview with Guilherme Cruz of MMA Fighting on his podcast. And this is what he said. Let me pull it up here real quick. All right, this is what he said. He said, All right, I was a little upset about, how it was portrayed. I was working. This is entertainment. I went there because I felt obligated as a UFC employee. I had to do something to make an appearance, to create something, but I respect Moreno a lot. I've known Moreno for a long time. We had a nice exchange on Tough, and that's what matters to me. I have a ton of respect for him, the family he's built, his wife and kids. So when I go there to congratulate him and also work, meaning like to put on, a bit of a show, of course, I'm not being disrespectful or trying to take anything away from his moment. It saddens me that he thinks this way. Is that what happened, or was it worse than that?
Maybe no. I think the use the word altercation is even like too much.
Okay.
Because he was very friendly. He was like very, very friendly with me. He came with me and like he said in the podcast, like, hey, he congratulated me and like, he told me like, hey, I'm very happy for you. I know, I mean, it's your moment, so enjoy it with your family. Everything was perfect in that moment. So then, but after that, is the kind of the altercation. Like he started to ask me like, hey, but when we're gonna fight? Tell me. Like, and I asked him like, man, just give me today.
Yes.
just give me a few little moments with my family, with my training partners, with my friends, and then we can get something in the future. But man, just give me today. But then he says something like, no, but tell me when, like in 2 months, in 3 months. Yeah, I start to, man, I don't have an answer for you, man. I just
chill out. Yeah.
finished my fight like 10 minutes ago. I don't have an answer for you. And then that's when my bodyguard, Rashan, I say body for the people who is confused. I'm not getting the bodyguard for myself. UFC put me the bodyguard.
Right. Okay. All right.
But Rashan was there trying to separate together. Now, not separate, just try to, hey, he say something like, hey, just let Brandon alone or whatever. And that's it. And then I start to do the interviews and whatever, and that's it. I understand, man. I mean, the guy is just trying. It's always the same, right? Like, we are trying to do something for us, for our families, or like that. And maybe he's a little bit, desperate because his last fight was in July. He's excited. He beat me before, so maybe he thinks this fight will be very, very easy to win. The title is there, whatever. I understand that, man. Just was my moment.
Yeah.
like he's saying in the podcast, was my moment, not his moment.
Sure.
Not his moment.
And that will be the next fight, right? I mean, he was the backup, right? You are okay with that?
Man, if you ask me that, like, for me, I think he deserves it. I mean, for me, I think he is the next in line. Obviously, I say this in the other interviews. Nicolau is there, Manelke, even Albasi is Amir is doing an amazing job. But I think Pantoja is the next one for sure. So let's see. I'm trying to make this balance in my mind. Like, hey, I need to rest my mind. I need to rest my body a little bit, but at the same time, I want to be active.
Sure.
I want to be active. I want to fight maybe June, or everything is a rumor until right now. But go to Mexico City in September for I don't know how you say in English, but when is the revolution and
Independence Day, yeah.
Independence of Mexico is September, all that stuff. So, man, that sounds cool for me. I prefer to fight in June, to be honest. But let's see what happens. If it's for Mexico, to take a pay-per-view event in Mexico City, for sure will be very cool.
There's never been a better time in the history of Mexican MMA. I know the history isn't very long, but you, Alexa Grasso, Irene Aldana, Raul Rojas, Jair Rodriguez. I mean, it's unbelievable. There could be multiple champions by the time we get to September, right? Which would be huge.
Man.
Which would be I saw a picture was painted of you, or there was something in, I think, Tijuana, right? A big mural?
Yes, man. Now I have 4. So 3 in my city in Tijuana.
Unbelievable.
And one more in San Isidro, in San Diego.
Unbelievable. You still see me?
Yeah, I see you.
Okay, something happened there. I see these things. It's your fame is I see sometimes you post something on Instagram. It says like posted 15 minutes ago, and you have like 40,000 likes after a few minutes. Like you are next level superstar now. Yeah, I'm sure you're feeling that. Do you hear me?
Hello?
Yes.
Yes.
Did you hear what I said?
About the mural and everything?
No, like I see something, like when you posted the mural, I saw it said on the bottom of Instagram, like posted 15 minutes ago. And I saw you had already 40,000 likes on the picture. Like you're unbelievable. You've blown up, man. It's a great thing to see. I love it.
I mean, what can I say? The people, thank you so much for the people, man. It's crazy how I can put a lot of good feelings of the people who's watching my fights. I'm just trying to be an example for my daughter, but maybe the people can feel the same, to try to keep forward in this life. So, man,
amazing.
I'm just trying to enjoy. Yes.
Last thing for you: are you going to keep training with Safe and Fortis? Are you going to go to Dallas? Have you decided? I know you're trying to enjoy the moment, but just curious. Have you made a decision?
Yeah, no, of course, man. Of course. So I think we did an amazing job together. Like you say right now, I'm just trying to enjoy my little vacations. But yeah, it's a plan for the future for sure. He told me like, hey, you need to come to Dallas to work now in the gym with the guys, and I will. I'm just trying to keep a good relation with a group of coaches.
Yes, yes, of course.
I know that in the past was a kind of weird because 2022 I moved from Tijuana to Kansas. I'm now working with a lot of movements. I just want stability in my life right now. So maybe in the future will be the same.
Buy yourself a lot of Lego, a lot of Funko. You deserve them all. Go crazy.
I will.
Spoil. Is there a big one? Is there one that you want now to celebrate?
Let me see if I can grab it for you. No, man, it's huge, man. It's I don't know if you like soccer, but the Real Madrid stadium.
Oh, wow. Stadium. Camp Nou, right?
It's Santiago Bernabeu. Camp Nou is from Barcelona.
Oh, my God. How did I make that mistake, Brandon? I'm embarrassed. It's, yes, the Bernabeu, right? How do you pronounce it?
Santiago Bernabeu.
Yes,
it's huge, man.
Bernabeu, yes.
It's huge. The box is huge.
Of course. Well, enjoy it. That's incredible. Is that your team, Real Madrid?
No. But my wife knows I like soccer, so that's why she gave me the stadium. Actually, last year I went to meet the stadium, the Santiago Bernabeu, and I meet a few people from the Real Madrid. Everybody was very cool with me. I mean, I just trying to enjoy soccer.
Amazing. Well, one of the great moments to tie it all together in UFC history is you a few years ago saying, maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, maybe not next month, I will be champion. I don't know how many people believed you in that moment. You surely did. Your family did.
Anybody.
And now you're the freaking undisputed champion. Once again, there's no debate, no argument. Enjoy it, my friend. Well done. You deserve it. Enjoy your time off. And I hope the knee is okay. And we'll see you back in there sooner rather than later.
Thank you so much, Earl. Nothing. I will. I promise.
Okay. Talk to you soon. There he is. Brandon Moreno, the new champ once again. And it's a great moment. I don't know if it'll be today. I don't know if it'll be tomorrow. I don't know if it'll be next month. But I will be champion one day. And golly, he is champion. And how did I blow that? I said Camp Nou. I'm embarrassed. I'm still new to this whole soccer thing. So, actually, I've been to the Bernabeu. Is it the Bernabeu? Bernabeu? What is it? GC Shirley. I have pictures of myself there. I've been there. I visited it. 2005 or 6.
Yeah, the receipts. So.
I got the receipts. I've been there. And I said Camp Nou. Can you believe that, Frank? One of the great embarrassments of my life right there. I was embarrassed. What a great guy. How can you not root for Brandon Moreno, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Salt of the earth, lovely, lovely fellow, a tremendous soul, someone that makes you proud to be an MMA fan. Just like our next guest. It has been a long time. It has been 2 or so years since I last spoke to our next guest. We got some fantastic news on Monday. After a somewhat 4-year layoff, he is returning to action in May when one championship goes to the U.S., Colorado to be exact, for the very first time. Their very first show in the United States of America will be May 5th at the First Bank Center in Broomfield, Colorado, which has hosted a few UFC events back in the day. He is our old friend, the one and only, the inimitable, the incomparable Super Sage Northcutt. There he is.
Hey, Ariel, what's up?
What's happening, Sage? How are you?
Hey, I'm doing great. Thanks for having me. We haven't talked in so long.
We have not, and I've missed you, and it's so great to have you back. I will say, a lot of people said to me before the show, how many times do you think Sage will call you Mr. Helwani? You called me Ariel. I think it's the first time you've ever called me Ariel. Are we peers now? Are we on the same level?
I'm getting older.
You are. We're on the same level. I love it. I am Ariel. Yes. So great to see you with a beard as well. Look at you. You are getting older.
Oh, no, I got a little scruff. Not too much, but...
It's great.
Yep.
You look fantastic. You're older. You're married. Do you have kids now? Like, what's going on?
No kids yet, but I definitely want kids in the future for sure.
I love.
I got married over the last couple of years. Ended up getting married. Now I'm looking forward to this fight coming back. First fight back, May 5th. It's going to be exciting.
And where's home now for you?
So Texas, and then back and forth from Texas to California. I've been training super hard. Right now, I just started my training camp at Team Alpha Male, so up in Sacramento at the moment. But yeah, so a little bit of both.
Okay. All right. So this is big, Sage, because we all missed you very much. First time fighting, it will be since 2019. Was there any time, and obviously we know what happened in that fight and a brutal injury that you had to overcome, but was there any point where you thought maybe you just won't come back? Like, life is good, you don't miss it, maybe I just won't do this anymore. Was that ever a consideration?
No, not really. After my fight, like even right afterwards, that very next day, I was already planning on coming back. It did take a little while, like as a lot of people know, like for about a year plus, I was just healing up. So that took a little bit of time for sure. And then after that, I was full blown training. I actually had a fight scheduled. I was supposed to fight Shinya Aoki, if you remember, and two horrible coincidence, but 2 weeks out from my fight, 2 weeks when I was supposed to leave to go overseas, I came down and caught COVID. And that just kind of like threw everything for a loop. I was pretty sick for a little bit. It took like 6 months of doing like blood work, trying to figure out what's going on. But now I'm back. One championship's coming to the US. I've been waiting for this. I've been excited. They've been talking about them coming to the US for a while. So it's just super exciting, the first US card.
So the COVID battle was 6 months long. Like it was a bad one, because sometimes there's people, you hear people. I had it. It was relatively easy for me, knock on wood. But I've heard some bad cases.
Right.
What was it? What was it like for you? Tell us.
Yeah, it was super weird. So I caught COVID. Being about 3 weeks out from actually flying out for my fight overseas, I caught it, and I was like, didn't even know for the first couple of days. I kept trying to train through, started getting run down, ended up testing positive for COVID. And I was like, man, I'm just about 2 weeks out from flying out overseas to fight. So I was trying to like work around that. And I think trying to do that just ran myself down pretty bad. Then I had to sit at home, and that was the hardest thing, sitting still, not doing anything. So I think that's what really got me, being so active all the time, just sitting around for several days, not doing anything whatsoever, feeling super sick. I ended up getting like a blood clot, and that took a little bit of time, blood thinners, trying to make that go away. And then they ran some blood work, because like a D-dimer test is to check for blood clots. Ran some blood work and found out, hey, I got some different things going on. That COVID was kind of like causing some problems. So that's kind of what I was dealing with. But that's old news now, because that's in the past, and I feel great. I feel so good now.
Was there ever any talk of rebooking the Shinya Aoki fight?
Actually, yeah, there was. And I don't know exactly what happened with that. I know we had some beef going back and forth, me and Shinya on Twitter.
Yeah.
So that would be a great fight for the future. Right now, I'm focused on me versus Ahmed Mutaba, but definitely in the future, I would love to fight Shinya.
By the way, was that really you? I mean, like, you're such a nice guy. I never hear you talk bad about anyone, but there was a little spiciness there with you and Shinya. Was that you writing the tweets?
Oh yeah, no, that was me. I didn't say anything disrespectful or because I'm not like that. And but he was saying some stuff. I guess it's kind of his personality.
Sure.
And I'm like, sure, let's fight. Let's book it because I'm down for it 100%. So, but absolutely, that was me writing the tweets.
Okay, and so I remember the last time we spoke was about 2 years ago or so when the fight with Shinya was just announced. And then, of course, now you tell us, why it didn't happen. But that was still 2 years ago. And then the 6 months, how come it's taken so long to get you back in there? Were we waiting for the American debut? Was that part of it as well?
Yeah, One Championship's been in talks about coming to America. And I guess what kind of threw it for a swing was all the COVID stuff, shutting things down. But they've been talking about this for a while. So that's what I've been looking forward to, is having a fight in the U.S. And it works out great that I'm getting to get on the first card in the U.S. Got incredible fighters like the main event with Demetrius Johnson from the U.S. That's going to be phenomenal. And I believe right now it's just the main event and then my fight announced. But I heard there's going to be like a little teaser. There's going to be possibly 4 different styles of martial arts. So possibly it's going to be kickboxing, Muay Thai, maybe jiu-jitsu also, like submission grappling, and MMA. So that's going to be insane. I think that's got to be the first for the U.S. for sure.
Yes, that is very interesting. And do you know, will it be one rules? Because obviously the one rules are different. The judging is different and the rules are different. Colorado, I know, is a little different than some of the other states that they're open to this sort of thing. Like, can you do soccer kicks? Will it be the same type of rounds and judging as normal one cards in Asia? Do you know about this?
I was actually just wondering the same thing yesterday.
Okay.
I was like, I got to ask about this and find out.
Yes.
Because, I know that some of the rules are the same, not fighting rules. I need to find out about that because I was wondering, since it's in the U.S., can you knee your opponent on the ground to the head? Can the elbow strikes come from any angle? Like that I have to find out. But sorry about that.
No problem. There? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to my phone there. But I do know that rules like hydration tests, that's still the case. There's a new rule that's implemented. So I'll be fighting lightweight, but it's hydrated. So it's 155 to 170. But I believe after you walk out of the circle, right after your fight, you have to have another weigh-in. And you can't weigh more than, I think it's 8.5%. Or I have to double check that. So I can't weigh more than 178.5. And that's the same for all lightweights. So that's a rule that's kind of new, and that will be there for that fight.
And they'll weigh you after the fight or before the fight?
I believe it's after the fight. So like you have hydration tests leading up to the weigh-ins, and then you have your weigh-in. So 155 to 170 is like the limit that you can be in. And then after the fight, I believe they're supposed to weigh you after the fight, and you can't weigh more than 8.5 pounds over my weight class. So
and then what happens if you do?
I got to find that out too. I think it's kind of like missing weight. Like normal, like for instance, like in other leagues, I think it's just like you'd miss weight before a fight. I think it's how it's kind of penalized against you. So
I'm going to tell Chatri they should weigh you before the fight, like at the arena, because if you go in there 15 pounds over and the fight happens, that could be dangerous.
That's a good point. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. I got to check into that to double check.
Okay.
I think it is after you step out, but yeah, that's a good point for sure.
Do you believe
you won't even know?
Right. Do you believe in things like ring rust? I mean, 4 years is a long time. Are you worried about this sort of thing?
I've heard some people talking about ring rust. I've been staying sharp. I've been training. I've been going with incredible training partners, some of the best wrestlers, some of the best jiu-jitsu guys, some of the best strikers. Plus, I've been training at 10th Planet down in Texas. I've got a Gabe who's over there, who's an amazing jiu-jitsu instructor, Kyle Boehm. Going with great guys, Andrew Craig. And then out here at Team Alpha Male, I got Uriah Faber, bunch of great coaches. So ring rust, I don't think that's going to be a problem. I know it's been a long time. The first year after my last fight, I was healing from my injury. Then I was in a training camp. I was training to fight Shinya.
Right.
I got sick with COVID for like 6 months. I was dealing with some stuff, but after that, I've been training nonstop, training super hard. So I don't think that'll be an issue for me.
Also, it's January 25th. The fight is May 5th. You look like you're ready to go mentally. Is it going to be hard to wait, 3+ months for this fight? I mean, I know that most guys are, but like it's 3+ months on top of 4 years. Do you feel like you can go tomorrow because you're just like itching to get back out there?
No, I know exactly. Yeah, I'm definitely itching to get back out there. I'm super excited. It's been a long time, and I'm super excited for. So yeah, 3.5 months, man, that's going to be hard to wait for. That's for sure.
Yeah.
I'm going to be one to go out there and obviously perform great. I'm be training my butt off super hard. I was looking into the fights in Denver, Colorado. It's in the First Bank Center.
Yeah.
So and speaking of that, I know tickets I just looked it up and I had some friends getting tickets and they're selling out super quick. And I know there's only 2 fighters or 2 different fights right now announced. The main event and then my fight with Ahmed. And soon there's going to be a whole bunch of exciting fights announced. So definitely, if anybody's going to want to get tickets, I think the site is AXS or Stagefront VIP for tickets.
Okay.
But yep.
Yeah, one of the guys who works on the show here, GC, he's planning on going, so he better hurry up. I don't think he bought. GC, did you buy your tickets yet?
I know.
No, not yet, man.
What are you waiting for?
Yeah, I'll get right on it.
All right, thank you. There he is, GC. All right,
there you go.
He's getting on it. Well, it's very.
You know what? If you miss,
yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I would say if you missed the tickets, One Championship is aired on Amazon Prime Video, so that's pretty cool. You can watch it free on Prime Video. I think it's 5 p.m. Pacific time on May 5th.
Look at you promoting. So, it's amazing what you're doing here.
I've been looking forward to it, obviously.
Yeah.
I'm excited for this fight.
I love it. Have you been staying up with the MMA news? Like, do you watch the events? Do you watch, or do you kind of like, you've been out of the game, so you don't want to watch it? Has your, like how deeply into the MMA stuff are you? Watching the pay-per-views? Are you watching the one cards? Are you watching all that stuff? Or do you, if you can't compete, is it too hard to keep up with it all?
No, absolutely. Yeah, I've been watching it, keeping up with it, watching different improvements fighters are making, and staying up with the sport along with training too. So 100%.
Okay. And for you, do you feel like people, there's a whole new fan base that has come as a result of the pandemic, the ESPN era, who may not even know who Super Sage is, who may not remember the Sage Northcutt era in the UFC. Do you feel like people have somewhat forgotten? Like, is that part of the motivation? Like, you need to remind people, or at least introduce some people as well, who you are, what you're all about.
Well, so I'm still so young. Speaking of that, I know I've had 14 professional fights, and I'm just now, I know I'm getting older, but I'm just now 26.
Amazing. That is crazy.
So it's like, for me, I know it's been like 3.5 years now, but for me, it's like I have a long career ahead of me and I'm so young. There's not such a crazy rush, but now that I am coming back, I would like to have several fights this year and have a lot of fights and stay super active. And on top of that, like you asked about fans maybe forgetting or someone that might not know. That's the thing. I feel like coming into One Championship, I didn't really get to show what I truly can do. And it was unfortunate what happened for my first fight with One Championship. But I've coming out of the UFC that I was fighting with before, my last 3 fights consecutively, I was on a 3-fight win streak. And that was since I started training with Team Alpha Male with Uriah Favors. So the amount that I've improved is so much. So I didn't really get to show what I truly am capable of my first fight. And I'm really looking forward to people that haven't seen me fight, maybe people that used to be fans or still are, getting to see what I truly can do.
Did you hold any grudges towards One after what happened with the Cosmo fight? The mismatch in weight and all that. Did you feel, considering what happened in the aftermath, did you feel a certain way? Did you have to get over those feelings as you were recovering?
It was more like a learning experience. Obviously, that weight class is a huge weight class. Looking back, shouldn't have fought at 185, 170 pounds. I was new to the hydration test. That was a first for me. So fighting at 170, that's my natural weight. I walk around like right now, walking around like 175. I'm right there close to my weight already. And I'm 3.5 months out. So that's just like a learning experience for me. No grudges.
Okay. And considering you always come across as like such a happy-go-lucky, positive person, did you have moments where you weren't yourself, where you weren't positive, where you needed to come back up? Mentally, it's a tough thing. You're going through a big, like, did you feel like you were down, that you weren't quite your upbeat self as usual?
And I tell you what, after that, yeah, for sure. I mean, having a loss like that, and then trying to come back on top of having an injury, that for sure, 100%, it kind of gets to you a little bit, but but I try not to let it get to me too much, you know. And looking forward to the future to get to come back. I'm so young. I'm glad this happened. That this happened at a time when I'm so young, and it didn't happen towards later on in my career, because now I'm only 26. I have a whole career ahead of me. So it's kind of like it happened now, which is better than later.
Sure. Yeah. Well said. And by the way, you know, 4 years is a long time. I know you're training and whatnot, but like, did you do anything else to pass the time? Like, what were you doing outside of training for 4 years?
Oh yeah, definitely. I was man, I love going on hikes. So going on a ton of hikes, like fishing, riding motorcycles. I have a BMW S1000R. So ride motorcycles back with some friends, with my family. I like doing that kind of stuff, ride dirt bikes, just kind of exploring, kind of got into snowboarding. That actually, I've been looking at snowboarders, man, that's a hard sport. If you didn't start off young in that, that's something you got to get used to. But just, I'm always outdoor doing a lot of things.
Any acting, modeling, things like that? Your wife is in the entertainment business, right?
She is. She's super talented. She's got voiceovers on Netflix. She was Poppy in Trolls. She's got a show called Amphibia. She has a bunch of acting, super talented. And for me, I did film 2 episodes on a show called The Apprentice. That was fun.
Wow. Oh, the one championship one?
Yes, the one championship one. So I had a good time doing that. I was on with Brandon Vera, actually. So me and Brandon Vera, who fights for one championship, champ, he's an amazing fighter. That was a good time, actually, to film that. We were actually out in Singapore for that, and that was a lot of fun filming. All
right. Well, I am so happy that you are back, Sage. We missed you. Again, it's May 5th in Broomfield, Colorado, the First Bank Center, like I said. Tickets going very quickly. So if you want to go there, if you're one of those people that are on the fence, snatch them up. Demetrius Johnson versus Adriano Moraes 3 going down as the main event. And Sage Northcutt against Ahmed Mushtaba. I believe I'm pronouncing that correctly. Yeah? Mushtaba?
I think so.
Okay. Is also happening on the card. The return of Super Sage plus other fights to be announced. And as you just teased, multiple different martial arts on display, jiu-jitsu, kickboxing, etc. That's a lot of exciting stuff, Sage. So happy to see you back. Yeah. Welcome back. Glad you're in good spirits, good health. And I'm assuming, correct me if I'm wrong, the abs are still there. The physique is still there. Better than ever, right? Oh,
yeah, you know it.
Oh, my dear God. Let's see the abs. Definitely. How are the abs looking? Let's see them. Let's get a preview. Oh, look at that.
Oh, always got the abs. I just ate, you can't even imagine. I just ate the biggest chicken sandwich just now too, right before hopping on, like 5 minutes before. Chicken sandwich, ran downstairs, was like, it's time.
I love it. And nothing fake about those abs, right? No liposuction over there. I mean, that's 100% real.
No way.
I love it.
No way.
I love it. You're the man, Sage. All the best to you. Say hello to your family. Right. Welcome back.
All right. Hey, thank you so much.
All right, there he is. The one and only Sage Northcutt. Super. I mean, how good is Super Sage, right?
Amazing.
Right? Did I tell you? I said to Frank before the show, you're going to love Super Sage. Texas boy as well.
Yeah, which is cool.
What a spirit this guy has, right? What an esprit de vivre. What a joie de vivre. Do you think this is still bubbly?
Hopefully it is.
That high fructose is something. Sage Northcutt, May 5th. I feel like he was talking to you there, GC. Did he seal the deal for you? Are you going now because Sage Northcutt's fighting?
I mean, that was a hell of a sale. I cannot lie.
He's talking about the Amazon. He's talking about
the way that he transitioned into, if you haven't gotten tickets, you can watch on Amazon, was flawless execution.
Legend.
I hope One Championship was watching that.
Yeah. And honestly, kind of guy that I think he just did that on his own. That's the kind of guy that he is. Him talking about jiu-jitsu, I know they've done that, but could you imagine if Gordon Ryan's on that card too?
Now we're really talking.
Yeah.
Now Frank might have to get on the flight with me.
Frank, you going? You considering it?
I'm considering it.
Wow. And that's going to be interesting if they adopt the one rules, the judging, the all that stuff. If it's a one event in the U.S., that's a different kind of scene. Let's go crazy and do open scoring too. Why not?
Let's do it all.
All right. Very exciting stuff, Sage Northcutt. And I'm in a very nostalgic mood today Haven't seen Sage Northcutt in action since 2019. Haven't seen our next guest in action since 2019. How about that? It has been a while. We have talked about Todd Duffee here and there, but we haven't seen the Duff Man in action since September 14th, 2019 to be exact. And exciting times. Now, we knew about Sage's fight. We don't know what Todd's news is. So without further ado, let us say hello to Todd Duffee.
We going?
Yes. Hello, Todd. How are
What's
you?
up, Aaron? How you doing, bud?
Long time no speak.
I'm good. Yeah.
Long time no see.
I feel like I see you a lot on my Instagram.
Yeah, I guess. And I see you, but by the way, if anyone's wondering the answer to the trivia question in 2023, who's the last person on the planet who doesn't have Zoom? The answer is...
No, I actually have Zoom. I just took it off my phone because my phone was full situation. Too many photos, too many videos of myself or whatever.
Yeah. Well, you look great. I can understand why. I like the hair. The hair's longer than usual. You look fantastic.
Yeah, it's a COVID result.
Still haven't cut it?
Save a lot of money when you're not shaving your hair. No, I cut it every now and then. Like I trim it, but no, I haven't cut it for real.
Okay. Well, let's not beat around the bush. You've got some news to announce. Todd Duffee is coming back. What do we got?
I will be fighting for KSW here shortly.
That's breaking news.
What a great announcement!
That is breaking news. I love the oomph. I love the excitement. Not only are you fighting for let me take it from here, Todd. Not only are you fighting for KSW, you're going straight to the top. You're fighting for the heavyweight championship against the blazing hot, the #1 British heavyweight in the world, one of the best heavyweights on the planet, Phil DeFries, who you have history with, who you beat several years ago. He's the champ. You're challenging him in the Czech Republic on February 25th for the heavyweight title. Phil DeFries, Todd Duffee 2, your debut, first fight in 4 years against the champ who's on some crazy winning streak. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's accurate. Who else are you going to call besides an American to come save the heavyweight division for KSW?
Wow. You feel like you're saving the division? He's on a roll as of late.
Yeah, very boring, methodical, slow-paced, dominant role at Creed.
Wow. Have you been watching him?
Yeah, I have recently, definitely.
Okay.
He's definitely made some improvements.
For those that don't know, you beat him back in December of 2012. So you have a history. The guy you see now on this winning streak, does he resemble that guy that you beat back, I believe it was UFC 155, so a lifetime ago? Do you see any resemblance?
No, he's very much similar. He's got the same style. He's a little less anxious, so to speak. He touts his new dealing with anxiety as his big performance booster, let's say.
Okay, you're not buying it?
I just know how he's a former drug counselor dealing with anxiety. I know how he's doing it, so it just doesn't make sense to me. We get paid to have anxiety. Face your fears with me, Phil.
Oh, wow.
That's what I'm thinking.
Okay.
If you're not anxious about getting punched in the face for a living, I think you gotta maybe reassess your mind.
Why haven't you fought in 4 years?
Health and then contract stuff. I came out of the last fight. I already needed knee surgery going in. I had a bad knee surgery. Was kind of forced into a fight. I got nerve damage in the fight, the surgery. Got that fixed. I've been healthy for the last 2.5 years, just dealing with contract stuff, to be honest with you. I was in a down place. I don't know, this was about 1.5 years ago. Kane had just got arrested. I just lost my #1 MMA training partner. I see all these guys making, bukus of money, boxing and doing these kind of things. I just picked up a new full-time job. So my training schedule, I wasn't really going to be with a team. So it's a little easier to box than it is than train MMA, obviously, right? It's a little more singular of a sport.
Right.
And so then I asked out of my UFC contract to go pursue other endeavors. And it's just contract stuff, man. Working out with these promoters is not an easy task.
Did the UFC say yes when you asked right away, or was that a struggle?
It was not a struggle, no.
Okay, that's good.
They I wanted to come back and fight in the UFC just to kind of erase the last fight. It left a bad taste in my mouth. I definitely don't want to. You don't want to end your UFC career on a foul. That's not enjoyable.
Sure.
Nobody likes that. But they were unhappy with me in general. I think like, the injury, I fell through their cage like a year prior to that fight and blew out my knee, and then kind of got pushed back into a fight way too soon because the surgery didn't go well. So there was some bitterness and things like that are kind of unnecessary looking back. Like I was just in a dark place. Like I don't really hold any bitterness now. I think it's a great promotion. I wish I would have went out and had another fight or two for them and finished out my contract. But I think I was just in a really dark place, to be honest with you. Like there's just no way around it. I was. Losing Kane as a training partner really factored into the decision too.
How did you get out of the dark place?
Life. You just make good decision after good decision. It's not I just think the way I was framing things up in my head and how I felt, it was like I needed a new leaf to turn over. I needed something new. And I think just that alone kind of like reframed my mindset.
Okay. And the job that you got, what is it?
It was a corporate job.
Wow.
They did layoffs. Yeah, they laid everybody off on December 30th, which couldn't have worked out better. I was training like from 6 to 8 a.m. And then I would like stay at the gym and like stay on my computer and work using their Wi-Fi. Then I would have to go drive doing stops. So I was like an account advisor. So it was a really tough job on your body. Like I'd come in and see my coach every day at 6 o'clock after being in the car for 4 hours.
Oh, man.
It was a blessing in disguise, honestly. I'm actually like relieved.
So
it worked out great.
So now no more job. Now it's just fighting.
Yeah, fighting.
And so what kind of job was it?
I'd rather just leave that there.
Okay. I just corporate Todd. Like, are you showing up in a suit and everything? I love it.
No, it shouldn't have been a corporate job, but it became that.
Got it.
It was just the direction the company was moving in.
Okay. And where's home now for you?
I'm living in San Jose.
Okay.
AKA.
So are you training at AKA?
Yeah.
Who's kind of running the show there? Because I see Javier, he's all over the world. I know Bob's not there anymore.
Hob's still there. Ron Kessler's like the main figure. Ron's been fighting and being involved in AK for the last almost 20 years now. It seems like at least last 15. He's a great leader. He's a great coach.
Okay.
And he's a part of that new generation of coaches that actually fought. And they didn't just fight in one singular sport. They fought in MMA.
Yeah.
So he has a vast knowledge. He has a vast wealth of experience, and like he really truly understands the game. So he's a great asset to AK.
Any sign of DC at the gym?
I think he might pop his head in there every now and then. I'm not, he's got a lot of pictures on the wall.
to remind everyone of the good old days. Speaking of which, I don't know if you ever saw this clip, but there was a period at the beginning of the pandemic, like the first few months, where the UFC was the only game in town. I was doing a show with DC for ESPN called DC and Helwani. And every week, I kid you not, you must have heard about this, right? Every week.
I heard about it, yeah.
On the Wikipedia page, it would say Todd Duffee versus John Vellante. Every week, it would pop up on the card. And then one week, I'm running through the card at the end of the show. I'm like, this fight is happening, this fight. And I said Todd Duffee versus John Vellante, and I got tricked, whatever. And he started laughing. And then I was wondering, like, who's doing this? And I always wondered if it got to you that people kept putting your name and John Vellante's on the card. Did you know about this?
No, I think the fight should happen. I learned about it like later on. I think after you guys kind of like one of my friends sent me a clip, and then like I saw some other clip, like it was kind of a reference for a while for you guys. It looked like.
Yeah. Who did that? Was that you?
No, the fight should have happened for sure. I think John would have liked it too. It was an exciting fight.
Yeah, that would be great. Did they try to get you to come back?
No. I had a surgery, and then like about 10 months in, there was pressure to fight 10 months after a reconstruction, which doesn't make sense at all. Like right. I don't know anybody that's fighting 10 months after reconstruction, and I'd already just done that. I think they would have been happy if I came back. There wasn't that. It was just I wasn't ready at the time that we had that discussion.
Okay. And I had seen recently as well, like there was some talk of maybe you going BKFC route. What happened there?
I wish I knew what happened there. They went out and announced that I had signed with them and everything. And, I didn't have a contract with them. So we had some discussions. I'd accepted some fights with them over time, but nothing ever came to fruition. I think they're moving very fast, and they have a small unit of guys working for them. So, I don't really want to speak negatively on it. All I can say is that I did not. They went out and announced that I was fighting for them December 3rd. I got excited. I was like, "Oh, okay, great! I have a fight finally." I had actually lined up another fight for December 15th that was MMA, but this was going to be a bigger fight. So I was like, "All right." And then that promoter got really upset thinking I was playing them, which wasn't the case. Like, so I didn't get it. I eventually got a contract from them about 2 weeks after they made that announcement. I called the opponent to see if it was a real contract. That opponent said he had no idea, wasn't going to make that weight. I couldn't get them on the phone, and it just never came to fruition.
Wow.
It was a very odd experience.
Who was the opponent?
The opponent was Greg Hardy.
Oh, wow.
Greg was down to fight. Yeah, Greg was down to fight me. He was excited. He's like, "Yeah, but I'm not fighting you December 3rd. I'm not making 265." I was like, "So this contract's fake?" He's like, "Yeah, that contract's not real."
Wow.
It's not. There's nothing behind it. I talked to Dave maybe a month ago, and he offered Rothwell, which I accepted, but again, it just never came to fruition. I don't know. I can't speak on. I think that again, they're doing 3 shows a month practically, and I think they have a small group of guys that are working on that. So I can't really speak to it.
Did you ever ask him, like, "Hey, why did you announce that I was coming when I didn't have a signed contract?"
Everybody seems like a reasonable question here.
Yes.
I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, all right. Do you feel like you're in a better spot now? Do you like the? Like, do you like?
I feel like I'm in a great spot. Like, yeah, I definitely like MMA more. I think it's more exciting. I was more excited about the names. Like Rothwell and Hardy would be great fights.
Right.
Be great fights to bring to the fans. They're fights I won. I'm not here to deny that. I couldn't get a contract to sign.
Okay.
So yeah, it just kind of is what it is, dude. It's very frustrating to say the least.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of things behind the scenes that people don't necessarily realize, and they think that fighters have a little more control than they do. But as much as it's just not. It wasn't the case.
Well,
there was just a lack of communications about how I would put it.
American fans may not know this. I mean, we do our part. We try to, but the KSW production, like the show that they put on, is second to none.
Beautiful.
It's unbelievable.
Beautiful.
Right? I mean, like this is a world-class, like A+ promotion. And so I like the idea.
I mean, they're selling out 50,000 arenas.
Yeah.
They have 50,000 people in some of these arenas. So it's exciting. Bill's a tough opponent. He's top 25 in the world right now. He's built himself back up. He seems a lot happier in the cage. So it's for me, it's an exciting match, dude. Like what I'm more excited about is like this guy in front of me is like, he's a very good test. And I mean, I didn't know it at the time, but I'm excited about getting that belt too, to be honest. I think that'll be a very exciting thing to have. And I've always kind of had an odd target on my back, but now there's a reason to have a target on my back, I guess, once I get that belt. So that'll feel a little better too, I'm sure.
He has looked good. He's won 10 in a row, like I said. And in fact, he sent us a little video message from him to you. I wanted to play it real quick and just get your response. How do you feel about that?
Just as in is it playing?
Well, no, it's about to play. Here it is.
Hey, Todd. Good to see you finally got around to signing that contract. Took you a little while there, but the fight's on now. Just so you know, the guy you beat in 2012, he was in there to get beat. He had his issues with his head and he was a weak guy. Now you're going to be fighting me at the strongest I've ever been. I've got the best team around us. I'm motivated and I'm coming to get you, mate. Classic Rocky 3 situation we got going on then. So I'll see you on the date, the 25th, and let's get it done.
Oh, baby. A little interesting nugget there. He says, took you a while to sign the contract. Is that true?
No, I actually called him. I impressed him. He didn't want the fight. He was focused on the money fight. I got mad simply because I wasn't really serious about it.
Oh.
I was just kind of playing around and just like playing around online. And he was despondent about it. He didn't want the fight. He was focused on the money fight, and I couldn't. And immediately I just saw a chink. I was like, "Oh wow, I'm giving you this opportunity. You want to give you the opportunity to get a loss back, and you're focused on the money fight." Help me understand, Phil. So that's when I kind of got hard up for it. I was like, "Oh, I want this fight for sure now." Before it was just like kind of friendly banter. I mean, I'm glad he's got his shit together. I'm excited. It's going to be a tougher fight. I expected a tough fight back then, to be honest. It was clear he kind of. I remember how the fight felt. Anxiety would be a good word for it.
You could sense that?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, he was pressing. I remember like he's putting me on the cage, and I'm like, "There's no way this guy's gonna last. Like, it's just not. This is not an attainable pace. And if it is, like, I'm fine because I'm holding 80%. So I felt like, all right, we're good. And then it looked like he felt and looked like there was a gas moment for him. I mean, he's talked about it. Like, there's no secrets there. That's fighting though. That's like you have to work through that. That's a big part of fighting. Sounds like he's got himself together. It's gonna be a war. I fully expect it's a 5-round fight. I have to travel overseas. That's not easily done. It's an exciting fight. I don't know what to tell you. Like, I think matchup wise, we match up very well. We both press the pace. We both like to make things move. He has a particular style. I have a particular style. We're both pretty violent though, so it should work out for a very exciting fight for the fans.
First ever show for KSW in the Czech Republic, so that is exciting for them. They're expecting a big crowd. Are you still doing acting, auditions, things like that?
Yeah, I've been doing some auditions lately. I think you probably I did one last week. I think it's maybe why you got mentioned that.
How would I know?
It's not like a major. It's not. Yeah.
How would I know what your audition schedule is? I'm just I keep up with you, Todd. You may not keep up with me or care, but I keep tabs.
What is this like oversensitive thing? I got a question for you, Errol. Why did I get brought up in your? I got a question for you. I got to ask.
Please.
This is what I wanted to talk to you about before the interview because I was kind of concerned.
Yeah.
Why did my name get brought up in your Brendan Schaub beef? I don't even know the beef, and that's none of my business. I'm not trying to bring that up. But
Brandon
somebody
Schaub
sent me a clip. Yeah. And my name got brought up through you. So I'm wondering, like,
is that true? I don't think that's true. You heard the clip?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm just curious. So it may have been I could have been an afterthought. It was like a very random throw out of my name. I just thought like, well, what's going on with Ariel?
First of all, I've always loved you. I feel like we have a kinship. I don't remember. I mean, I'm not playing dumb here. Guys, do you remember me mentioning Todd Duffee when I was talking about Brendan Schaub? Maybe New York Rick remembers. Do you remember it? I'm not even playing dumb. I have no recollection.
No,
what did I say? Do you remember?
You just dropped my name in the middle of like one of the things. I don't know. Like, I honestly don't know. One of my friends sent it to me. They're like, yo, why are you involved in this? I was like, I have no idea.
I mean, what a 10-7 it was, though. I mean, it was a real one-sided affair. Would you not agree, or?
I have no ideas of the details. What were you guys even upset at each other about?
Lies. You know, sometimes people lie and you have to hit them with the truth. I have to defend myself, Todd. I mean, when we first met, I was just a young pup in the game. But now I've got a little hair on my chin, and I feel like sometimes...
I think you were pretty shrewd when we first met.
You think so?
Oh, yeah.
What are you talking about?
You're doing a good job. Look at you.
Look at
you
me.
wouldn't have got here if you weren't.
That's true. So you have been keeping tabs.
I mean, yeah, I follow you on Instagram. You pop up on my feed quite a bit. You got exciting news.
You're the best. Listen, when they told me Todd Duffee signed with KSW, I said, I'm all in. Sign me up.
No, it's super exciting, and the challenge is super big. Like, Phil has developed himself into. He's basically the same guy. He's just developed his mind. It looks like.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be an exciting fight. To say the guy's the same guy, that's not true. He's 10 years developed.
Sure.
But he's still Phil.
Well,
and all I'm at.
All right. I think he will maybe say otherwise. I'm racking my brain over this Brendan Schaub thing. I really don't know what you're talking. I don't remember saying.
No, it's just why I wanted to clarify.
There's no beef here. There's no beef here. They asked.
Yeah.
They said, you want to talk to Todd before, to break the fourth wall. They said, you want to talk to Todd before? I'm like, you know what? I like to treat my interviews like a wedding ceremony. I don't like to talk to the groom or the bride. I don't know who's who in this case before we get to the altar. So here we are. And I said, if he wants to, we could talk, but I didn't feel like there was anything to talk about. Weird? Were you offended by that?
No, I wasn't offended by that. I was just more concerned about like what my underlying issue there might be.
There's zero.
But clearly, there's not one.
Zero.
We cleared the air, Ariel. Look,
this is big.
How you do that?
February 25th.
Put the truth out there.
Yes, I feel like I made a bigger deal out of the announcement than you did. That's how much I like you.
No, I'm excited. Like, I mean, February 25th, America's coming to save KSW's heavyweight division. Like, it's very clear. Phil's been putting people to sleep over there for quite a while and not in the cage, outside the cage fans. So it's an exciting fight. I think it'll be a very aggressive, violent fight. We may find ourselves in the third, fourth, fifth rounds. We may not. It's going to be a fast-paced fight. Even then, we're both grinders. So it'll be definitely exciting fight.
Welcome back, Todd. I'm very happy for you. Congrats on this deal. It's huge. It's great to see you back. I'm happy we don't have to talk about the fictitious Todd Duffee versus John Vellante fight anymore. That's all in the past.
It would have been a good fight,
It would have
though,
been a
no?
good fight. Yeah, it would have been a good fight. I was getting excited every time I see it pop up. It's hard to keep up with all the news, but alas, it was some kid, just messing with us.
I mean, I wanted to see the fight, too. I'm sorry I couldn't bring it to you guys.
It's okay. Hey, maybe in KSW, maybe you win the belt. You call it to John Vellante. Wouldn't it be a great story? You win the belt February 25th. You call out John Vellante, settle it once and for all. That would be fantastic.
Yeah.
Think about it.
Is he still fighting? Is he not still in the UFC?
I think he's a football
Is he not
coach now.
signed? Oh, he might be still fighting, though, no?
He's not fighting.
He strikes
no.
me as a guy that doesn't. Oh, you don't think he's still in the gym?
Maybe you get him back out of retirement.
Is he retired, or has he just not had a fight come up?
Well, I think he was a little bigger.
2020 changed the landscape.
Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't mean anything. Like, that guy's probably still in the gym. He's probably still training. People tell me I retired. I was training every day, twice a day. So I'm like really struggling to understand like people's perception of
That's true.
Reality, right? So I would think he's probably. I mean, the landscape's different now. Since 2020, it's definitely difficult to find fights outside these bigger promotions. So
right.
Maybe that's what it was.
All right. So do me a favor. When you win, call him out.
Oh, I think I'm going to go next in line.
Okay, fine. Company man.
Especially if you're telling me he's retired.
Corporate
No,
Todd.
it's not even that. If he's retired, I don't want to fight a guy that's not wanting to fight. Like,
I mean, well,
I'm not
maybe.
pulling somebody out of retirement.
All right.
You don't retire because you don't want to not because you want to fight. You retire because you don't want to fight anymore.
That's true. Well, maybe he thought that you were gone too, and so the dream fight was no more, and now it's
Is
back.
that what it was?
Todd, you're the man. Congratulations. Welcome back. Thanks for coming on, and thanks for downloading Zoom for us.
Did you understand anything Phil really said?
I did. Stop.
Was it my Zoom or?
Stop it. What are you talking about?
No, like the first two sentences I didn't get. I thought.
No,
like,
it was great. It was great.
What did he say? The first two sentences.
He said he's happy that you signed. It took you a while.
It did not take me a while.
I mean, that's what he said.
I was in his DMs.
All right. Wow.
Why don't you want this fight?
Okay, well, we'll settle it on February 25th. Exactly a week from today. A month from today, I should say. Exactly, what is it, 31 days? Yeah, 31 days from today.
Yeah.
All right, Todd.
Bill will be facing his fears. It'll be nice.
So help me, Todd. Welcome back. There he is.
Zero.
The one and only Todd Duffee. So Help Me, Todd is a great show on CBS, starring my good friend Skylar Aston. Couple other notes about this big card. It's February 25th. It's at the Home Credit Arena in Liberec, Czech Republic. It's Phil DeFries against Todd Duffee 2. DeFries is on a 10-fight winning streak, my friends. There's the poster right over there. The heavyweights of Europe are coming to the Czech Republic, as is Todd Duffee. He has signed a multi-fight deal with KSW. Of course, like I said, beat him back at 155, UFC 155. Feels like ages ago. Over 10 years ago, 10 and change. Hasn't fought since 2019. Phil DeFries regarded as one of the best heavyweights in the world right now. 10-fight winning streak. Broke the KSW record for most defenses, 7 for a champion. Training partner and good friend of one, Tommy Aspinall. La 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 da 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 da. Phil DeFries, Phil DeFries, da 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 da. And like I said, first KSW event in the Czech Republic, first event outside of Poland for KSW since before COVID, and the co-main event features Daniel Omelianchuk, former UFC fighter, and he's taking on former UFC and PFL fighter Viktor Pešta, who's 18-8. So how about that? A lot to like there. That is Todd Duffee, the Duff Man, returning. So reuniting with a couple of old mates, a couple of old friends.
Yep.
Oh, a lot going on here in the text.
This is the same text from earlier in the show.
No, new stuff. Aspinall actually wrote me. He says, you better get Phil on this show. Now that he's been trying to get Phil on the show for a while. Yeah, there he is. We love you, Todd. We love you.
Tommy.
No, Todd, Tommy, and Phil. There's another one here that I got that's important. Oh, here it is. For the One Championship event on May the 5th, it's going to be our MMA rule set will be the same in Colorado. Their commission approved it. Banned soccer kicks a while ago, but ground and knees are fair game. Weight and hydration tests during fight week per usual, plus the post-fight weigh-ins after to ensure they're within range of the contracted limit. Don't you guys think, and thank you for that, I appreciate that. That's from One Championship. Do you guys think that it should be, I feel like they should weigh them in before the fight, because once the fight is over, the damage is done, right?
Yes.
Feels like, I don't know, kind of pointless.
Productive.
Right.
It does.
I just got to look at the...
You're trying to sell me on the One Championship show. The real question is, when are we going over to Europe for a KSW show? I mean, that's the dream. KSW 100? They're at 79 right now.
79,
so
I mean...
A couple more years?
Couple more years. I feel like we could do something before that, no?
I'm down.
By the way, I got to look at the score, Carabao Cup, not doing well for our boys.
We already had an offside called back.
Down 2-0. If I'm being honest, you know, we did our thing. It's time to get out, you know?
I kind of agree.
It's time, you know, we need to focus on staying up. That's all we need to focus on.
We got to stay up, and at the end of the day, who cares about the Carabao Cup? It's obviously the inferior trophy to the FA Cup. I mean,
well, we're all about, at this point, let's get to the Europa League. You know, let's you know, why not? Let's get to the Champions League. Let's go top 4. What do we need these inferior cups for? What's Carabao Cup? First of all, if I would rank them, I would say World Cup, Euro Cup.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just going World Cup, Euro Cup, FA Cup, definitely.
Carabao isn't even making the top 10. It's an inferior trophy. No one cares about it.
Top 20.
Yeah.
Top 20.
Yeah.
Yeah, no one cares about that. And
moving on.
And why do we have to do 2 legs? Let's just, could we just tap out now? Could we just, we don't need to do this. Stupid.
Out of solidarity, we shouldn't even show up for the second one.
I agree.
Because we don't care.
Frank, can you cut this part out of the podcast? Let's not even give it any time of day, all right?
Good call.
Thank
We're
you.
on to the Prem.
Oh, yeah, staying up. And I'm very excited about our next guest. And by the way, still to come, the first annual Royal Rumble Lottery. Da 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 da. We are going to draw 30 numbers? Yeah, 30. Wow, this is going to be incredible. Out of this little thingy, so 30 balls with 30 numbers.
Yeah, what is that called? What's the official name for it?
I don't know. A lottery dispenser, a ball dispenser.
GC, you want to weigh in on this?
Yeah, lottery drum, but it's kind of small for a drum.
When you think of drum, you think of something smaller than your hand.
Yeah, something like that. I don't know. But
I'll leave the props to you moving forward there, Frank.
No, I think you did a great job with it. And I'm looking forward to doing that back into the show. But we've got one guest to go, and perhaps the biggest of the day. Everyone very excited to hear from this man. He is the brand new UFC light heavyweight champion. He defeated Glover Teixeira in a somewhat one-sided affair. There were moments in the fight where we were wondering, would they stop the fight, because it was getting very dicey for Glover. To his credit, he survived, but it was never in doubt. 50-44 for the new champ, the man who less than a year ago told us within the next year he would become UFC light heavyweight champion. In fact, here's the clip for the record. Here's what he said in February of 2022. Finish this sentence for me if you can. Jamahal Hill will be UFC champion by?
In the next year.
In the next year. This time next year, you're champion already.
In the next year.
In the next year. His prediction came true. Jamahal Hill, Sweet Dreams, joining us now. What's up, my man? How are you?
What's going on, Ariel? I'm chilling. Your man's. I don't feel like your man's today, Ariel.
What's wrong?
I don't feel like your man. We jumping. We gonna have to.
We going right into it?
Yeah, we got to jump right off into this. You know, I like to get on your ass right away.
I love it. You keep me honest. You keep me on my toes. But you know, it says a lot about you, because there were a lot of people, a lot of haters out there who said, I think you respect.
Get your ass down like one of them.
Hey, listen, I think you respect the fact that I keep it real. And a lot of people said, oh, Jamahal this, Jamahal that. He's not going to talk. And he's like, I'm like, you know what? I know Jamahal better than all of you. He likes people who keep it real. So he's not like these other sensitive fighters who are going to say, yeah, I don't want to talk to you. No, he's a man. I'm a man. We're going to talk it out. And people are allowed to have opinions. And guess what? My opinion means shit. My opinion means absolute shit, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, at least you know that. Yeah, man. You said yeah, man. The last couple of days, you done said some questionable shit to me, dog.
What'd I say?
Man, bro, what's up? I believe in. I'm not exactly specific on quote, but I'm pretty damn close. That it's crazy that a lot of people doubt or think that the 185-pound champion is the worst in the league, but when he has a chance to actually be the 185-pound champion and could beat the 205-pound champion. So
did I say I think? Did I say I think? Did I say I think?
That's what you think, but yeah.
I didn't say I think. I said I hear people saying this. I saw people shitting on Alex.
You ain't heard people say that. That was your thoughts.
GC, did I say I think Alex beats Jamahal Hill?
Wow, you're bringing me into this?
Yeah, I need some backup here.
You said he has a chance at fighting Jamahal Hill.
Well, of course, anyone has a chance, but
You said he has a chance, and he could possibly.
No, I never said that. I mean, now we're getting crazy. Okay.
Roll the clip. It was just yesterday. Come on, Ariel. Roll the clip.
Well, it was Monday. Here's the thing. Here's the one that I think bothered you the most. Tell me if I'm wrong. I said I still consider Yuri Prochazka to be the best light heavyweight on the planet, and I can explain that to you. Is that the one that bothered you the most?
That one kind of got on my kind of annoyed me a little bit. But it was some dude. Whoever, I don't know who the dudes were that you had on. One of them talking about the Bellator. Said somebody from Bellator.
New York Rick. Bring New York Rick's ass out here. Bro. I mean, this guy.
Most
accurate takes.
Because here's the thing, though, right?
Yeah.
There's the reason why they're at Bellator. You know what I'm saying? If they could come in the UFC and do that shit, they would. If Corey Anderson could be the champion in the UFC, he would have done that. You know what I mean? Because all it would have done would have added value to his name in Bellator. So why wouldn't he do that?
I agree with you. For real. I agree with you. And by the way, worth noting, a lot of people, because you saw on Monday, I don't know if you saw, you were flying, but Bellator put out a press release saying they signed the #1 light heavyweight on the planet. That is false. And I actually wrote to one of the Bellator guys. I was like, I see what you guys are doing, but it's cheeky. You know why? Yuri beat Vadim Nemkov. Yuri has a win. To me, it's Yuri or you right now, right? That's the thing. Is it a crazy thought? Tell me if I'm wrong, and I will man up to it if you think I'm truly wrong here. Yuri didn't lose the belt, right? We know what happened. He got injured. He beat Glover. I know your fight. You could play MMA math all day and say, oh, yours was more convincing. It was. Yours was more dominant. It was. But still, the guy didn't lose. He was on this long winning streak. He beat guys like Vadim, who's the Bellator champ. I still believe until he loses the belt, he should be considered the best light heavyweight on the planet. Not because you're not the best light heavyweight. It's just because we haven't settled that question yet. So he deserves that respect as the guy who didn't lose the belt. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, to a degree, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. When you say it like that, but how you said it, it's just like, bro, like my man's barely beat Glover. If they fight that fight 10 times out of 10, how many times does Yuri win? Because I know for a fact it ain't 10, it ain't 9, it ain't 8. And more from what we've seen, it more than likely goes the other way. Mm-hmm. Glover's still on this planet. You get what I'm saying? So, be honest, based off the fight that you've seen between them two, not seeing Glover, not me and Glover had not fought, but you have 10 times to match these dudes up. You have to put your money on one side. Who's going to win the most times out of 10? Who do you pick?
No, it's a evenly matched fight. I will also say I don't necessarily, and I think you feel the same, like MMA math isn't a real thing, right? Like just because this guy beat this guy doesn't mean this guy beats...
Real thing, but all right, here's another factor to factor in that. Bro, he had an injury that was nasty enough to where he could, you know what I mean, it compromised him that badly to where he has to recover and come back. Is he going to be the same dude?
No, that's possible. Yeah. I mean,
right now, the level that you're speaking of him being the best on and best at, he's not at that level. Because if he was, he would be able to fight.
Well, he got injured.
You know what
I mean, not necessarily his fault. I mean, I guess you could say an injury is someone's fault, but it's bad luck.
I'm not saying that is his fault, but it is what it is. As far as we talking active, whenever I think of who's the best but like active that can go right, I'm the best.
Okay. You know, I saw this a lot, and I'd like for maybe you to confirm this. I saw a lot of people saying Ariel is only saying this because Jamahal didn't come on his show on Monday or wouldn't come on his show on Monday. Now, you can confirm, I think, from your manager, I reached out on Sunday that you were traveling. I'm not shitting. Like, come on, man. You know I got love. And I think, hey, that clip we put out, I think got a lot of people thinking about this fight in a positive light. Am I right or am I wrong? Like, we were trying to do some good here, right? So there's no hate coming from this side of the table. You know that, right?
It's just, bro, it's just for what I actually did and what I actually accomplished and things. I don't think you spoke to the accomplishments and what I actually had to like put into and go through and shit to actually make this happen. It was more so like just like the question of Pierre and then like the Yuri thing. It's like, bro, I don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? I just went through a gauntlet and had to go through what I had to go through to achieve that. Do I now? I don't get me wrong. I'm more than excited and more than happy for the future of proving that shit wrong. You know what I mean? The whole Yuri and the Yuri and the Pierre and things like that. But shit, like I would have liked to just like let me get this moment, bro.
That's fair.
You know what I mean?
That's 100% fair. No disrespect intended. We have to sit here and do the show. I think it's the same way, like, just for an example, and we can move on from this if you want, but I'm happy to talk about it all day too. Like Figueiredo, I considered him the champion going into the fight against Moreno, even though they fought, I considered him the best flyweight, even though there was an interim champ because he didn't lose the belt, right? They fought and he got injured and then, Moreno fought Kai France. But to me, so that's the way I kind of view this, not to try to diminish your accomplishment or your moment. I was just saying in the moment until this guy loses. And I thought John Jones was the best light heavyweight for a while, and enough time has passed where it's not fair to say that anymore. But that's my line of thinking.
Which that was cool, but it went from that into I think Pieters like could even come up and beat him.
I never said that.
Bro, you did that shit, bro. Come on.
I said there's people talk. Isn't it crazy that people said this about this guy, and now they're having the discussion. We could even have the discussion because of his size and because of the story of him avenging the loss of him going up. That's all. Not to say that you don't deserve. Come on, man. You know that. I mean, you're not a sensitive guy. I know this better. I mean, come on.
Bro, you paying attention to shit, and when it seems suspicious, I'm gonna speak on it.
I love that. I'm happy you brought it. And you know what? People didn't think we talk about it. I think it says a lot about you and I as people. How about that? As human beings.
Like how you try to throw yourself in there. It says a lot about me, Ariel. All right, you stay your ass over there. All right, I'm still unsure about you.
Still unsure after all this time?
Listen. You be suspicious, homie. You be suspicious.
All right. What about this Alex Pereira? His team hitting me up all day. Make sure you ask Jamahal about this fight. Make sure they've been hitting me up. And I saw he wrote something on your Instagram page. Did you see that? I guess he was in the comments saying like, you didn't see this?
Nah.
Someone sent it to me. I'll read it to you if you want. It was, he was in the Instagram. I heard Prochaska is injured. What about knocking me out? This was a comment on your page. I don't know. It seems like he's interested in fighting you. Pereira.
Oh. Shit, what's popping? What's popping? Like, we can get that cracking. If you want to come on up and try his luck with that shit, come on in. I'm not scared of nobody, bro. And I take very seriously the challenges. You know, and it gives me extra incentive to fuck you up. I think what he was mentioning was it was an old clip, you know what I mean? I think I was with James Lipson. I was asked about like a fight between me and or whatever, and I said I think I'd knock him out. You know what I mean? And I do.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it ain't like I didn't say the shit. I said that shit. He feels some type of way about it. Show me. Hey, I'm in the show me business.
I love it. Okay, enough about all that. Can we talk about the moment because you really, I think, connected with a lot of people. You know, the interview that we did, many other interviews that you did about, now I get to find out. This, you had your job. No one believed in you. You have scratched and clawed your way. You're from Grand Rapids. I mean, at one point, maybe this seemed far-fetched. Can you even describe what the last few days have been like for you? You got the belt right over there, over your right shoulder. That's the belt that was held by John Jones, Chuck Liddell, by some of the greatest fighters in the history of the sport, Tito Ortiz. It's the same division. The belt might be different, but it's the same damn belt. What does this feel like? That? What does that feel like? Does this feel real?
It's shinier.
Yeah, that is true.
Moments. It change. It goes. It comes in moments. You know, just all the hard work and the journey and all those things. But I'm just hungry for more greatness. I'm hungry now to truly. So now that I've made history, I want to cement my name into that history, and I want to do that with names like a Jury, like a Pieta, like a Magomed, like a Jan, whoever step up, whoever rises to the top of it, whatever cream rises to the top. That's what I mean. That's why I want. That's why I want to swipe. I'm here for action. I mean, I'm here for them fights.
How was the week in Brazil leading up to the fight? Did you feel the love? Did you feel good? Did you feel more nervous than usual? This was the biggest fight of your career by far. How did you feel going into the fight?
No, the whole week leading up was just like, it was almost like a vacation. It was great weather. It was, beach, water was great. Sights, everything. It was. I got love from the Brazilian people. They showed love. They showed appreciation for my skills and what I put on the line whenever I go into the cage. It was just the fans, the crowd. It was just the crowd. It wasn't the Brazilian people. It was just that crowd of Brazilian people that just were, wow, bro.
What do you mean, good or bad?
Like the energy was energy. I take energy how it comes, but some of them were just like kind of like ridiculous, like crazy. Like I don't think they know that flipping people off and middle fingers in the played out. Like, that's why a lot of the times you see, like, especially like on the face off of the walk, I was laughing. It was like, and my man was like doing all this. I'm like, all of a sudden, like the dude, I just pictured him like at a desk job somewhere, just like, this how you act? Like, you probably got a wife and kids and shit, bro. You just being weird as shit, bro.
Yeah. They were fired up.
That Brandon, though, that shit wasn't cool at all.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm glad Glover stepped up as the guy that we all know him to be and things like that. And he told me, he's like, you walk out of here with me. He's like, this way you walk out of here with me. And he addressed the people and we walked out in peace.
Yeah.
That was cool because I wouldn't have responded well to shit like that.
I saw footage from before the fight and after the fight from your manager, Brian Butler, where like these guys at the beach were taking care of you and then you came back after the fight to hook them up. What was that all about?
That was just they wanted shirts. They asked me if I had like some extra shirts or whatever, and fight day, some shirts that I had thought that could make it there in time or whatever weren't going to. So I found some UFC shirts and I signed them for, and I wanted to go over and give them to them. Every time we stepped on the beach, they were just right there, like, hey, what do you need? What do you need? And things like that. And it was just amazing. They were good. They made my time there enjoyable, brought great energy and respect and things like that. So I just wanted to go and give them something. Brian's usually the man behind the camera and things. He likes to try to capture things to show people like why I just do things. Like I'm not really, into like all like
I get it.
Like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? So it's just I just like to do things. Like part of the things, like one of the things I wanted to do, like even as a kid, like see people struggling, see people with something, and just like help people, like kind of change people's day, show people that, some people will just look out. They don't care about nothing else but just to see, because I would hope that there are more people like that out. You know what I mean? So
in the fight itself, like when you dreamed about it, when you thought of it, did you think it would be, I don't want to say one-sided because I feel like that's somewhat disrespectful to Glover, but 50-44 is a pretty one-sided scorecard.
I'll be honest with you, and with all due respect, it was 50-43. That third round was a 10-8 round.
All right.
And so I if I'm scoring it, this would have been at least 2 10-8 rounds.
Were you expecting that? Were you expecting it to be that one-sided?
I was expecting dominance. What do y'all think I say whenever I say dominate? I expect dominance. I don't look to give you anything. That's why whenever he landed these shots, he earned those. He you know what I mean? He made right adjustment. Certain things he did inside people can say, oh, you got hit by this. Like people like to generalize, like, bro, people have certain unique things that they do, that they learn and that they're able to employ in fights. And he had a lot of uniqueness to the way that he fought, the way that he approaches the fight and things like that, as well as the toughness to go with it.
Any point while you're, beating him up pretty badly, are you thinking like, man, they should stop this? I'm not really enjoying this. Like, are you thinking that?
No, it wasn't no point.
Okay.
It may sound fucked up. Point where I wasn't enjoying it because I like to fight and I like to compete, but it was a thought like, man, somebody needs to stop this. Maybe I thought like, especially with the cut on his eye. Jeez, yeah, man. But that wasn't my job because I understood what he was trying to do to me.
Right. Were you surprised that his team didn't stop it?
No.
Okay. Why not?
They don't seem like the type of team to quit. They believe in their guy to the very end. And yeah, just like the same type of grit he showed in the cage, I believe his team is built with that same grit.
You were very emotional afterwards. Why were you so emotional? I mean, obviously big moment, but it's a crazy.
Oh, yeah. It just didn't feel that big to you, huh?
Oh, stop it. This guy.
I know. Stop. You said the shit. Look, you better watch what the hell you say then. Watch, you don't want me to bring it up.
No, look, bring it up. But by the way, something that feels big to you might not feel big to me, and something that feels big to me might not feel big to you.
Pause.
Stop.
Man, pause.
I just said you were emotional. If maybe I wasn't emotional, you were emotional.
Well, what's your biggest accomplishment for what you've done in this?
In my life, like, I mean, being a parent, or you mean my job?
Your job.
I mean, just living the dream, doing my thing. I don't know. I've never won any belts.
You can do this full time and you don't have to work or do nothing else. You can do what you like to do all day.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But just like when Sean Strickland the other day challenged you as a fan of what you meant to the game and shit like that. You know what I mean? You felt some type of way about that because you know the work that you put into this and all this and that and all that. That's the same way it was for me, bro. I've been working this whole time. I've been working for 13 years. This shit ain't new to me. Just because you can only look back and see 2000, even before 2016, I had like a dozen amateur fights, fighting underground. I fought for promoters who used the fact that we weren't even in the sanctioned state to just throw fights and then use shit that they just knew about other states or whatever to where they didn't have to pay fighters. So dudes are just getting fucked up and then they leave there. They don't have insurance. They don't have nothing. You know what I'm saying? So I had to go through a gauntlet of different things. You know what I mean? Like there was no, oh, bro, if you do this, you're going to fucking make it to the UFC. You're going to be shit. There wasn't that. I didn't have no blueprint. I literally had to make this shit up on the fly. I'm laying down a blueprint trying to lay one down for the young dogs behind me. You know what I'm saying? And now I have the to say, yeah, I know what the fuck I'm talking about. This is what it is. Here it is. Here's the plan. You know what I mean? That's what that was.
I get it. And by the way, don't get it twisted. Me asking you why you were emotional isn't me questioning why you're emotional. I'm just trying to get you to
Look, I missed it, cuz this was me addressing this shit you said. I was like I said, I was traveling Monday. I had some things. But you got a little loose with the lips with a couple of the fellas. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what y'all was maybe drinking some Long Island iced tea. You look like you might drink a sex on the beach or something, I don't know what y'all going on for, but y'all was talking. Y'all was loose lipping in a little too much.
Too much? We got too comfortable?
Got a little too comfortable. Yeah,
Okay, well, you're okay. So here's the thing. Let's keep it real. Can we keep it real?
That's all I know how to do.
All right. So you're upset at me. Okay, maybe you're not upset. You're just calling me out. You felt some sort of way about me saying this about Yuri and me saying that about Alex. Apparently, all that stuff. Here's the thing, and that's fine, and that's fair game. I believe it's fair game for me to say that because, hey, look, I'm doing a sports show. I'm talking about MMA. We talk about it a lot. Like, I got to be real with my opinions and feelings too. And I think maybe somewhere deep down inside, you respect that. Now, here's the thing. Obviously, a big story over the last few weeks has been the Dana White situation. You were probably the most vocal fighter on the roster about that situation, right? And a lot of people... Well, let me finish. About that, did you ever hear me say, my opinions on Jamahal have changed? Jamahal shouldn't have said. Did you ever hear me say your name at all when you were, I saw you going back and forth with a lot of people. And I'll be honest, didn't agree with a lot of your things that you said. And I could have been like, F that guy, da-da-da-da. No, I didn't say anything. Did you hear me shit on you then? Did you hear me criticize you? Did you hear me disparage you? Did you hear me say anything negative about you? Did you hear me even put your name in that bucket? Did you hear any of that? Because you seem to know a lot about what I'm saying. Did you hear any of that?
You talking about the whole the Twitter exchange and all those things? No, because you weren't supposed to. Because I wasn't in that situation. Everybody on the internet tried to drag me into
Well, you
that
commented
situation.
on it.
I made a simple statement.
Sure.
I made a simple and basically, and I'm gonna put it like this: if everybody keeps their hands to themselves, nobody puts their hands on nobody, nobody gets assaulted. There's no, you know what I mean? Nobody gets hit. Period. Everybody keep their hands to themselves. That's what I was saying. That's where I'm leaving that shit.
100%. But it created a stir.
Subject.
I'm not asking for your opinion on that. All I'm talking about is because I didn't take shots at you. So if the worst thing that you could say on me is, oh, Ariel thinks this guy is, what's that?
What shots would there have been to take at me? You know what I'm saying?
Hey, it was going back and forth.
The back and forth on the Twitter was motherfuckers talking shit to me. And most of that was just me addressing shit about the fight and things like that. That had nothing to do. I wasn't defending nobody. You know what I'm saying?
Well, for the record, my feeling is if you care, I agree with no one should touch anyone, but I also agree if a woman hits you, you shouldn't hit her back. That's my opinion. So we disagree on that maybe, right? I didn't take shots at you. I didn't criticize you.
I didn't say that. You see, you just assume that. I never said that. I never said, oh, a man shouldn't hit. I just said nobody should hit anybody. Why even poke the bear, right? So here's my thing with that. I have a daughter, right? I'm going to my job as a father is to protect my daughter and give her the best, most useful advice possible. And I understand not every man is going to be chivalrous like that. So my advice to my daughter is to keep your hands to yourself.
Right.
And that's a more effective way rather than tell her a man should never hit you.
Of course.
So then she thinks, oh, a man should never hit me, and then she ends up hitting a dude and not expect. You know what I'm saying? So that's not effective advice to me. You get what I'm saying?
I also believe that if it comes to the point where a woman hits a man shouldn't hit a woman. Regardless of no one should hit anyone. Obviously, everyone I think would agree that would be the best case scenario. The point is,
nobody's hit nobody. We should leave it at that.
Okay, a lot of people had a lot of opinions. I'm just saying, I didn't do that. You listen. You can't deny that this created a stir.
Bro, let's talk about something else. I ain't got no more comment on it.
I'm not trying to get your comment on it, but you took umbrage with my thoughts on the fighting, and I just wanted you to know that I didn't question you as
specifically.
What's that?
I took umbrage with some shit that pertained to me specifically.
Well, that's what I'm talking about specifically.
But listen, you are one of the biggest journalists in this lane, and then whenever you jump from steady rather than just showing appreciation and for the things and things like that, you just throw out more questions. You know what I mean?
Nah, man. Come on. I'm allowed to have an opinion.
Yeah, which is cool. But pay some homage at least.
I paid some homage. You didn't listen to the whole show. I said it was a massive deal. I said your journey was incredible. I said it was inspirational to a lot of people, not on this show also, but also on my other show on Saturday night. People send you probably select clips. You were busy. You probably didn't sit and watch the whole damn thing. And I don't blame you because you probably have way better things to do. But you're better than that. And you know what? I should learn from this too.
Also more so. It was also more so, yeah, and I wasn't able to watch, but I knew we was going to end up talking.
Sure, no, that's good.
So it was so yeah. I got what I could. You know what I mean? It was maybe a 45 something little minute clip or whatever. Yeah. So
before
I watched it.
Yeah. No, it's all good. I have a lot of respect, and that's the reason why I wanted to have you on. And the reason why I thought it was an incredibly impressive thing. I think the biggest fight possible is you versus Yuri. He told us on Monday, July, August, who knows, are you, because I kind of feel what if they come to you and say, oh, you want to come back earlier? It really all depends on how what are you thinking? Are you thinking you're just going to wait for him, or do you want to be active? What are you feeling?
Yeah, I'll wait. I'll let him go through his rehab and things over these next couple months. But around maybe April, I want to answer.
Sure.
I want to answer. Going to be back? Are you going to be back around this time? If not, they need to start making preparations to have me fight somebody else.
If it's not him, That's the big debate. Who is it? There's no clear-cut answer. There's Anthony.
I think somebody else gonna have to earn it.
Okay.
Somebody else earn it at this point. I'd love to see Ant fight for a title. Whether that's against me or whatever. I believe he's been around long enough. He had his shot. He's grinded, and he deserves another shot. He had an unfortunate injury, but it's still happened and things like that. So I believe from the UFC side, they would want more, another victory, another solid victory or something for him. But for me, it's next man up.
Okay, so you don't think there's a clear-cut other guy right now?
Nah, outside of Yuri, I don't think there is. Just because of how the Magomed and Blachowicz fight ended, there's not really anybody to match either one of them up with. So maybe they fight again. That could be a possibility. But Magomed didn't really help himself with hopping on the microphone and saying the things that he said after, which the UFC don't control the judges.
I kind of like the Anthony fight, to be honest, just because there's a hit. You guys were supposed to fight,
Yeah.
His title fight kind of ended weirdly with the knee to the head. I know it was later in the fight. I don't know. I think it would be a cool story.
Yeah.
No?
I think it'd be a good fight. Because I know how Ant's coming.
Would it be weird now because you guys seem to have created a relationship?
No, because our relationship will remain intact. We would just work hard. We go on, we put on the show, and we walk out of that arena the same as brothers.
Okay. And so ideally for you, when would you like to fight again?
July, August, because I do want Yuri. That is the fight that I want.
Yeah.
There's I want more than that fight.
How do you think it goes?
I think I knock him out.
Early?
Nah. Man, it could happen early. It could happen early. Like I said, you already seen how I'm coming. Why you asking it?
I'm just asking.
Why you asking how I'm coming? I'm ready to put it on him for 5 rounds if I need to. It doesn't matter.
Did you go to your old boss and tell him what's up now? Did you bring this same energy that you're bringing to me and say, yo, you didn't believe in me?
We'll get there.
Oh yeah?
We'll get there.
Oh man.
We'll get there. You just came up first. I'm on your ass. You get the fresh clip.
I feel like you got a lot of I told you so's in your back pocket.
Bro, you have no idea.
Who's the biggest? Who's the biggest I told you so?
Right now is you, Eric.
Yo, I never said you were gonna lose this fight.
You ain't had me winning. You wasn't putting your money on me. You was moving it to you was putting it on Glover.
I don't bet on fights. What are you talking about?
We're going to bet on the fight.
No, now you're just making shit up.
Huh?
When did I say you didn't have a chance?
Well, I didn't say that you said it. I just said if. I said, hey, and if was a fifth, we'll all be drunk, right?
That's for real. Hey, by the way, before the fight, I had you on the show. I didn't have him on.
Good move.
Yeah. Good move. But I love Glover.
Now you fucked up because you should have had him on because now he's retired.
I mean, yeah, that's true. And by the way, we didn't mention Alex could be the guy, right? Maybe they say, let's do the Alex fight. No, you don't think?
Nah. I don't think so, just for the simple fact of he's only fought I think he would have to defend his title at middleweight first. I think they want that.
Okay.
They want to keep that division moving. They don't want as far as talent, I think our division is great. We just have a bunch of unfortunate circumstances right now with guys being hurt and things like that, so it's kind of creating a headache, and I don't think they want to throw the middleweight division into that type of headache, you know what I mean? So I think they probably want to keep that one rolling, so he probably defends his belt at least once or twice. Probably he might do the Izzy fight again, and then probably like a Rob Whittaker. You know what I mean? Because if he beats both of them, he beats Izzy again, he beats both of them now. Hell yeah. Fuck yes. Hell yes. Yes.
Okay.
We do that.
By the way, best thing to happen as a result of the win, like a message you got, a moment you shared with someone, the best byproduct of this victory on Saturday for you?
The best byproduct is getting the belt and knowing what that means, the payday that means for my next fight.
Okay.
reason why I want the Yuri fight. I know that's a big fight. I know that fight can catapult me into the right type of figures I want to be in.
And by the way, can I give you a compliment?
You may.
You look great on the scale. I thought you looked like you were in the best shape of at least the last few fights. I know you were working with Ian Larios, right? Who's worked with a lot of top fighters. You look great. Did you feel great? Do you agree with that statement?
I felt amazing. Felt the best that I felt going into a fight, just as far as the energy levels and the strength and things like that. And I'll never go to battle without him again.
Oh yeah, he was a game changer.
Yeah, he's a game changer. He's the secret weapon.
Are you going on vacation? Are you doing anything? Let your hair down, proverbial hair down. Are you gonna do something, to celebrate this?
Yeah. I'm gonna take some time, go enjoy, go celebrate with the family, go see some people. Go around. It's snowing, as you can see from my video earlier. It's snowing in Minnesota. It's I'm just enjoying time now.
We have that video. For those that missed it, it was a great response to Yuri's video. Can we play this real quick before we say goodbye? Here's Jamal's response to Yuri's video from Saturday night.
Congratulations. I'm coming. I'm coming!
But where you at, though? Where you at, though? And by the way, that's what she said. That's what she said!
That is good. See, props on that, too. I give credit where it's due. That was a good response. It looked like you were in front of a green screen or something.
Nah. That's the back of my. I got woods in my backyard, too.
Yeah, respect. I see you on the TikTok. I see you on the Instagram. It's good shit.
Appreciate you.
Keep it real. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. We
good?
Hell yeah. For now, Ariel. For now. You're really good with the words and you're a little slick, motherfucker. I trust you now even less now, Ariel.
Really? I thought we actually had a moment.
You're too good. No, you're too good. You're too good. You're too good.
Well, I hope I don't get a text afterwards from someone being like, oh, you shouldn't have talked about this or that with Jamal. I feel like if there's
one... you don't get it anyway. Come on, bro. It comes with, if it ain't from whoever you think it's gonna be from somebody else.
Well, as long as we're good, I'm at peace.
I'll be back.
All right, there's my guy.
I'll answer the next text.
All right. Yeah, I wasn't sure if you were gonna answer this one, but you did. True gentleman. Appreciate it. Thank you very much, Jamal. Congratulations on the win. Enjoy the victory. Enjoy the belt. And no hard feelings. All right. I'm just a guy with a microphone. Much love. There he is.
All right, bro.
Sweet dreams. Jamahal Hill, the new UFC light heavyweight champion. Big win for him. And curious to see where he goes from here. Is it going to be Yuri? Is it going to be Anthony Smith? Is it going to be Magomed? Is it going to be Jan? Is it going to be Jan versus Magomed to find out who fights him? Is it going to be Anthony versus Magomed to find out who fights him? Is it going to be Anthony versus Jan to find out who fights him? Is it going to be Alex Pereira, who seems to be very interested in this fight? A lot going on. But, all those people that I saw in the YouTube comments who said, I only said that because he wouldn't come on the show or didn't come on the show. You're a bunch of morons. That's A. B, ask his manager. I asked him to come on Saturday night. I asked him to come on. They said they were traveling, but Wednesday, all good. So I knew when I was saying that he was coming on Wednesday. I knew that. That was already in the works, so to speak. Targeted, so to speak. Scheduled, so to speak. Already. So you're a bunch of morons. What else do I got for all of you? You think you know, you have no idea. And luckily, there are some people in this sport who aren't so sensitive to where, hey, I'm sitting here. There's got to be number one. And by the way, I looked at the UFC pound for pound rankings. Guess who's above Jamahal Hill? So I'm not the only one who says this. Yuri's 10, Jamal's 13. Now, obviously, in the rankings, he's at the top because he's the champion, and Yuri's up there too. I'm just a dude with an opinion. All right. And I thought it was interesting that he came on there and was giving me shit for stuff that New York Rick said. I mean, New York Rick. Can you believe the bullets that I just took on your behalf? He said that other dude was saying Vadim Nemkov. He said that.
He's mad. Hold on. He's mad about when somebody says it didn't really feel like a great moment. Like after that, didn't it feel like
he mentioned you specifically though? Listen, I took a lot of shots,
and then
I took a lot of shots, but he was mentioning you at one moment.
Somebody make sure Jamahal Hill sees this.
Oh, here we go.
I picked Jamahal Hill in that fight. Connor, can you confirm? Always said Jamahal Hill was going to win that fight. No shade, no doubt.
Oh man!
Whoa! Wait a minute.
I mean, I don't necessarily remember that.
Okay, moving on.
I will say I picked Glover, and I was very wrong.
Number 2,
I took shit for that.
I stand by the idea that Bellator's light heavyweight division could compete with UFC's light heavyweight division, including Jamahal Hill. So yeah, I don't feel any differently about anything I said.
But that's the thing. That's the thing that I will say. We all have opinions. That's the beauty of the fight game. It's barbershop talk, especially in this weight class, right? Right now, there's probably no weight class that is more like barbershop talk-esque. You could be like the four of us that I think people like this. This type of like, all right, you can make an argument right now. Yuri's number 1. You can make an argument right now. Sure. Jamal's number 1. You can make an argument right now. Vadim is number 1. You could say, oh, if Corey was still around and this and that, or if Magomed fights. That's the beauty of this. In other divisions, there's beauty in that, holy shit, Islam's going to hold the belt for 10 years because he's the second coming of Khabib. Every weight class has its own little story. That's the story right now at 205. So he has questions that he has to answer, right? And that's the beauty. That's why we're going to tune in. Like him versus Yuri is fascinating theater at this point. And I think all of this just makes it into a bigger fight. The fact that I hope, I don't know if how much of that is real or not, he doesn't take that seriously or personally is good. Because other people, as we know, and you're quick doing this for a long time, there's other people who would have said, fuck you, I'm not coming on because you said that.
100%. He's willing to have the convo, but I think his position was there should be no doubt. I'm number 1. And you know what? That's what you want the light heavyweight champion of the world to feel. So I think everybody here feels exactly the same way they felt before the convo. But maybe you two are settled now.
I think
maybe it's been hashed out and addressed. But yeah, no, nobody. I mean, for how many times you posted the clip of Jamal talking about finding out and promoted that, I can't imagine there's a world where anybody thinks you have some kind of beef with Jamahal Hill.
By the way, do you okay? So again, this is MMA math, right? Yeah. Just because Jamal beat Glover in very one-sided fashion doesn't necessarily mean he beats Yuri. Now, he might be Yuri, but I don't think that is an indication of this. Just because Yuri beat Vadim, it doesn't mean Vadim beats Jan Blachowicz. You know what I'm saying?
Or doesn't beat one of them as well. Yeah, of course not.
And maybe you say no to this because it was a while ago. I think 2015 off the top of my head. Yuri does have a win over Vadim.
Yeah, that is significant.
So Bellator saying they signed the number 1 light heavyweight. I was like, what, you guys signed Yuri?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. I mean, that's a fair thing to point out. I think both of them have come. I mean, even that Yuri, like he's a completely different dude from that Yuri. As I am trying to make the case that Vadim Nemkov is also a completely different dude. And you know what? Jamahal Hill is a completely different dude than he was in 2015. And Corey Anderson is a completely different
100%.
dude.
Yeah, it's tough to hold on to a fight from 7 years ago. But I'm excited.
Light heavyweight is up for discussion, in my opinion. And now Jamahal Hill's point would be, it's not. I'm champ, shut up. But that's ultimately what I feel. Is there's a very interesting conversation here on who is the best light heavyweight on the planet. Asterisk, not named John Jones.
Bigger fight. Jamal versus Yuri or Jamal versus Pereira?
What do we mean by bigger?
Bigger, buzz, anticipation.
It's Alex, 100%.
Wow. Because of the
you
backstory?
Don't think so? Yeah. No, the backstory.
Meaning Glover fight, for his guy.
I don't even think it's that. It's just champ versus champ. And I think Alex has an aura about him right now. I think he's one of these guys that people are gravitating toward. The UFC narrative, the story that they were telling with Alex was that he's Israel Adesanya's boogeyman. Then he conquered Israel Adesanya again, and now he's just everybody's boogeyman. So I think that's a very compelling narrative for Alex. The way he moves, the way he acts, the way he calls out everybody that nobody wants to fight. Like he's calling for fights with Khamzat Chimaev. He's calling for fights with Jamahal Hill. He's calling for fights with everybody. His stoic demeanor. I think he's got a very compelling package right now until we see, some cracks in the armor. But until we see that, I think he's going to be on everybody's lips. And I think he's going to be calling out everybody. And it's going to be a very effective game plan for him. So yeah, I think that fight instantly becomes big because of his aura right now.
Okay, so this is all very exciting. That was fun. We seem to always end the Wednesday show with a fiery interview. It's been the last few weeks now. But if I'm being honest, I've been jonesing for this Royal Rumble lottery that we are about to pull off. I mean, everyone's talking about it. The streets are talking about it. Everyone's very excited about it. And so I feel like, without further ado, we need to get into it. Shall we get into it? I know I have to do some things, Frank. I could feel Frank going, ad reads.
Yes.
I was just building it up. And so coming up next, I still have 3 more questions to answer on the nose. I'll do that at the very end. But we need to find out who our picks are going to be, our numbers for the 2023 Royal Rumble. This is going to be one of the most dynamic and fun segments in the history of the program. But first, a quick word from a couple of our friends. As you guys know, it's the football championships this weekend, the conference championships. Womp womp. Anyway, it's an exciting time to head over to DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Are you down with the Chiefs? Are you down with the Bengals? Are you down with the Eagles? Are you down with Niner Gang? Well, if you're a first-time customer, you could bet just $5 and get $200 in free bets instantly. All you have to do, download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now, use the code TheMMA Hour. New customers can bet just $5 on the conference championships and get $200 in free bets instantly, only at DraftKings Sportsbook. All you got to do is use the code TheMMA Hour for this deal. That's TheMMA Hour. It lets them know we sent you, and also it gets you that code, 21 and older, that deal, 21 and older in most eligible states, but age varies by jurisdiction. Eligibility restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. And state-specific responsible gambling resources. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY, that's 467-369. Void in Ohio and Ontario. Bonus issued as free bets. 1 boost per eligible game. Deposit, parlay, wagering restrictions apply. Eligibility and terms over at sportsbook.draftkings.com/football terms. I also want to tell you about our new friends, brand new member of the squad, HelloFresh. We love HelloFresh, and I'm very excited that they are now a part of the team. This is great stuff. As you guys know, we like to stay fit. We like to stay healthy. We like to, take care of ourselves. We like to put good fuel into the car that is our body. And the guys over at HelloFresh, they sent me a box of a bunch of great stuff, meals for the family. Recently, they sent me their salmon, fantastic rice, carrots, an incredible sauce. Loved everything about it. They send you this box with all the ingredients, and voila, you get it done. It's tremendous. And so, if you are looking to have some of this stuff that I've been eating these days, or you want a box customized just for you, you got to check out HelloFresh. They let you take control of your time and budget with delicious recipe kits delivered right to your door. With fast and fresh recipes, HelloFresh's latest line of meals featuring robust flavors and filling portions are ready in just 15 minutes. Plus, HelloFresh can make eating well stress-free and delicious. With over 35 weekly recipes, they have the options you're looking for to help you enjoy your food, both the making and the eating of it. You can choose calorie smart and carb smart recipes if you're looking to watch your weight, and you can even customize select meals by swapping proteins or sides, upgrading proteins, or adding protein to a veggie dish. And I know there are some big protein fans out there, and I know the fight fans out there are trying to stay fit and healthy. And here's the best part. Go to HelloFresh.com/TheMMAHour22. You see it right there, TheMMAHour22. Why 22? Well, if you use the code TheMMAHour22 at your checkout, you will get 22 free meals plus free shipping. That's huge. And let me explain to you how these ads go. Just breaking the fourth wall. The more you guys use these codes, free meals, the better it is for us because then they want to stay in business with us, and we like that very much. So again, go to HelloFresh.com/TheMMAHour22 for 22 free meals plus free shipping. Please support them because they support us, and very, very happy that HelloFresh is on board. One more to go. That's how popular we are, guys. Today's episode is brought to you by Whoop, the 24/7 personalized fitness and health coach. Told you about GC, now preparing for a half freaking marathon. I mean, what a legend. How's the preparation go? How's the training going, Mr. GC?
It's going fantastic. Did an 8-miler on Sunday.
Jeez.
That was pretty brutal, but that's what you got to do to get ready for a half marathon, and I mean, it's all thanks to Whoop.
Absolutely. Whoop is a sleek, screenless fitness wearable that tracks your sleep and daily activity, creating a detailed breakdown of what's going on with your fitness and health. This sounds like some of the music from Friday Night Lights.
Gonna need you to read the ad.
Lots of professional fighters are using Whoop to track their workouts, and I've been using one too, and GC has been using one as well. Gives you extra data, focus on your health, all that stuff. Very important. Your sleep, your fitness, your heart rate, all that stuff. Try Whoop for yourself today by going to whoop.com. That's whoop.com, WHOOP.com. That's whoop.com, and use the code MMA, very simple, 3 letters, MMA, to save 10% today. Whoop.com. Go check them out. Please support them because they support us.
Didn't Explosions in the Sky do the music for Friday Night Lights?
I don't know.
So that's
great.
actually a really good.
Oh, this was a compliment.
Yeah, good job, man.
Thanks. Appreciate it. Guys, we've been talking about the Royal Rumble Lottery 2023, Alamo Dome, San Antonio, Texas. Former home of the San Antonio Spurs, and they will be there this weekend. One of the best events of the year, regardless of form of entertainment. Best WWE event by far of the year, if you ask me. Best wrestling event. You can make the case. And we've been talking about this for weeks now. Royal Rumble Lottery. It's about to happen, my friends. But first, the video? Are we not playing it? There it is. Oh, I was going to the... This thing, tremendous. Ah, yes. We played that at the top of the show. Loved it. Oh, look at that. All right. So for those that didn't hear about it, it's myself, it's New York Rick, it's GC, it's Frank, it's Crypto Joe, aka Sloppy Joe. We pick 5 numbers, and these will be for those that don't know, the Royal Rumble, it's 30 combatants. There's a female and a male version. So there's 130. So it starts out 2 people in the ring, and then they keep changing it. It's every 3 minutes, every 2.5 minutes, every 2 minutes. Who the hell knows? Every sort of 2.5, 3 minutes, someone comes out, 3, 2, 1, and the way to win, you got to throw your opponent over the top rope, and they get eliminated if their 2 feet touch the ground. 1 foot, no. 0 foot, no. We've had moments, Kofi Kingston, Shawn Michaels. You got to have 2 feet on the ground until there's 1 person left in the ring, and that person gets a title shot at WrestleMania. So there's a women's Royal Rumble and a men's Royal Rumble. The numbers we get here will pertain to the men's and women's. So if I get 5, I got 5, and I got 5 for men's and women's. So we'll each get 5 numbers. Let's say Brock Lesnar comes out at 17. I have 17. Brock wins. I win the whole damn thing. We're each putting in how much?
25.
25?
20.
20?
You already sent the money.
He keeps changing it. It was 100.
Yeah.
It was 25.
What is this, right?
Wait, did Rick send the money?
We got to get it in escrow, Rick. Yeah. Oh, you sent it to Alex? Yeah, I mean, then everything's in escrow. And we're ready to roll.
Aaron, did you send it?
No,
Can I ask how are the numbers being drawn? Are you picking each person's 5 in a row? Are you picking one by one?
Doing a
glad that you asked that. Go ahead.
That's actually a great
round
question,
robin.
Rick. Sorry to interrupt you there, Ariel. We're going to do the randomizer, but this time we've added Frank back and made the addition of Joe. That'll give us the order, and then we'll do snake draft from there.
So let's say you're first, you'll get first, then GC, and I'll just quickly pop out all the numbers.
Quickly being the operative word.
Yeah, let's do it. All right.
Somewhere to be, Frank?
No, I just...
Randomize us, Mr.
Here we
GC.
go. Let's see. Barely fits on the screen now.
Oh, how about that?
Wow.
Mr. Helwani is first. New York Rick second. Joe, Frank, Connor.
Ariel, Rick, Joe, Frank. Just writing this down for myself, just so I have it.
I would argue that, there's Jamal. I would argue that it really doesn't matter. I mean, it matters more in the parlay pals situation because, that, like this is, I mean, who the hell knows what number we're going to get? But them's the breaks. I'm number one. Thank you. Are you guys ready? I'm very excited. This is what we've been trying to tell the PFL to do, Bellator to do, Champions League style, World Cup style, NBA draft style. This is it. Are you guys ready?
Who's the official record keeper? That's what I want to know.
It's happening in front of all of you right now.
I know, but who's like writing down like what numbers?
I think GC, right? GC, are you doing that?
Yeah, I'm tracking it.
All right, here we go.
Okay.
Is everyone ready? This is the official turn.
Yes.
I thought we were going to have music for all the festivities.
It already played.
That was the music? Nothing?
That's what I was given.
What is this? A freaking...
Just pull the ball out.
That sounds like my daughter like going on the piano going... All right, here we go. Wow, this is the music? That has to be the worst. Can we come up with something better than that? I mean, that's just someone sitting on a piano. All right, here we go.
I feel like...
All right, I'm opening it up.
Can you see the numbers while you reach in there?
No,
He's totally looking.
I'm not looking. I'm trying to...
Are you looking straight at the numbers?
By the way, the numbers don't even really matter. Okay, here we go. I'm looking at you guys. I'm looking at you guys.
The order doesn't matter. The numbers don't matter.
Here we go. Here we go.
Numbers, and now the numbers.
Wow, that is a good one. With the first pick, 29. I will let you all know.
Yeah.
And by the way, these stats, courtesy of my good friend Jordan Wahlberger, who tells me there have been 2 instances where number 29 has won the Royal Rumble, 2003 and 2010. How about that? 2 instances, 2003 and 2010. Number 29 for Ariel. All right, we keep it rolling.
Pick me a good one, Helwani. Just look at number 30.
Well, you think 30 is the one?
Why not?
Okay, we move along here. This is New York Rick, number 28 for New York Rick, which is a great one.
Jeez.
3 times in history has number 28 won. 2005, 2014, 2022. Also in 2019, Women's Royal Rumble, number 28 won. How about that?
2022, so I'm screwed then. If they just did it last year, no good.
Yeah, but it was women's. So actually, 3 times. 2004. What did I say? 2005, 2014, 2019, and 2022. I see 4 there. Who knows? I mean, I'm not the one coming up with these stats. He just sent me this. Don't blame the messenger, okay? All right, here we go. $24.
We're getting a lot of the good ones out of the way early here. Like this is
24, my friends, and 24. That would be 3 times in the history of the Royal Rumble. 24 has had 3 winners: 1991, 1998, and 2000. 3 times in the history of the Royal Rumble: 1991, 1998, and 2000. How about that? Who was that, by the way?
That was for Joe.
Okay, we keep it rolling here. Oh, this one just fell out. Whoop. Nope. Sorry. Oh, it's a little. It's tough because the hole is very small. 8. 8 would be for Frank. There have been one time in the history of the Royal Rumble has number 8 won. That was back in 2009.
You knew that before you put your fingers in there.
No. I'm just keeping this rolling. I don't have to close it every time. All right, we move along. Who is it? GC is number...
Connor gets 2 now, right?
Yeah. Number 5. Once in history has number 5 won. 1997, Stone Cold Steve Austin, number 5. Not the worst spot to be in. Okay, this is GC's... Oops. Oh, Jesus.
It's up there.
Okay, here we go. Just going to close this. Ding.
Are there any numbers that have never won?
Yeah. Number 11, number 12.
Oh, so there's a few. Okay. Interesting.
GC's second is number 18. Number 18, one winner. That was 1996. Number 18 for GC. That was Shawn Michaels, 1996.
Rough start for me here.
Why, you don't like those two? I mean, it could really be anything.
I like 28, 29 better. 24.
Okay, who's next? Frank. Frank is number 17. One winner, the Women's Royal Rumble back in 2020. Number 17, Charlotte Flair won that back in 2020.
Oh, what a fight.
Yeah, that was a big one. Have you ever watched the Royal Rumble, Frank?
No.
Next up, Joe, number 11. For Joe, there has never been a winner at number 11. Sorry,
this is the year.
This could be the year. I mean, there's no right. I mean, it's all very up in the air. Up next, Rick, number 10 for Rick. One winner back in 2019. That would be number 10 for New York Rick. I'm trying to make this fast because I can understand it could be a little cumbersome. Jeez Louise, all the falling here.
Do not slip on. And are you wearing your mic?
I am not wearing my mic.
Okay, so
I just realized that there's like a little shoot thing down here. Did you realize that this whole time?
Yes.
Wow.
It just shoots. It just sprays balls. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my God. Why didn't anyone tell me?
The tape was supposed to help with that.
All right. Well, I kind of like the shoot thing. Okay, this is my selection. Number 16. There's been one winner that was back in 2020 Men's Royal Rumble. Number 16, Ariel, and Ariel gets a second one, right?
Yep. Ariel does get a second one. Do we want to do a quick update here? We'll go full screen on.
Yeah, let's go full screen.
Oh wow, this is nice.
There we go. There's no way in hell that I could read that unless. Oh, there it is. Connor has 5 and 18. Frank has 8 and 17. Rick has 28 and 10. Ariel 29 and 16. Joe 24 and 11. Now there's 6 of us. No, there's 5 of us, so we need 6 slots, and we have 6 slots. All right, let's keep it going. Very excited. Royal Rumble. Everyone loves the Royal Rumble. Helwani, number 7. Number 7 for Helwani. Don't love that one. Random number. There's never been a number 7 winner in the history of the Royal Rumble. We keep it rolling. Who's up next?
This brings us to Rick.
Rick, and the pick for Rick is number 21. Number 21. There has never been a number 21 winner in the history of the Royal Rumble. How about that?
That feels nice,
history,
Rick.
baby.
I'm not going to lie. That feels nice. You're in the 20s. There's never been a champ.
History time.
Okay, we keep it rolling. Who's up next? Crypto, and it is
Crypto.
Ooh, this is a big one. Number 27.
Oh my
4
gosh, that
times.
is huge.
Number actually, if I had to do like a pick thing, I would have gone with 27.
Of course.
It's just a little far away from 30. They're in there for a few slots. 4 times in history: 89, 93, 94, 2001. Number 27, by the way, most winners.
He's got a 4-time champ and a 3-time champ. That's pretty huge.
Killing it right now. Who's up next?
He's definitely got the deepest. Like his numbers average out to the furthest back. He's doing well.
Frank is up next, and bit of a weird one here, guys. It says number 70.
Yikes! That's gonna be on. Must have missed it.
So how many balls are in the drum?
I don't know, but
now everything is lost.
The bingo set that I got had about 80 balls in it, so must have missed 70 on the way to 30.
Okay,
balls.
well,
Do
so
we
what
have 31 in there? Do we have?
Am I
29?
doing another one for Frank or what?
Yeah,
I think.
Yes.
Wait,
I said
is that what we're doing?
I said
was
we
gonna
just
say
keep it.
we-
I said we do another one for Frank, and then we fill in the blanks on the back end.
No. There should just be all 30 in there.
Well,
There
now
must-
all
All right.
my faith is lost.
No,
What do you
stop
mean?
it.
That means there's just.
By the way,
31
this
balls
worked
in
out.
there
This
and
worked out great
70
for you.
is there.
Don't be a complainer. Don't be like those Bengal fans. Neutral site.
No,
26.
Frank has really complained throughout this whole thing.
26. You just got 26. That's a great spot. And I will let you know there has never been a winner at 26, but I like 26. It's around that sweet spot on the back end.
That feels like that 21 spot, you know?
Yeah, I like that spot a lot. All right, we keep it going. This is GC. 4 for GC.
This guy's getting screwed.
There has never been.
I'm throwing $20 in the incinerator quick.
There has never been a 4, but look, there has been a 1 3 times, a 2 2 times, a 3 2 times. So maybe it's 4. There has to be a first timer. Now this is yours on the back end, right?
Yeah.
I'm looking up the whole time. Number 9 for GC.
Oh boy.
I want to let you know there has never been a number 9 winner. There has been an 8 and there has been a 10.
He's got 3 single digits.
I mean, let's
There's
be real.
never been a number
I
9.
literally just donated $20.
I feel like you have a good shot. Okay, we're back to Frank here. Frank, number 14. There's been one 14 winner. It was back in 2018 in the Men's Royal Rumble. 14 for the mysterious one. You know, I'm trying to do that at the same time, but he did it by year.
Oh, okay.
And I wish he did it by number here, but I mean, he did it at the kindness of his heart, so I can't really complain. Someone else sent me a thing, but I don't have it pulled up here.
By the way, are you a Hulk Hogan fan?
Never was a big fan of his, to be honest.
Interesting.
Why are you?
I mean, I guess, like in passing.
Yeah, I was more of a Bret
He's
Hart
trying
guy.
to tell the story that he was invited to play in Metallica. I just thought that was interesting.
Joe's selection. Thanks for that great story, Frank. Joe gets a 23. Wow, Joe killing
Joe
it.
is stacking up
Joe.
back here.
Joe.
2 for Joe. 23 has had 2 winners, 1994, 2017. How about that?
Wow.
I'll take that number 30 right now. Pull that for me.
Oh, yes. Number 30
I
is
want a
still.
number 1.
Who's up next? It's New York Rick. Number 22 for New York Rick.
All right, I'm doing all
times in
right.
History. 2002 and 2012. There have been 2 winners for number 22. Triple H, one of those guys. So, and Sheamus back in 2012, the Pride of Ireland. Okay, now who is up next? Ariel. Oh, let's do a quick recap because I'm up. Or
We're
we're
still
not.
waiting on your final pick for this one.
Okay, well, the final pick would be. Wow, the
30?
big 3-0
Wow.
for Helwani. There it is.
29 and 30.
Stop it with
for
the
Helwani.
shocker nonsense. I'm doing it all in front of you guys right here. There it is. 5-18-4-9, 8-17-26-14 for Frank.
I
Rick,
stand no chance. I mean, this is
Rick's got a good one. 28-10, 21-22. Feel pretty good about mine. 29, 16, 7, and 30. And how about Crypto Joe? 24, 11, 27, and 23. I go again. So there it is, the big 3-0. We go back to back here. It's tough on the fingers, you know. 19 for Helwani. I like that one. That's a good sound. I like that, Frank. 19 there. All right, we keep it rolling. How many left? 2?
1 for you and 2 for the
rounds,
rest of it.
Yeah. Who's up next?
I am.
That it would be 6 for Mr. New York Rick. And by the way, 19 has had 2 winners back in 2013 and 15. 6 has had 0 winners, unfortunately.
I'm shocked on that one.
All right, we keep it rolling. Looking up. Who's next? Joe. 13 for Joe. Lucky number 13. 1 winner back in 1988, which I do believe is the first ever Royal Rumble, 1988. So we're enjoying.
that's nice. 35-year anniversary. They're going to repeat it. 13 wins.
Oh, that'd be a good one. And again, this is for the male and female. Geez. It's getting harder with less balls in here. Okay, who's next? Frank. Big Frank is number 15. And there has never been a 15. All right, we move it along.
I'm still excited.
GC.
Give me something good.
This is a good one. 20. I like 20. That's a nice number. Never been a 20, but you know, no time greater than the present.
Yeah. No time greater.
When do they let the fighters know when they're coming out?
Oh, stop it.
Okay.
Wait, what do you mean?
GC's.
So they're like,
That's
hey,
a legit question.
GC, I love this pick for you right here. I love this pick for you right here. You just got 2. Now, there have been two winners in the past, if that makes sense. 1999 and 2006. There's always a guy, either 1, 2, 3, or 4, that is there till the end. So I like this one a lot.
I would have liked 1 better, but man, a lot of single digits for me. 4 of my 6 picks. My highest is 20.
Oh, this one just fell out.
I must say, I'm a lot less excited than I was before this lottery.
No, it's fun. This is raising the stakes. Up next, Mr. Frank, number 1 for Mr.
How did
Frank.
I know
That's
it?
number 1 for Mr.
I'm
Frank.
excited. I called that.
1995, 2004, and the 2021 Men's Royal Rumble. The reason why some of the later ones we distinguish men's, women's, because they introduced the Women's Royal Rumble later on. Wasn't always the case. All right, should there only be 4 left?
There should be 3, so I might have a
double?
the wrong ball in there.
All right, who's next? Crypto Joe. 3 for Crypto Joe. That's a great number. 2 winners, 92, 2021. He's killing it.
Joe is the 95 Bulls over here.
He's shopping
this
for
is
a house
hell
right
of
now.
lineup.
Literally on Zillow picking out his new house.
Rick is next. 12 for Mr. New York Rick. There has never been a winner. 12. By the way, let you know, GC, Vince McMahon was once number 2 and won the whole damn thing.
I feel like we had a 12 earlier.
Did we have a 12 already?
That sounds familiar. Andy, can you look at the sheet?
I don't think we did.
No, we didn't. Thanks, though, Frank. Appreciate it, man.
How many slots left?
One.
Just yours. One.
Oh, there's 2 balls left.
Yeah, probably a double ball here, man.
It's a whodunit.
All right, here we go.
About 80, you know.
Trying to get in there. Oh,
you're going to do all this work and then it's going to be 67.
Oh, my fingers. It's 25. Have we had a 25 yet?
No.
No.
Right, there you
there's
go.
no way we double them up.
Okay, so 25. There have been 2 winners at 25, 1990 and 2018 women's. Let me just see what this extra one is. Jesus, I could see it from here. It's 28. Have we had a 28?
Yes, I had 28.
Yeah, Rick had 28 the first time.
How are there 2?
I actually have no idea.
Connor just explained that they would be
no listen, we just pulled that off in what, 15 minutes, and we've got a whole set of numbers here. I feel very good about this. What do you guys think? So, in conclusion, to recap,
No, I'd be lying if I said I was. I mean, I really got a bad slate here.
it's fine.
I get a good spread.
2023 Royal Rumble, it's all up in the air. Connor, number 5, 18, 4, 9, 20, and 2. Mysterious Frank, 8, 17, 26, 14, 15, 1. New York Rick, 28, 10, 21, 22, 6, 12. Hilwani, 29, 16, 7, 30, 19, 25. Crypto Joe, 24, 11, 27, 23, 13, and 3. How would you rank them right now? I'd say myself or Crypto Joe are looking best.
I mean, it's right there. It's
the reverse. I think
order.
I'm in good shape.
You got good ones. 22.
Yeah, I think it's the reverse order. I think Joe's the best, Ariel 2, Rick 3, Frank 4, me 5.
Crazy that we drew 1, 2, 3 on the last thing. Yeah.
Crazy that we drew 28 and 29 first as well.
And then followed by another 28.
What are you trying to suggest? I'm doing my best.
Interesting.
That other hidden 28.
Oh, Jesus. All right, guys, I'm excited. What are the odds right now?
I'm gonna botch the name. Ripley minus 200. Ray,
Mm-hmm.
Rhea
Ripley minus 200. Cody Rhodes minus 140.
He's the shortest odds. Wow.
Cody Rhodes minus 140. The Rock plus 350. Sami Zayn plus 400. Then you get a huge jump. Lashley 2000. Seth Rollins 2200. Drew McIntyre 2200. Brock Lesnar 28.
Wow. I wonder. I think Cody Rhodes is probably the favorite. And
wasn't he hurt?
Well, he is the favorite.
Yeah. Okay. No, I mean, like, I'm not talking about odds. I'm just saying, like, what we're hearing. He was hurt. He had a torn pec, came back. They announced that he's coming back. He's coming back at the Rumble. Like, we haven't seen him.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the last I remember was he had that messed up shoulder, the blood all around the shoulder.
It was like all blue and black and all that. Yeah. Cody Rhodes, Bray Wyatt. Bray Wyatt. He has a match. Sometimes you can have a match and compete in the Rumble. They haven't announced
The Rock is the second shortest odds. Does that mean
I don't
The
think
Rock
is doing it?
coming out? That's crazy.
I mean, it would be nuts. That's the one that everyone has been speculating on, right? Rock versus Roman Reigns, but I would be shocked.
Are we getting any celebrity appearances this year?
Hell yeah.
They always do that, right?
Yeah, my numbers are going to be Johnny Knoxville, Madcap Moss.
What about Logan Paul?
Yeah, is he still injured?
He's hurt, though, no?
Yeah, we haven't seen him since...
How about Jake Paul?
Oh, that would be fun.
Now you're talking.
Right?
Jake Paul, and then the
Francis Ngannou.
Oh my God, that's Francis Ngannou's music. Damn it!
Except
what is Francis Ngannou?
I don't know. He doesn't have music. That's the
like
problem.
what is that?
By God! No, JR is not there anymore. I'm pumped. So what are you guys gonna do? You gonna watch together?
No, Frank's got to work.
Oh,
yeah.
You have
Are we doing anything special for the? Oh, I have Peacock. Yeah. I mean, how else do you think I watch the Forest games?
That's right.
Are we doing anything special for the Mountain Dew Pitch Black match?
What do you want to do?
Yeah, we were supposed to bring some Mountain Dew.
Remind me who's in it again?
This is the big one. Bray Wyatt, LA Knight.
Oh yeah, Bray Wyatt.
I just learned about LA Knight.
Makes sense. He's doing a Pitch Black match.
Sort of.
I mean, I thought he was like kind of scary.
Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah. He's not exactly a corporate guy, so to have like a corporate sponsor attached to it is a little off-brand, but I get it. It's fun.
Stupid question.
Mm-hmm.
What are the odds?
Oh, yeah.
No, I don't know.
Go ahead, Frank.
On those. Yeah,
Completely blacked out. Like, can you even see anything on the TV, or they just like turn off the
Have to be able
lights,
to see something,
turn it back
right?
on? Like, hey, this is the winner.
You didn't see this, but he won. We're just announcing it.
It's good TV.
Oh yeah. I would love to see it. I am
Do we
going
have
to
any
see it.
stats on the women's winners?
Historically?
Yeah.
Well, we have. You know what? We have it. I read some of them. You know, the women's Rumble is just like 3-4 years old.
Oh, okay. All right.
So 2019 was number 28. 2018 was 25. 2020 was 17. And 2021 was 3.
So I tried to ask this earlier.
2022 was 28. Yep.
You shot me down.
What was it?
Do the fighters know when they're coming out before the day of?
So sometimes they have done the thing where, like on Raw, they pulled out the number 3. Oh my God, I'm 3, and they play that up. Oh, I got screwed. Oh, I'm 30. They played this up. This year they haven't. You know, on television. Are you saying behind the scenes? Have they laid it out?
Yeah, like does somebody know? Like, oh, I'm coming in at the end.
I mean, they might know that part, but like the finer details, you'd be surprised. Like this goes up until the show.
Interesting. Cool.
Yeah. Very good chance they know right now who's winning, but do they know who's coming in at 13 and who's
That's
coming in at
exactly
14?
what I was meaning. Yeah.
And then the wild thing is like the stuff that happens within the match, where it's like, all right, at this point you're going to do this. Like, there's a lot going on. I mean, it's over an hour long usually, so it's fun. Have you ever watched? Did you watch it last year, Frank?
I did not. I tried to get with Connor and
didn't work out.
Yeah,
and we're gonna have to wait another year apparently.
That was when the whole thing started with like the what do you want on your pizza or whatever. That was all.
It was all Royal Rumble.
Well, it had started with Rumble, and he didn't take me seriously that I wanted to watch.
Okay.
So. Memories.
Memories, yes. All right, so there you have it. There's the Royal Rumble lottery, and on Monday, we shall recap it all and see who's the sole survivor. Right?
If I win the pot, I'm taking the day off.
And the winner gets $100.
Yeah, that's pretty sweet.
Very sweet.
Like you, Rick, and Joe have a chance at getting a double hitter, having like 29, 30. Joe with 27 and 24.
Yeah. Oh, it's gonna be really interesting. Oh, you mean like a men's and women's?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, especially you, 29, 30. That's a nice position to be in.
I feel good. I feel very good.
I'll enjoy
It's all about number 1.
Yeah, I'll enjoy number 18 coming out.
It's possible. That's the most fun. I've never done this. I've heard people do it in college dorms. Like you have your number, and then all of a sudden it's like this is the guy, and then it's like some jobber who comes out, and you're like, mother f. But then it's Cody Rhodes. Like whoever has Cody Rhodes, when Cody Rhodes comes out, now you're gonna be hyped because you're like,
sure,
oh shit,
yeah, for sure.
You know.
I love Connor's preemptive pessimism. He's like, yeah, oh, it's Sheamus. I just love that.
Number 9, here comes Kofi Kingston.
Hey, just celebrated his 15th anniversary with the company. All right, could be a nice story.
Yeah.
Former,
but you know he's never gonna win. He's gonna
Grayson
do the
Waller
Kofi thing.
is coming down now at number 2. And he's out just like.
By the way, there's no, obviously there's a select few, but if it's a celebrity, you're fucked.
Of course,
yes. If it's Johnny Knoxville back, like you're like, all right, you can throw that one away. It just will never happen.
Maybe I feel like number 9 I can just throw away. The chances. Of
why is this is what I'm wondering. Why is The Rock number 2 on the odds?
Because everyone thinks that The Rock is going to fight Roman Reigns at Mania.
So is that
there's only one champion.
What happens when you win the Rumble? You
get the title shot at Mania.
All right, so it's gonna be the Rock wins, and then he fights Roman Reigns.
I don't know. I think there's gonna be a swerve. I don't think the Rock.
But usually the favorites win these. I feel like on the odds. So who was it again? I forgot.
Cody.
Who was the number 1? Oh, Cody. Yeah.
The consensus seems to be if The Rock isn't going up against Roman Reigns at WrestleMania, it's Cody Rhodes versus the.
Oh, I like that. Maybe it's like game time in the back. They're going to negotiate the deal. If The Rock signs the deal,
you'd have to
send
think
him
the
out.
deal's
If
been.
it's Cody,
the deal has been
send
signed
him out
at this point. No, I mean The Rock's got a crazy schedule. It has to. They have to know by now. You think they're doing this till the 11th hour?
You might have said this. I missed it. It's the LA one, right? It's the big
SoFi, yeah. That's why it's always felt like
The Rock.
Hollywood, John Cena against Stone Cold.
Come on, you got to do The Rock.
Oh,
that is The Rock.
That is the move. But can they get The Rock?
Wait, so you only get. It's not like the Money in the Bank. You only get the title shot at WrestleMania. It's not like you get.
Yeah, but there's been swerves, I think, where someone like said I want it earlier. But yes, historically for the women and the men, that person is.
That's it.
Yeah, but there's a pay-per-view in between. There's
Rock's
Elimination
got this
Chamber.
thing. Rock's got.
Could be Sami Zayn.
Rock.
Could be Sami Zayn.
Could be Sami Zayn. All right. So that's the Royal Rumble lottery. 3 more questions, and then we say goodbye. I'll go back to the questions now. Jamahal 2020, with all this talk about Brazilian acai versus foreign acai, are there other foods you have had in your travels where the national dish is way better and different than the dish found in America? That's a good one. I would say sushi was tremendous in Japan, but I've had, I feel like, really good sushi here. Sasabune, shout out. Pizza, Italy. Acai is the one at the top of the list. Do you guys have any others?
Scones from England.
Oh, interesting. Really? Much different?
Yeah. Melt in your mouth.
I had good meat pies when I was in Australia.
That's fun.
Yeah. Nothing else really comes to mind. Yeah. Acai, number 1. Ben, hello, Ariel. My question comes after Sean Strickland had the audacity to question your love of MMA. If you were not a journalist who covers the sport, do you think you would consume as much of the product as you do in 2023? We know how you feel about the Apex, and I was wondering if you would still tune in for the early prelims of Rodriguez versus Lemos, or Rodriguez, Marine Rodriguez versus Lemos card. That is a fair question because there's just so much. And I don't think anyone's showing up to the bar for the early prelims for those kinds of cards. But no, I think I would tune in. And honestly, I could see a scenario where I would tune in more if it wasn't my job. Like, let's say there's a scenario where I just cover basketball. I don't see that happening, but let's just say I think there would be a part of me that feels such a connection to the sport and wants to stay on top of it that I would tune in as much, if not maybe more, in a weird way. Because I'm also not talking about it all the time. You know, like last week, it was like every day there was something going on. But again, I'm not a bar goer. I'm not a sports bar watcher per se. It is easier than ever. There was a period like when they were on FS1, it was very hard to watch everything because it was hardly on their app. Their app wasn't great. Now, like you could be out anywhere. Sometimes I'm listening to it. You know, if it's like an early card and I have to be with my kid somewhere, I'll just put in an AirPod and listen to it as though I'm listening on the radio. Because it's hard to just sit in front of the computer or the TV for 7 straight hours. But you want to be, you know, on top of things when, you know, they happen. Last but not least, Milos. Shalom, Ariel. It was very sad to see Mauricio Shogun Rua finish his career the way in which he did. In your opinion, which fighters retired at the right moment and which fighters had the best ending to their career? P.S. Another game for Milos. A great one. Milos, the tennis character from Seinfeld. Thank you very much for that. I love that one. That's a great episode. Which fighters retired at the right moment? DC retired at the right moment. GSP retired at the right moment. Who else?
I think there's some like right moment, I guess, meaning they left when they were still good. You know what I mean? Because like I would make here's my argument, right? I would argue that Anderson Silva retired at the right moment because now he's going on to have this second life in boxing. But you would also look back at the end of his MMA run and be like, it wasn't great. He could have left earlier. So I think there's like some trickiness to kind of determining that.
Yeah.
But going out like on top or near the top, the two that you mentioned are no-brainers, DC and GSP. GSP winning a title, DC fighting for a title, like that's as good as you get.
I mean, Glover, right? Glover fought for a belt.
Yeah, same thing as DC.
It ended ugly, but I mean, he was still in the mix. There have been others. But yeah, the ones that are kind of low. Even Chris Lytle back in the day, remember that one? Remember that big to-do on Versus against, I believe it was Dan Hardy?
Yep.
Yeah, there have obviously been some depressing ones, but there have been some good ones. I think DC and GSP are at the top of the list. In my opinion, at least. One last quick thing before we go. Obviously, we're keeping an eye on the Conor McGregor situation. There was a disturbing report on Monday that came out on the Spanish news site Ultima Hora that reported, I'm reading this off the MMAfighting.com site, an article that was posted yesterday. The headline is, report Conor McGregor denies report of alleged attack on a woman in Ibiza. Ultima Hora reported that McGregor has been named in an incident in which he allegedly struck a woman multiple times and threatened to drown her during a party to celebrate his birthday, which took place the weekend of July 15th. The woman then jumped off the yacht to escape. Initially, McGregor's involvement was ruled out by Guardia Civil, which is Spain's national police force, according to the sources cited by Marca, which is another outlet. The alleged victim, a former neighbor of McGregor's, reportedly first told officers that McGregor attacked her, then said it was not him. She has since filed a report against McGregor in Ireland, resulting in the case being reopened. Details of the incident, which were first brought to light as far as English outlets are concerned by MMA Media, alleged that McGregor and the woman initially interacted amicably before the fighter became violent. He is accused of kicking her in the stomach, punching her in the chin, and then threatening to, quote, "I'm going to drown you. Who do you think you are?" Now, McGregor's spokesperson, Karen Kessler, has released the following statement to the media, vehemently denying any involvement on his part in the alleged incident. Mr. McGregor is steadfast in his denial of all the accusations made by a guest on his boat. And so we will see where this goes from here. Developing, I would say, a developing situation, not the type of report it had been quite a while. You know, there was a period there with a string of bad news, quite a while since something like this had come out regarding Conor, who on Monday, John Kavanagh told us he would bet his house that he would return this year. This, obviously, if true, disturbing, disappointing. They deny it. So let's see where it goes from here. I wanted to bring that up before we go. And Monday, next week's going to be a fun week. We've got Eddie Hearn back in studio on Wednesday. And on Monday, it looks like we're going to have up-and-coming boxing sensation, undefeated sensation, the pride of Australia, Sky Nicholson in studio. And the team here very excited about that.
Let's go.
We have a lot of Sky Nicholson fans in the house. Maybe we'll get a little darts game in.
We have to. That was the plan.
That would be fun. She's competing on that card February 4th in New York City at the Hulu Theater, and I think the boys want to go to that as well. Maybe you guys could. I'll sit next to Oscar De La Hoya on April 15th. You guys sit next to Eddie Hearn on February 4th.
Don't make promises.
That sounds like a plan. Yeah.
And Amanda Serrano, of course. I mean, that is your guy. It's a really great card. Alicia Baumgartner, Amanda Serrano, Sky Nicholson. There's a lot of female fights on the card. Hulu Theater, and I hear rumors that the greatest female fighter of all time might be in attendance.
Oh,
she's fighting, yeah, man. Amanda Serrano.
All right.
By the way, there might be
Clarissa Shields.
There's a very good chance Clarissa Shields is in attendance, but you know, Serrano wins, gets the belt she's looking for, beats Cruz, and then we get the big one somewhere in Ireland. Maybe it's not Croke Park. I don't know, but hopefully we get that.
Park.
I agree, but you know, crazy.
Before we get infinite hate tweets, Habib for greatest MMA retirements as well.
Yeah. Is there something to be said, though? And now we're opening a whole can of worms.
Premature?
Well, the DC one was like perfect and it's time. GSP a little less, although there were a string of close fights. The Khabib one felt premature for us because we wanted to see. He had so much more to do and so much more in him, it felt. It felt like DC had nothing left. It felt like GSP had nothing left.
I don't disagree with you, but I just don't want to get that
it's
Habib tweet storm for not mentioning Habib.
All right. Fair enough. Undefeated. Can't deny that. All right. There you go. Yep. Khabib. Print the shirts. New York Rick. Afraid of the Khabib lovers.
That Habib hive is no joke, man.
Yes.
No joke.
Up there with the Sasha Banks hive. All right. Thank you. Wow. Thanks for playing the music, Frank. I feel like we're at the Academy Awards here. Did you disagree with any of the Academy Awards picks?
All of them.
Yeah?
But I'm not really that vested in it, though.
Oh, I feel like you're one of those who like prints them out. You sit back on your couch, perhaps with a beverage or two, and you're like, don't agree with this. No. Don't agree with that. No. Found the cinematography in this one to be a little bit suspect. You're not that kind of guy?
No. But I do have an opinion.
Oh. What is it? Best movie of the year?
No, it was for Best Female Lead. They nominated Ana de Armas, which I think she's an amazing actress, but wrong pick.
Who was the right pick?
I can't say it. I can only say who's the wrong pick.
Wait, but aren't there 4 or 5
Yeah,
nominees?
it's just a wrong pick for a nomination.
So you hated that one. You had an issue with that out of the 5.
Just watch it.
All right. What is the movie?
Called Blonde, where she plays as Marilyn Monroe.
Oh.
And like from a cinematography point of view, good movie, but like the acting, like not, I don't know, whatever. I'm done.
I wish you didn't play the music. We could have done 30 more minutes on just this alone.
To be honest, I was hovering over the button.
It was a mistake?
Happened.
No, it was perfect.
And I'm like, I'm just going to roll with it.
Time to go. Who day, Frank? Who day? Okay? Who day going to beat you at audio? No one.
Yeah.
Thank you very much to all our guests. Thank you to Oscar De La Hoya. Good luck to him and the Golden Boy team this Saturday. Thank you to Brandon Moreno. That was great stuff. How can you not love that guy? Congrats on the win. Thank you to Sage Northcutt. Good luck to him. Thank you to Todd Duffee. Good luck to him. And thank you to Jamahal Hill. Congratulations to the brand new chap. Back on Monday, same time and place. Until then, I show you. Peace. I'm out of here.